Chapter 256. This seven-star sword sect inner court disciple around the age of 25 had an ordinary appearance, yet a trace of gloominess was faintly mixed within between his brows. "How much is this infant gold for mouse?" "I'll buy it." The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and spoke indifferently. Ker's beautiful brows frowned when she heard this, and she was slightly displeased. The little gold mouse seemed to have understood what the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple said, and it glared at him with its jade-green eyes as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him. But the little gold mouse's entire body was covered in fluffy fur, so even if it pretended to be fierce, it didn't have the slightest deterrent force. Green-eyed gold fur mouse? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes lit up, and the first thought that arose within his heart was, "I've encountered a variant gold fur mouse." A gold fur mouse, when grown to its peak, possesses the strength of a half-step void stage martial artist. If it was a variant gold fur mouse, it was even possible for it to break through to the void stage and transform into a demon beast. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile when he saw the light of greed that arose within the eyes of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, and he said indifferently, "Leave, we're not selling." "We're not selling." Duan Lingtian's words caused the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple to be stunned. "Do you know who I am?" The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and intentionally puffed out his chest, completely revealing the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple mark on his chest. "Are you playing a monkey?" Duan Lingtian frowned and said slightly impatiently, "I know you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, but so what? Could it be that because you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, I must part with my treasure and sell this little gold mouse to you? Playing a monkey?" The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, "Kid, be careful of trouble arising from a loose tongue." When had he been humiliated like this? As far as he was concerned, this sentence was like a joke, and it was no different from humiliation. When he saw this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face change, Duan Lingtian glanced at him with a calm gaze before lowering his head and continuing to eat, and he didn't pay any further attention to him. When he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this, the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of him, and he sneered. "Truly a lowly wretch." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a stack of banknotes appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slapped it on the table and said in a deep voice, "Here are 100,000 taels of silver. I'll buy your baby gold fur mouse." 100,000 taels of silver? Duan Lingtian was stunned, then he swallowed the food in his mouth, then he glanced at this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. "I'll give you 1,000,000 silver, get me another infant gold fur mouse, how about it?" Her and Li Fei's eyebrows furrowed slightly as well, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. This seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had indeed gone too far. "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly hand over the infant gold fur mouse. You can't afford to offend our senior brother." Right at this moment, the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples stood behind the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, and they glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian as one of them threatened with a deep voice. "Exactly, our senior brother is an outstanding inner court disciple of the seven-star sword sect, and he's an existence that will become a seven-star sword sect elder in the future. If you're sensible, then hand over the infant gold fur mouse to our senior brother. In this way, you might be able to form some good karma." The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple said to Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples. "According to what you two said, me handing over this infant gold fur mouse to your senior brother is my most sensible choice, the wisest choice?" "Of course." The two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke in unison. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, then he raised his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse nodded to Duan Lingtian, then bared her fangs and brandished her claws, then she turned around to glance at the three seven-star sword sect disciples. Duan Lingtian naturally discerned the meaning the little gold mouse expressed now. The little gold mouse was asking him now if she could make a move and kill these three detestable fellows. Duan Lingtian naturally believed the little gold mouse had the strength, but he shook his head instead. If the 3 7-star sword sect disciples were really killed by the little gold mouse, then he'd really come here for nothing. At that time, it would absolutely be impossible for the 7-star sword sect to allow him to join. Kid, at least you're sensible. A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple saw Duan Lingtian shaking his head and thought that Duan Lingtian was refusing the little gold mouse's request to stay, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of complacency. It wasn't only him, even the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple and the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had the same thought. The face of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple revealed a smile of victory. He looked at Duan Lingtian and stretched out his hand. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his cold gaze swept the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as he said vigilantly, "What are you doing?" The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. "Kid, you're playing with me?" "Playing with you?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. When had he played with this fellow? "Scoundrel, he thought you were persuading Little Gold to go with him earlier." Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian, as she'd seen everything that happened earlier. "I say, is there something wrong with your head? Didn't I say earlier that I'm not selling? Quickly leave, we still have to eat." Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently, "Kik." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went gloomy, and the hand he stretched out fiercely exerted strength. Instantly, origin energy raged and was on the verge of erupting. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 8th level of the origin core stage. What? You want to forcefully seize it? A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple can be so overbearing? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his burning gaze stared at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers in the restaurant descended onto the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is seizing something? It can't be. The 7-star sword sect has always had strict rules, and it strictly forbids disciples from bullying the weak. Didn't this little brother say that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple wants to seize something from him? The crowd of customers discussed animatedly. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple noticed the gazes from the surroundings, and his face sank. The corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he raised his voice. "Kid, you've already sold this infant goldfur mouse to me. Now it's you who went back on your word, and I'm only taking back what belongs to me. So that's how it is. I told you that a 7-star sword sect disciple ought to not bully the weak. A person must have integrity. Since you promise someone, then you must do as you say. This young man has gone too far." The customers present came to a sudden understanding, and for a moment, they stood on the side of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as they denounced Duan Lingtian. Shameless. Li Fei and Kerr were angered to the point their faces flushed red when they heard the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. They never imagined that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple would actually speak without thinking. Looks like not everyone in the enormous 7-star sword sect is able to abide by the sect rules. Duan Lingtian laughed. He laughed extremely brilliantly, and his gaze descended onto the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. "Kid, you don't have to quibble anymore. You've already agreed to sell this infant goldfur mouse to me. Hand it over now. I'll give you a chance, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple stared at Duan Lingtian, and dense killing intent flickered within the depths of his eyes. "Young man, since you've already agreed, then hand it over to him. Yeah, as the saying goes, a man without integrity is worthless. Integrity is extremely important, there's no need to throw away your life for this. Young people nowadays really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The spectating customers spoke out one after another. Some were persuading Duan Lingtian, and some were teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded this group of opportunists. They didn't know anything yet were chattering without end. Did they really think that he was a selfless saint? Kid, it's difficult to offend public anger. You should obediently hand over this infant gold fur mouse. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency when he heard so many people denouncing Duan Lingtian for him. Exactly, quickly hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make you suffer the consequences. Kid, be sensible. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. The other 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples cooperated and spoke to Duan Lingtian with an arrogant appearance. 7-star sword sect. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be some black sheep. Even the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect, was no exception. These 3 7-star sword sect disciples had taken a fancy to the little gold mouse, so they stopped at nothing to turn black into white, and for the sake of achieving their goal, they would stop at nothing. What if I don't hand it over? Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples before him and spoke indifferently with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the 3 people before him seriously. Actually, he indeed didn't take them seriously. It was only 3 origin core stage existences. Kid, looks like you're intentionally playing tricks on me? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank, and he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The origin energy on his hand raged and became restless. Everything he said now was obviously to pave the way for his ruthless attack in the next moment. In this way, he would be in the right, and no one would say that a 7-star sword sect disciple was taking advantage of his position to bully others. And the facts were precisely so. As expected, a wave of sighs of emotion sounded out within the restaurant when they heard the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Young people nowadays are too impulsive. Not to mention not keeping his word, he's still so eloquent and arrogant. Today, even if he's killed by this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, he can only blame himself. Exactly, even if he dies, he would have died for nothing. After all, he's in the wrong. Numerous voices continued to build momentum for the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. All of you. How can all of you be like this? The young master utterly didn't agree to sell little gold to him. Chapter 257. Kerr, there's no need for you to explain to them. They're only a group of opportunists. Li Fei extended her hand that was white like jade and lightly patted the back of Kerr's hand as she consoled. Li Fei's words naturally aroused the rage of the crowd. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Exactly on what basis do you say we're opportunists? Could it be that you mean this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is intentionally wronging all of you? Is there any need for a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to wrongly accuse all of you? The crowd of customers all glared angrily at Li Fei. When had Li Fei ever seen a scene like this? For a moment, she was angered to the point her face flushed red, and she clenched her fist tightly as her delicate figure lightly trembled. Slap. Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out, and the clamorous sounds within the restaurant instantly stopped abruptly. It was Duan Lingtian who slapped his palm onto the table. Shut up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he would at most laugh it off when these people spoke ill of him. But these people actually dared to speak ill of Li Fei, speak ill of his woman. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers within the restaurant descended onto Duan Lingtian, and most of them had sneers on their faces as they waited for Duan Lingtian to be taught a lesson by the 7-star sword sect disciple. What? Kid, you've become angry from embarrassment? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had a ridiculing smile on his face, as he never imagined that the development of the situation before him would actually completely lean towards him. He knew that it was time. Now, even if he made a move, no one would feel that he was relying on the might of the 7-star sword sect to bully others. Duan Lingtian looked at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple with a piercingly cold light in his eyes. Now, he already didn't have the patience to continue playing with this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Xianxia, Throw the three of them out. The three seven-star sword sect disciples couldn't refrain from laughing when they heard Duan Lingtian. Even most of the customers in the restaurant couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the shocking strength of a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Even if there was someone whose strength surpassed a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, the person wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, doing so would directly offend the seven-star sword sect. The seven-star sword sect, a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. How could anyone dare to provoke him? However, their smiles quickly froze. Because they saw it. Yes, young master. Xianxia responded. His figure flashed out as if he had turned into a gust of wind. At the instant that the smiles on the faces of the three seven-star sword sect members froze, Xianxia moved out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing each of them with a single grab before directly throwing them out of the restaurant. Boom! 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 Outside the restaurant, three loud sounds rang out, followed by three miserable cries. Inside the restaurant, there was dead silence. All the drinkers were stunned. They weren't stunned because of the nascent soul stage strength that Xianxia revealed, but were instead stunned because Xianxia dared to touch a seven-star sword sect disciple. The seven-star sword sect was famous for being protective. As far as they were concerned, since this middle-aged man dared to touch a seven-star sword sect disciple, he would surely suffer great misfortune. How would they know that those three seven-star sword sect disciples utterly didn't dare tell the sect elders about what happened today? Their right was only an illusion. The seven-star sword sect elders weren't easy to deal with, and they weren't so easy to trick. 100,000 silver to buy an infant goldfur mouse? This was already relying on force to bully others. So, the three seven-star sword sect disciples fiercely glared at Duan Lingtian, who was within the restaurant, before leaving dejectedly. Senior brother, could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? One of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples had an unwilling expression. If we don't let it go like this, what else can you do? I never imagined that he actually had a nascent soul martial artist by his side. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. He originally thought that the infant goldfur mouse would be easily obtained, but he never imagined that such an unforeseen event would occur. Senior brother, your 100,000 silver seems to still be on their table. Should we go back and get it? The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple had a flash of inspiration as he recalled this matter. Why don't you go get it? At that time, I'll give you half? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple glared at the seven-star sword sect outer court disciple. This caused the latter to have a bitter smile and not dare make another sound. Damn it! If it wasn't for that nascent soul martial artist being present, I would surely kill that violet-clothed young man. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had a gloomy expression as he spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, our seven-star sword sect outer court disciple test is in another 5 days. Do you think they came for this as well? From their accent, they don't seem to be from the surroundings of Black Bamboo City. Suddenly, the eyes of a seven-star sword sect outer court disciple flickered as he guessed. Right, senior brother, there's really such a possibility. The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple's gaze lit up as well. Now that all of you mention it, there really is such a possibility. If he's really here to join our seven-star sword sect, then he's walking right into a trap, and I'll surely kill him. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes went cold, and his icy cold voice seemed to have come from an icy cave with piercingly cold winds, and it contained frightening killing intent mixed within. If he enters the seven-star sword sect, then that nascent soul martial artist by his side won't be able to protect him. The two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples started laughing as well. Within the restaurant, after Xianxia revealed his strength at the nascent soul stage, the crowd of customers instantly shut their mouths and went silent, as they were deeply afraid of offending the violet-clothed young man. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if they dared to speak out of turn, then with the violet-clothed young man's temper, he would surely not hesitate to make the nascent soul martial artist by his side attack them. The violet-clothed young man was afraid of the identities of the three seven-star sword sect disciples and didn't dare kill them. but he wouldn't fear them. All right, little Fei, don't be angry. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, then his gaze went cold as it swept past the crowd of customers present. How about this? So long as you say the word, I'll immediately ask Xiong Quan to throw all of them out. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but in the ears of the crowd of customers, it was instead like a thunderclap. When they raised their heads to look over, they saw the middle-aged man that attacked earlier looking at them with a burning gaze. Instantly, all the customers went into an uproar, and they directly put down the money for their food and wine before leaving the restaurant as if they were fleeing. In the next moment, only their table remained within the restaurant, as well as the dumbstruck manager and attendant. Li Fei finally couldn't refrain from laughing out loud when she saw this scene. Her laughter was charming and moving, and it captivated one's heart and soul. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbstruck, and wished for nothing more than to push Li Fei down right now and take to his heart's content. Scoundrel, what are you looking at? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, and her tone was slightly bashful. What an alluring little vixen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his lower abdomen heat up, and he forcefully restrained the impulse to take a deep breath. Big Sister Fei, young master has been charmed by you. Kerr spoke to Li Fei with a light smile as she stroked the little gold mouse. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red as if blood was about to drip out when she heard this, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand to scratch Kerr. Little Sister Kerr, what are you saying? So itchy. Big Sister Fei, spare me, I didn't say anything. Kerr hurriedly begged for mercy. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse seemed to have become a spectator when she saw this scene, and she looked excitedly at Li Fei and Kerr playing around, and her pair of jade-green eyes spun as they flickered with a strange sheen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his mood became much better. 7-star sword sect. Once I, Kerr and little Fei enter it, we'll be unable to avoid encountering those 3 people from before. I hope they're sensible and don't look for trouble with us. Otherwise... Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, a trace of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Imperial City. What did you say? You said my son is dead? In a spacious courtyard house, an aged old man stared at the middle-aged man before him, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. Yes. The middle-aged man's body shivered. The old man that stood before him now was an existence that commanded great influence in the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the vice president of the enormous Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiado. An existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Under Xiaodo's rage, a terrifying pressure enveloped his body, causing his breathing to become slightly irregular. Guang! Xiaodo cried out with sorrow, and his muddy eyes instantly emitted bright lights that flickered with scarlet-red killing intent. The middle-aged man's face went grim when he felt the pressure that stretched out from Xiaodo's body grow stronger and stronger, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. He believed that if this continued, it probably wouldn't be long before he would collapse on the ground. Finally, the raging aura that stretched out from Xiaodo's body vanished, and the terrifying pressure dispersed along with it, allowing the middle-aged man to catch his breath and heave a sigh of relief. Speak, what exactly happened? Who killed my son? Xiaodo looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with dense cold lights that were about to swallow the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gasped. At this moment, he even had the misconception that the person standing before him wasn't a person, but a venomous snake, a terrifying venomous snake that was capable of instantly killing a person. Lord Xiaodo, the person that did it was an existence at the void prying stage. The middle-aged man caught his breath and slowly said, "This matter started from the auction held in the Ma Clan auction house 3 months ago. Subsequently, the middle-aged man spoke of everything he knew from the Ma Clan of Black Wind City. A violet-clothed young man? Took out an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? Xiaodo's face sank, as even he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. A medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. In the past, it was practically impossible for it to exist in his eyes. Now, he couldn't help but become slightly fearful. That person was able to take out an origin-strengthening pill like this. Did it mean that there was a formidable alchemist behind that person? Perhaps he saw through Xiaodo's fear, and the middle-aged man added. Lord Xiaodo, according to the Ma clan, that origin-strengthening pill was obtained by accident by that young man. He isn't related to the alchemist that refined that origin-strengthening pill. Chapter 258. There were 7 perfectly straight peaks in the 7-star sword sect. The 7 peaks rose from the ground like 7 sharp swords that charged into the clouds. These 7 peaks were also called the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 great sword peaks were also named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. They were respectively Dubi Peak, Merak Peak, Fekta Peak, Migrez Peak, Alioth Peak, Mizar Peak, and Alcade Peak. Amongst them, Dubi Peak was the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, and it was also the tallest sword peak with a grand aura. The other 6 sword peaks were instead distributed around Dubi Peak. Like a host of stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded Dubi Peak at the center, only within this mountain, deep within the clouds. Duan Lingtian listened to Xiongquan's introduction, and his heart was filled with shock as he gazed from afar at the 7 sword peaks that were coiled by clouds and mist. This is the 7-star sword sect? Young master, there seems to be something connected to Dubi Peak on the surrounding 6 sword peaks. Ker's sharp eyes noticed the scene of the clouds and mist dispersing. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, he could see that there were indeed things similar to black ropes on the surrounding 6 mountain peaks, and they were connected to Dubi Peak. Young master, supposedly, among the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, only the main peak, Dubi Peak, has a path to ascend the mountain. The other 6 sword peaks don't have a path to ascend the mountain. Unless it's in existence at the void prying stage, otherwise, practically no one is able to ascend the mountain. Xiongquan spoke of everything he knew. So, if one wants to ascend the other 6 sword peaks, one must pass through the main peak's entrance, then step onto the main peak's chain bridge and enter. Chain bridge. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, the 7-star sword sect only has a single path to ascend the mountain, which is the path to Dubi Peak. A sect like this has a shocking defense. There was only one path, and it was completely possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000. Coupled with the 7-star sword sect's resources and reserves, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family personally came, they might not be able to gain any benefits. Soon, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the foot of one of the sword peaks. The part of the sword peak that had sunk into the ground was extremely steep, and one couldn't see the end of it. Even a half-step void stage martial artist would probably be unable to ascend such a precipitous cliff. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that it wasn't just him and the 2 little girls by his side that were sighing with emotion. Presently, many young men and young women had converged over from all over, and they were pointing at Sword Peak while exclaiming with admiration. Duan Lingtian understood that these people ought to have come to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test as well. The closer they got to the main peak, the more people they could see. The young men and women that converged from all over had a senior by their side, and in the end, they converged at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubi Peak, outside the only entrance to the 7-star sword sect. The entrance to the 7-star sword sect was a few tens of meters tall, and 4 large words were carved on it in a flamboyant style, 7-star sword sect. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was attracted by these 4 large words. Although he didn't have much knowledge in calligraphy, he was able to discern that these 4 large words were carved by a sword cultivator expert smoothly swinging his sword, and it was completely natural, and not the slightest flaw could be found. This entrance seems to have some history. Li Fei spoke in a light voice, and her tone contained traces of shock mixed within. Obviously, she was shocked by those 4 large words as well. Supposedly, this entrance already existed when the 7-star sword sect was established. These 4 words 7-star sword sect were carved by the founding ancestor of the 7-star sword sect. As Xiongquan spoke up to hear, he had an expression of reverence. According to rumor, the founding ancestor of the Seven-Star Sword sect was already a void interpretation expert when he established the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago. Void interpretation expert. In other words, an expert that had stepped into the void interpretation stage. Void interpretation stage expert? Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There's a void interpretation stage expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Xianxia shook his head. That was a matter of a few thousand years ago. According to my knowledge, a void interpretation stage expert hasn't appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long time now. Even if it's a void initiation stage expert, there's probably not more than 50 in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he spoke up to hear, Xianxia sighed slightly. At that time, if our Boundless sect had a void initiation stage expert, we wouldn't have been annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian knew a little about the Boundless sect from Xianxia. The Boundless sect could only be considered a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was filled with sections. The sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that could be called a top sect usually had 5 or more void initiation stage experts within the sect, and there was no lack of existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above amongst them. Below the top sects were the first-rate sects, and there were usually 1 or 2 void initiation stage experts within the sect, and the strongest was usually at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Below them were the second-rate sects that didn't have any void initiation stage experts, and the difference between them and third-rate sects was the quantity and quality of void prying stage experts. The sects below the third-rate sects were some unrated sections. These unrated sects usually only had 1 or 2 void prying stage martial artists, and in terms of strength, they were on par with the imperial families of the various kingdoms under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless sect that day was a first-rate sect. Your Boundless sect's young sect leader left behind a voice transmission jade slip and asked me to pass it to the secluded old man, Shangguan Yen, of the Solitary Peak. Could it be that Shangguan Yen isn't a void initiation stage expert? Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia said slowly, "Young master, the old man you spoke of is the ancestor of our Boundless sect. He was in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage over 10 years ago, and later on, he saw through the world of mortals and decided to live in seclusion. As for whether he has broken through to the void initiation stage now, I don't know." As he finished speaking, Xianxia had a sigh and didn't hold any hope. In terms of difficulty, a 9th level void prying stage martial artist wanting to break through to the void initiation stage far surpassed a half-step void stage martial artist breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, "How far is the Solitary Peak from here?" Xianxia slightly pondered. "If we travel by Fergana horses, it ought to take 5 months of time to arrive near the Solitary Peak." "So far?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He was originally thinking that if the Solitary Peak wasn't far away, then he would ask Xianxia to pass the voice transmission jade slip to Shangguan Yen of the Solitary Peak, and it could be considered as fulfilling the wish of the Boundless sect's young sect leader. Now it would seem that there was temporarily no need for this. If Xianxia were to leave, then a round trip would take 10 months, too long. "I'll go to the Solitary Peak to look for Shangguan Yen when I have the chance in the future," Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. He didn't want Xianxia to leave for so long. If he had an urgent matter to look for Xianxia during this period of time, then wouldn't he be delayed? Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if Shangguan Yen knew of this matter, he might not be able to do anything to the Black Fiend sect. According to Xianxia, there were 2 void initiation stage experts in the Black Fiend sect. One of them was even a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at the surroundings, and he noticed that more and more people were converging over. These people were all a group of young men and women, and the oldest looked to be not more than 25 years old. This was the standard of the 7-star sword sect when recruiting outer court disciples. Under the age of 25, practically every young man and woman had a senior following by their side. Some of the seniors that followed by the sides of these young men and women were even existences at the void-prying stage. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. 3 people finally walked down from behind the 7-star sword sect's entrance. Amongst the 3 people, there was an old man in the lead. The old man had a thin figure, a firm expression, and a trace of exuberant vitality was mixed between his brows. His spirit had reached its peak, and in some aspects, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the young man. 7-star sword sect elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the symbol on the old man's chest. The 7 stars surrounding the sword-shaped symbol were all gold in color. It was precisely the symbol of a 7-star sword sect elder. Behind the old man were 2 young men around the age of 30, and they were 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. Participants of the test below the age of 25, stand over here now. The old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained exceedingly dense origin energy, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. Xianxia, you go back. If there's anything, I'll go look for you in Black Bamboo City. Duan Lingtian nodded to Xianxia, then after instructing him, he brought along the 2 little girls and slowly walked over. For a moment, a group of young men and women gathered together. There were also many young men who saw Li Fei and Kerr, and they were slightly stunned. They were shocked by their peerless appearances, and only recovered from their shock after a short moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood between Li Fei and Kerr, and their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. So many people. Kerr sized up the surroundings for a moment and was slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian nodded. The young men and women gathered together now were at least over 1,000 people. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Now, those below the age of 20 who haven't stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage, leave. Instantly, a portion of the people left the crowd dejectedly. Those above the age of 20 and below the age of 22 who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man continued. This time, even more people left. Those below the age of 22 who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage want to leave? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, the number of people that were able to step into the 1st level of the origin core stage below the age of 22 could be counted on one hand. The 7-star sword sect was worthy of being a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The test hadn't even begun, and it was only the 1st round of selection, but it was already so strict. Those above the age of 22 and below the age of 23 who haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice continued to sound out. This time, the faces of many young men and women went grim. Although they were slightly disgruntled, they still left obediently. Those above the age of 23 and below the age of 25 who haven't stepped into the 3rd level of the origin core stage, leave. Chapter 259. Now, after the 1st round of screening, the group of young men and women that remained numbered close to 200 people. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. The quality of the genius martial artists of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was really not something that the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Such harsh requirements, yet there were still so many people left in the end. The remaining people, follow me. The old man ordered, then he led the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to open the path in front, and Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind as they majestically ascended Dubhe Peak. Dubhe Peak, the main peak of the 7-star sword sect. On the way, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he slowly said, I'm the elder in charge of the outer court disciple test this time. All of you can call me Test Elder. Now that all of you are able to ascend Dubhe Peak, it also represents that all of you are a step closer to becoming an outer court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. However, whether you're able to become an outer court disciple or not still depends on your own ability. The old man continued, even if you become an outer court disciple, don't think of slacking off. The 7-star sword sect has a rule that those who are unable to pass the inner court test and become inner court disciples before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect. The old man's words caused many people to be greatly shocked. Unable to become an inner court disciple before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect? I heard that if one wants to become an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, one must at least have a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I also heard that even if one has a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, one might not be able to pass the inner court test. Only by participating in the inner court test at the 8th level of the origin core stage would one have a 90% chance of passing. Many young men and women whispered in discussion. Although their natural talent wasn't bad, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage or even the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30 wasn't an easy matter. For a time, many people felt pressure. Duan Lingun followed within the crowd and only lightly smiled when he heard the whispers of the surrounding people. Scoundrel, breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30. Do I have a chance? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtan and was slightly perturbed. So long as you're obedient, I guarantee you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 25. How about it? Duan Lingtian placed his mouth next to Li Fei's ear and gently blew. His voice was mixed with some restlessness. Big bad guy. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Her pretty face blushed, and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Seeing how close Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were, many young men looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy, as if they could see right through Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian simply ignored these gazes. Nearly 200 people followed behind the old man and arrived at the mountainside of Tianshu Peak. There was a vast stone platform here, and there were already quite a few people around it. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were 6 groups of people standing there. 5 groups of people were led by an aged old man, and behind these old men were 3 or 4 young men. These old men were all elders of the 7-star sword sect. And as for the young men that followed behind them, they were all outer court disciples without exception. The other group of people were all women. Although the attire of the 7-star sword sect's female disciples was azure clothes as well, it was different from the male disciples. It lacked a bit of firmness and had a bit more delicateness, causing others to feel comfortable and not ugly. In the lead of this group of women was a beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance, and she was natural and unrestrained. She was also an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Behind the beautiful woman followed 3 young women, and they were all outer court disciples of the 7-star sword sect as well. Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind Test Elder and stepped onto the stone platform. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had already brought along the 3 young women to greet them. As for the other 5 old men, they instead brought along the people behind them and waited on the spot. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. But in next to no time he found out the answer. Test Elder's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others, then he slowly said, "The women amongst you are exempted from the outer court disciple test and directly become outer court disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Now, all of you follow Alcade Peak's elder by to head to Alcade Peak and become disciples of Alcade Peak." Test Elder's words caused all the young men and women that followed up to ascend Dubhe Peak to be stunned. All the young women revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Exempted from the test? Directly become outer court disciples of the 7-star sword sect? All the young men were dumbstruck. This works? Now, absurd thoughts arose within the hearts of some of the young men, and they wished for nothing more than to be a woman. Female disciples, follow me. The beautiful woman that came up to greet them, the Alcade Peak's elder Bai, spoke out with a calm voice that didn't carry any emotion. Go on. Duan Lingtian smiled to the 2 little girls by his side. When he saw the 2 girls seeming to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian said, I'll go look for you too once I become an outer court disciple as well. The 2 girls nodded obediently when they heard this, then walked out with the group of young women. Li Fei and Kerr seemed to stand out like cranes amongst a flock of chickens within the group of young women, all along the way earlier, because there were too many people didn't see their true appearances. Now that they walked out with the 30-plus young women, they instantly drew the gazes of everyone present. So beautiful! The eyes of many young men shone, and they were subdued by the peerless appearances of Li Fei and Kerr. Even the beautiful woman, Elder Bai, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she looked at Li Fei and Kerr, and her eyes contained slight surprise mixed within. It wasn't that she'd never seen a young woman with such an outstanding appearance. However, with such outstanding looks and astonishing talent, this was the most difficult thing to come by. How many beautiful young women with ordinary natural talent could at most be reduced to a flower vase? In next to no time, the beautiful woman bid her farewells to Test Elder, then brought along the group of young women and directly left, obviously returning to Alcade Peak. I heard long ago that the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak is filled with female disciples. I never imagined that it's true. A young man that stood nearby Duan Lingtian exclaimed with admiration. Of course. Supposedly, the 7-star sword sect's outer court female disciples usually cultivate on Alcade Peak. You can see some female disciples on Dubhe Peak, but these female disciples are all inner court disciples and aren't young. As a young man finished speaking, he had a strange expression. I really envy them. They're able to skip the test and directly become outer court disciples. Many people had envious expressions. Actually, it's understandable. They're women after all, and it's already extremely rare for women to be able to satisfy the test elder's selection criteria. Directly becoming outer court disciples is within reason. Another person said, the words of the latter obtained the unanimous agreement of most people. Women were innately weaker than men. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always descended onto Li Fei and Kerr, and he only withdrew his gaze when they followed Alcade Peak's elder by to a higher point on Dubhe Peak and vanished before his eyes. Meanwhile, including Duan Lingtian, the remaining 150-plus young men followed Test Elder to arrive at the center of the high platform. Test Elder suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. The group of people stopped moving when they saw this. Amongst all of you, only 100 people can remain in the end. In other words, 53 people will be eliminated. Test Elder's burning gaze flashed past the group of young men, causing many young men that were already perturbed to go pale. Now, there were exactly 153 people amongst them. In other words, more than a third of the people would be eliminated. I wonder what test it will be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He was slightly curious and slightly expectant. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in passing the test, so he wasn't worried. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. He realized that a powerful aura was emitted from the elder's body, suppressing the figures of the group of people including him. This formidable aura was the aura of a void-prying stage expert. Moreover, it wasn't the aura of an ordinary void-prying stage expert. This test elder is actually in existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. As for test elder's aura, it didn't cause too much of an effect on him. After all, his spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. Not to mention this, the tenacity of his will wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. He was a person that had experienced 2 lifetimes. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that the other young men were caught off guard, and instantly, over 10 of them collapsed onto the ground. These young men that collapsed onto the ground were unable to stand up any longer, and their bodies shivered as they lay on the ground. To them, the aura of a 7th-level void-prying stage expert was too formidable. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people had collapsed. Numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky, and it was the remaining group of young men that reacted to the situation and circulated their strength to resist Test Elder's aura. For a time, the sky was covered in dense ancient mammoth silhouettes, and it was utterly impossible to distinguish which ancient mammoth silhouettes belonged to which person. Bang! Before long, another young man collapsed and foamed at the mouth. Time silently flowed by. Now, only 127 young men were left standing. Now, practically everyone present was able to realize that this sudden aura of a void-prying stage expert was the outer court disciple test they were about to face. The first 10-plus people that collapsed onto the ground lay on the ground with bitter and helpless expressions. They knew that they were bound to have no fate with the seven-star sword sect. Only a portion of the 127 people that were standing were steady like Mount Tai. The bodies of most people were shivering and would collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth and persisted, because they all knew that so long as another 27 people collapsed, so long as they didn't collapse, they would pass the test. So boring. Chapter 260. There just happened to be a young man standing behind Duan Lingtian. He was originally clenching his teeth and stubbornly holding on, but now, when he saw the carefree Duan Lingtian before him, and when he saw Duan Lingtian stretching before him, he couldn't endure it any longer and lost control of his mind, causing his body to tremble before crashing onto the ground. The commotion that came from behind him caused Duan Lingtian to jump in fright, and he turned around to look. The young man that was limp on the ground had a bitter expression on his face, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian turning around, he almost fainted. Oh my God! What did he see? The young man that stood before him was actually a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. He suddenly felt that he'd been living like a dog all these years. Friend, are you all right? Duan Lingtian noticed that the young man that was on the ground was staring at him, and he couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. The young man opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end he wasn't able to say anything. Test Elder's imposing aura enveloped him, causing him to be unable to speak. There was only one thought left in his heart. This violet-clothed young man was simply a freak. Bang, 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 bang. Half an hour later, the young men collapsed to the ground one after another. Gradually, only 100 young men were left standing. Meanwhile, Test Elder's imposing aura was restrained. Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and noticed that amongst the young men that were standing, there were a few people that were similar in age to him, and the cultivations of these people hadn't broken through to the origin core stage. They were able to persist, and it was obvious that their willpower was shocking. A test like this is interesting, it's sufficiently direct and straightforward. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Along with Test Elder withdrawing his imposing aura, everyone instantly felt the pressure on them reduce greatly, and the people that were standing had brilliant smiles on their faces. The 53 people that had collapsed onto the ground had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. You too, bring them down the mountain. Test Elder instructed the two seven-star sword sect inner court disciples behind him. Yes. When the two seven-star sword sect inner court disciples heard this, they brought the 53 people that stood up with difficulty and left. These 53 people could be considered to have made a wasted trip up the mountain. Congratulations, all of you have become outer court disciples of our seven-star sword sect. Test Elder's gaze flashed past the 100 young men including Duan Lingtian, and he slowly said, "Now, I'll roughly introduce our seven-star sword sect to all of you. Our seven-star sword sect is divided into 7 great sword peaks, and amongst them, the Dubhe Peak is the main peak. The cultivation grounds on the main peak belong to the seven-star sword sect's higher-ups and inner court disciples. Outer court disciples cultivate on the other 6 peaks. Among the 6 peaks of the outer court, Alcade Peak is the cultivation grounds of the outer court female disciples, and the other 5 peaks are the cultivation grounds of the outer court male disciples." At this point, the invigilating elder continued, "Now, the elders of the other 5 peaks and the outer court disciples they brought with them will each pick 20 of you. In the future, you'll be the outer court disciple of the peak that picked your elders. As for the other details, the elders of each peak will explain them to you in detail." Alcade Peak, the cultivation grounds of the outer court female disciples? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That seemed to be no different than a country of women. Meanwhile, under Test Elder's call, the elders of the other 5 peaks brought along the disciples behind them and walked over in large strides. When these people approached, Duan Lingtian noticed a familiar figure, and Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would encounter this person here. Behind the old man with a goatee was one of the 3 outer court disciples, and one of them could be considered to be Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance. It was precisely one of the 3 seven-star sword sect disciples he met in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City 5 days ago. It was one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Due to the distance earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't notice this person. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had seen him as well. Not only that, this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple seemed to not be surprised when he saw him, as if he'd known of his existence since long ago. Perhaps, when Kerr and Little Fei left with Alcade Hall's elder Bai, he'd already guessed that I'd be here as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the 5 old men, who were the elders of the other 5 peaks, brought along the outer court disciples behind them and walked over. Duan Lingtian saw that the outer court disciple that was his enemy directly charged towards him, and when he saw him, the corners of his mouth curled into a victorious smile as he threw a small and exquisite command token to Duan Lingtian. From now on, you're an outer court disciple of our Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he caught the command token, and when he looked carefully, he noticed that this was the command token of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak disciple. A mischievous smile appeared on the face of this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before leaning forward to approach him and saying in a low voice, "Kid, I never imagined that I'd be able to encounter you here. It's really a small world. I'm extremely curious, here, without that nascent soul martial artist to rely on, would you kneel down and beg for mercy before me?" Kneel down and beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this outer court disciple. Instantly, the smile on his face vanished as he glanced at the outer court disciple with an expressionless face, and he slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. "Idiot. You." This 7-star sword sect outer court disciple never imagined that Duan Lingtian still dared to be arrogant before him, and his face instantly sank as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Kid, you'll regret it." Duan Lingtian yawned, then didn't pay any further attention to this outer court disciple, and walked towards the old man with a goatee, the Migres Peak's elder. Meanwhile, the Migres Peak side had finished selecting the 20 people. "I'm called Lu Qiu, the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak's outer court elder. All of you can call me Elder Lu in the future." The old man with a goatee said to the 20 new 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, "Elder Lu." Instantly, many people took the initiative to greet him, with the intention of getting acquainted with him. "All of you have just entered the sect and don't know many things. I'll bring all of you back to Migres Peak now. On the way, I and your 3 senior brothers will explain to all of you the things to pay attention to in the 7-star sword sect." As soon as Lu Qiu finished speaking, he brought Duan Lingtian's group to continue ascending Dubhe Peak. On the way, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out. "Since all of you have entered the 7-star sword sect, then you must abide by the rules of the 7-star sword sect. 7-star sword sect disciples are not allowed to bully the weak, and are not allowed to bully the kind and fear the evil. This is the objective of the 7-star sword sect since it was established for a few thousand years. Besides that, unless the sect disciples have ascended the life and death arena, they are not allowed to compete and kill each other within the 7-star sword sect. Those that violate this will be severely punished according to the sect's rules." As Lu Qiu finished speaking, his tone had a sense of coldness that caused one's hair to stand on end. "Elder Lu, what's the life and death arena?" Instantly, an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect couldn't refrain himself from asking. Lu Qiu looked at the nearby outer court disciple. Wuxia explained. "Yes." The person that was called out by Lu Qiu was none other than the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was enemies with Duan Lingtian on a narrow road. But before Lu Qiu, Wuxia was instead reverent and respectful, and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Wuxia's gaze descended onto the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, it seemed to contain a strand of cold light. Of course, this cold light flashed and vanished, and only Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was able to notice it. "Wuxia?" A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he was disdainful towards the cold light that flashed within Wuxia's eyes. In his eyes, this Wuxia was only a clown. The life and death arena is an extremely special existence in our 7-star sword sect. Each of the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect has a life and death arena. This life and death arena is a place for those disciples that have irreconcilable enmity with each other to vent. Once one ascends the life and death arena, it's equivalent to using one's life as a wager. Ascending the life and death arena also means that one won't rest until one dies. The life and death arena is also the only place in our 7-star sword sect where one doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. Wuxia spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of provocation within it. It was as if he was asking Duan Lingtian, "Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me?" In next to no time, Wuxia noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't look him in the eye from the beginning until the end, and this caused his expression to become even gloomier. When had he been disregarded like this? Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect. "Kid, I'll kill you sooner or later." Dense killing intent arose within Wuxian's heart. Presently, he no longer purely wanted to get back the face he lost in the restaurant 5 days ago. In his heart, he'd already completely hated this violet-clothed young man. Along with Wuxian's voice sounding out. Besides Duan Lingtian, who had a composed expression, the expressions of the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect more or less went slightly pale, and there were even some people that were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. Life and death arena. Won't rest until one dies. One doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. This life and death arena was really a good place. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the existence of the life and death arena could only restrict the 7-star sword sect disciples from killing each other to a certain extent. So long as one wasn't noticed, one could similarly carry out slaughter in secret, and similarly didn't have to bear any responsibility. The existence of the life and death arena only caused the 7-star sword sect disciples to not dare carry out slaughter under the circumstances that there were others present. If there was no one present, then it was the same whether there was a life and death arena or not. In next to no time, Lu Qiu spoke out. "After all of you become members of Migres Peak, I hope all of you can bring honor to Migres Peak. So long as it's a person that brings honor to Migres Peak, then Migres Peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly." Lu Qiu's words caused the 20 outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, including Duan Lingtian, to be stunned. "Elder Lu, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 261. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian reacted as well. Perhaps, there was competition between the various peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Lu Qiu slowly said, "Within the 7-star sword sect, besides the main peak, W Peak, some of the outer court disciples on the other 6 sword peaks will hold an outer court martial competition every other year. The outer court martial competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to decide on the strongest 10 people from the various peaks. These 10 people will participate in the second stage of the outer court martial competition. The second stage of the outer court martial competition will be a competition between the 6 peaks, a competition between the 60 most outstanding outer court disciples." As he finished speaking, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Qiu's mouth. It had already been a long time since the Migres Peak outer court disciples obtained first place, outer court martial competition. The gazes of many people lit up, but there were also some people that shook their heads. "We've just entered the 7-star sword sect. Once we participate in this outer court martial competition, we can only look for abuse. Perhaps we'll be able to show off in the outer court martial competition in a few years." The people that shook their heads whispered in discussion. Lu Qiu snorted coldly when he heard these people. "All of you listen carefully. Not every outer court disciple has the qualifications to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition. Only outer court disciples that have entered the sect for less than 3 years have the qualifications to register and participate. Entered the sect for less than 3 years? Some of the outer court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect declined to comment when they heard Lu Qiu. Even then, there's no lack of existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage or above amongst those outer court disciples. Exactly, to us, encountering a 5th or 6th level origin core stage existence is no different than encountering a 7th level origin core stage existence. However, in this way, we ought to be able to show off our ability in another 2 years. You're right. Of course, there were also some outer court disciples that looked forward to the future and thought of the scene of them being in high spirits in the outer court martial competition. Elder Lu, when is the next outer court martial competition? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qiu and asked curiously. He was rather interested in this outer court martial competition. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Seven-Star Sword sect would presumably not be stingy in terms of rewards. Lu Qiu's originally gloomy expression eased up slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. The next outer court martial competition will be held in half a year. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lu Qiu withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He originally thought that the person who asked him this question was someone who had the confidence to participate in the outer court martial competition half a year later. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian's age, he dismissed the idea. As far as he was concerned, no matter how high a young man's natural talent was, a young man that wasn't even 20 years old ought to only be a first-level origin core stage martial artist, and he didn't know if the young man would be able to break through to the second level of the origin core stage half a year later. It was impossible for such a person to achieve any results in the outer sect martial competition, even to the extent that it was impossible for him to obtain the top 10 positions of Migres Peak. Having confidence is a good thing, but if you're overconfident, then you're arrogant. Xianxia was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian ask Lu Qiu this question earlier, and now that he reacted to it, he couldn't help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't hear what Xianxia said. Half a year later? At that time, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Finally, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Qiu and once again arrived at a stone platform halfway up Dupi Peak. This stone platform was comparatively narrow, and when 20+ people stood together, it seemed to be slightly crowded. Behind the stone platform was a chain bridge that was completely formed from chains linked together, and it led to a sword peak in the south. That's Migres Peak? Duan Lingtian gazed at a precipitous mountain peak that was coiled by clouds and mist in the distance, and his gaze abruptly shone. This mountain peak stood there for a long time, as if transforming into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, and it gave one a peerlessly fierce feeling that shook the heart. Let's go! Lu Qiu took the lead and brought along the group of outer court disciples to walk onto the chain bridge. When the group of people stood on it, the chain bridge started to sway. So high. Oh my God. If we were to fall down from here, not even a corpse would remain. Nonsense. That's for sure. Instantly, besides Duan Lingtian, the remaining group of outer court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect all exclaimed in surprise. A small number of people had ghastly pale expressions. There are people in this world that have acrophobia as well? Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his gaze descended onto the other end of the chain bridge. This chain bridge was at least 300 or 400 meters long, and connecting Dupi Peak to Migres Peak was undoubtedly an extremely large project. This chain bridge ought to be connected by an expert at the void-prying stage or above. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the scene before his eyes flashed, as if he saw the numerous figures that carried iron chains as they flew past in the sky when the Seven-Star Sword sect was established. As expected, the descendants enjoy the shade of the trees planted by the predecessors. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Lu Qiu stood at the side, and his gaze quickly descended onto the violet-clothed young man and completely froze. Amongst the 20 outer court disciples that he'd brought along that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, this violet-clothed young man was the youngest, but now that he was on the chain bridge, the person that was the most composed was undoubtedly him. If the violet-clothed young man was a Seven-Star Sword sect disciple, then he wouldn't find it strange that the violet-clothed young man had such a composed expression as he walked on the chain bridge. But this violet-clothed young man was instead here for the first time, and when he stepped onto the chain bridge, it was as if he was walking on level ground. After all, beneath the chain bridge was a bottomless abyss. Even when he just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago and became an outer court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, his heart couldn't help but tremble when he walked on the chain bridge. "What's your name?" Finally, Lu Qiu couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian and ask. This young man caused him to feel that he was slightly unable to see through him. He'd been in the Seven-Star Sword sect for so many years, but it was the first time he had such a feeling towards someone that had just entered the sect. "Elder Lu, you're asking me?" Duan Lingtian was stunned, and when he saw Lu Qiu nodding to him, he lightly smiled. "I'm Duan Lingtian." "Duan Lingtian? Lingtian? Your name is rather domineering." A trace of a rare smile appeared on Lu Qiu's face. "Elder Lu, you're too kind." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and was neither humble nor overbearing. A trace of jealousy and hatred flashed within Huaxian's eyes when he saw Lu Qiu taking the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Even if it was him, an outer court disciple that had already entered the Seven-Star Sword sect for 2 years, Lu Qiu had never spoken to him so kindly. "I noticed that you seemed to be staring blankly at the chain bridge earlier. What are you thinking about?" Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and he rubbed the goatee on his chin as he asked curiously. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto the chain bridge when he heard this, and he lightly smiled. "Actually, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just thinking that this chain bridge is at least 300 to 400 meters long, and it ought to have been personally done by a group of void-prying stage experts or above. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to complete such a project." Pfft. Lu Qiu hadn't spoken when Huaxian couldn't refrain from sneering. "Our Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 chain bridges are famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who doesn't know that our Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 chain bridges were completed by a void-prying stage expert?" The others looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and their gazes were more or less slightly strange. Duan Lingtian didn't mind, and he only shook his head and smiled. Only Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, "You didn't know of our Seven-Star Sword sect's chain bridges in the past?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Elder Lu, I'm not a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm only a person from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Before today, I've never heard of the Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 ingenious chain bridges. If it's really like this, then your observation ability is rather strong." Lu Qiu nodded, yet tempestuous waves arose within his heart. This violet-clothed young man that wasn't even 20 years old was actually a person from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Since when was such a genius martial artist able to appear in a mere tiny kingdom? So it turns out to be a country bumpkin from a tiny place. The corners of Huaxian's mouth curled into a trace of a cold smile, and he felt even more disdain in his heart. As far as he was concerned, what ability could a person from a tiny kingdom have? Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Huaxian's disdainful gaze, but he still maintained a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't notice it. Huaxian was even more unbridled when he saw this. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was like this because he was afraid of him. Meanwhile, the group of people had walked past the chain bridge and arrived at Migres Peak. After walking out of the chain bridge, what entered their eyes was a spacious stone platform, and on the stone platform stood a building. After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the place where the Migres Peak disciples usually purchased and exchanged medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Here, one could spend money to purchase medicinal pills and spirit weapons, and one could also use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. In the northern area of the Seven-Star Sword sect, there was a vast and boundless primeval forest, and there were numerous mineral reserves and medicinal materials within it that were inexhaustible. If the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples weren't people of great wealth, they would enter the primeval forest to search for materials to exchange for medicinal pills to cultivate and spirit weapons to increase their strength. Of course, there were extremely ferocious fierce beasts within this primeval forest. Supposedly, there were even many demon beasts in the depths of the primeval forest. So, this primeval forest had become the place where many seven-star sword sect disciples usually went to temper themselves. All of you can use the Migres Peak Disciple token in your possession to receive your outer court disciple attire. After you've received your attire, all of you can find a place to stay on Migres Peak as your place of cultivation. All of you can seize the place of cultivation that others occupy, but you're not allowed to kill. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu's gaze became fierce. We can even seize the place of cultivation of others? Many outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect were stunned. Looks like the seven-star sword sect has tacitly approved of the competition between sect disciples. Chapter 262. After warning the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect, Lu Qiu turned around and left. Duan Lingtian followed the group of outer court disciples to collect a few sets of outer court disciple attire. After collecting his attire, Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and was slightly surprised. Huaxin has left? He originally thought that now that Elder Lu Qiu had left, with Huaxian's hostility towards him all along the way, Huaxian ought to have made a move against him, but now Huaxian's whereabouts were unknown. Could it be that he noticed something? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious in his heart, and his first thought was that Huaxian had noticed that he wasn't simple. But, would Huaxian have such discerning ability? Duan Lingtian was extremely doubtful in his heart. Perhaps he suddenly encountered some urgent matter. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. However, since Huaxian wasn't here, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and prepared to look for his future residence and place of cultivation on Migres Peak. He could imagine that some of the good places on Migres Peak had surely already been occupied by others. So, if he wanted to find a place with a good environment, then he must use force to seize it from the hands of others. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't feel disgusted by. Cloud Continent was a world where the strong were respected, and it was a world of natural selection. The pressing matter at hand is to first find a good place. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that no matter how much he thought about it now, it was useless. He must first find a good target before taking action. Hiss. Right at this moment, a wave of sounds sounded out from within Duan Lingtian's sleeve. It was the two little pythons that had awoken from their dreams. After walking into a remote place on Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian let the two little fellows out. In the next moment, his pupils couldn't help but constrict when he glanced at the two little fellows. Hiss. The two little pythons shook their heads and wagged their tails at Duan Lingtian, and their gold and silver eyes flickered with a sheen of complacency. You two brats actually made a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He remembered very clearly that when they left Black Bamboo City early this morning, these two little fellows were only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. But just now, his sharp spiritual power realized that the two little pythons had broken through. He had broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Seeing Duan Lingtian's surprise, a trace of pride flashed through the eyes of the two little pythons. They wagged their tails and opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth that flickered with a cold luster, as if they were communicating with Duan Lingtian. You want to settle the score with little gold? Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the meaning of the two little guys and asked with uncertainty. The two little guys nodded like humans. Their movements were identical, as if they had rehearsed it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh, as he never imagined that he would really understand the meaning expressed by the two little fellows. Little black, little white. You two might be unable to settle the score with little gold for now. The two little fellows became restless when they heard this, and they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed out, as if they were searching for something in the surroundings. In the end, they returned to Duan Lingtian's hand in disappointment, and their eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, seeming to be asking something. Little gold is with Kerr now, and Kerr isn't by my side. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head, then consoled with a light voice. "All right, I'll bring you two to look for her when I'm free." As he spoke, Duan Lingtun withdrew the two little fellows that had unwilling expressions into his sleeve. He was slightly helpless towards the two little fellows holding a grudge, and at the same time, he silently mourned for the little gold mouse in his heart. Unless the little gold mouse broke through as well, otherwise, it was impossible for her to be a match for the joint forces of Little Black and Little White. "Migres Peak is so large, I wonder where the best place to cultivate is." Duan Lingtian walked up for a while, and all along the way, he saw many sunken canyons on the mountainside, but he wasn't too interested in these canyons. There was practically no light within these canyons, and it could be said that it was completely dark within. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian noticed that he'd arrived at the peak of Migres Peak. There weren't any handrails on the peak, and the slightest carelessness might cause one to fall into the bottomless abyss, falling to the point that not even one's bones remained. As he stood at the peak, what entered his eyes was a boundless expanse, and his line of sight was completely obstructed. Looks like finding a suitable place to cultivate isn't an easy matter. So cold. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the cold wind that assaulted his face, causing his body to be slightly cold, and he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. "Let's go down and take a look. The place that Chain Bridge leads to is already close to the peak of this peak. There are surely even more choices down there." Duan Lingtian walked up all along the way, and he only saw those few canyons. Although people could live in them, there was no one within them. Obviously, those few canyons were places that everyone disliked. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to head down, swish, swish, his sleeve swelled up, and two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out. "Little Black, Little White, what are you two doing?" Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons were actually standing at the side of the peak, and so long as he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would directly fall down. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's face completely went pale. Hiss hiss, unexpectedly, the two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of their current dangerous situation, and instead turned around and flicked their tongues at Duan Lingtian. Two mischievous little fellows. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless. He walked over, and with a slap, he caught the two little pythons in his hands. "Little Black, Little White, stop fooling around, let's hurry down. Aren't you too afraid of being smashed to pieces by the fall?" After saying this, Duan Lingtian glared at the two little fellows. Hiss hiss, unexpectedly, the two little fellows became restless again, and directly broke free from Duan Lingtian's hands, and returned to the side of the cliff. They nodded at Duan Lingtian, and their tails slapped the side of the cliff twice, as if to express something to Duan Lingtian. "What are you trying to tell me?" Duan Lingtian frowned, looked at the little pythons, and then slightly poked his head out to look at the cliff, but in the end he didn't discover anything. The side of the cliff was incomparably steep, and one could imagine that if one fell from here, one would definitely be smashed to pieces, and even if a deity descended to the mortal world, it would be powerless to save one. Hiss hiss, in next to no time, a scene that Duan Lingtian never expected appeared. The two little pythons actually slid down along the cliff, and vanished before his eyes. "Little Black, Little White." Duan Lingtian's face went pale, and he held onto the side of the cliff as he poked half of his body out. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of clouds and mist, and where were the traces of the two little pythons? "Little Black, Little White." Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. During these past few years, he'd long since taken the two little pythons to be his family, and utterly didn't take them to be purely ferocious beasts. Now they fell off the cliff just like that? A trace of sorrow appeared within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Boundless regret arose within his heart. He shouldn't have come to the peak of Migres Peak. Now, the two little fellows are gone just like that. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He vaguely felt as if he'd heard some sound, and it seemed to be the sound of the little pythons flicking their tongues. But when he lowered his head to look, he instead noticed that what entered his eyes was still an expanse of clouds and mist, and there was utterly no trace of the little pythons. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? A trace of suspicion arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and the more he thought, the more he was sure. Hiss hiss, But isn't this hallucination too strange? Is it not done yet? Ush, ush. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the clouds and mist that entered his eyes disperse, and the figures of the two little pythons appeared before his eyes. It was precisely Little Black that swung its tail twice, and dispersed the clouds and mist. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that at the side of the precipitous cliff, there was actually a crooked tree that grew out horizontally from the cliff. It was strange that this crooked tree, which grew on the side of the cliff in the middle of nowhere, was lush and full of vitality. Its thick branches were inserted into the side of the cliff, and it was as stable as Mount Tai. Soon, the clouds and mist drifted over again, and once again blocked Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Ush, 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 ush. This time, the two little pythons went berserk together, swinging their tails and completely dispersing the clouds and mist that blocked Duan Lingtian's line of sight. The crooked tree once again appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not only that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two little pythons were motioning for him to go down as well. "You two little guys. I'll trust you this time, but don't kill me." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared at the crooked tree, exerted force on his feet, and flew down, standing firmly on the branch of the crooked tree. It had to be said that this crooked tree was very sturdy. Duan Lingtian was 1.8 meters tall, and his body weighed more than 150 kilograms, but the tree trunk showed no signs of shaking at all. "Little Black, Little White, did you find anything?" Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons with a puzzled expression. Now, he also realized that the two little pythons were not impulsive or suicidal, but had discovered something. Hiss, hiss, Little Black nodded at Duan Lingtian, and its golden eyes stared at the cliff in front of it. Little White silver eyes were now also staring at the cliff in front of it. "Is there a problem here?" Duan Lingtian stepped on the trunk of the crooked tree, slowly walked forward, and touched the cliff with a puzzled expression. Swoosh! A bolt of black lightning flashed past. It was the little black snake that had crashed into the cliff. "Little Black." Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. Little Black crashed into the cliff at such a fast speed. Even if it could make a hole in the cliff, it would definitely be bounced down the bottomless abyss by the rebound force, and it would definitely die. However, in the next moment, the panic on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared, and it was replaced by astonishment. This was because Blackie's body had disappeared after it entered the cliff. There was a small hole in the cliff. At this time, Little White also moved. It also made a hole in the cliff and disappeared into the cliff. Hiss, hiss. Just when Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, the two little pythons made a small sound through the small hole that they drilled out of, and the sound of their tongues came into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Is there a different world inside?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he seriously looked at the cliff in front of him. Chapter 263. Duan Lingtian noticed that around the area where the crooked tree pierced into, the area within a radius of 2 to 3 meters revealed traces of moisture, which was different from the cliffs in other places. Moreover, the color of the cliffs in this area was also slightly darker than the cliffs in other places. If one didn't carefully observe, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Hiss, hiss. The little python's voice came from behind the cliff, passing through the two small holes they pierced, and seemed to be urging Duan Lingtian to quickly enter. "You two little fellows wouldn't be thinking of making me follow you and crash in, right?" A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He lowered his head and glanced at the bottomless abyss under the crooked tree, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud bang sounded out, and the sound of collision came from the inside of the cliff. The sound of collision was heavy and powerful. Duan Lingtian knew that this commotion was surely caused by the two little fellows. Just when he was curious about what the two little fellows wanted to do, he instead noticed that the cliff in front of him actually cracked open, and numerous cracks spread out and extended in the blink of an eye. These cracks seemed to have transformed into a spider web, enveloping half of the cliff. Could it be? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up, and at the same time he shouted in a low voice, "Blackie, Whitey, move aside." Hiss, hiss. The sound of the two little fellows flicking their tongues grew further and further away. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath, his right hand formed into a fist, and his fist was suffused with origin energy. Above his head, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, floating in the air, ready to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian moved. His right arm abruptly pulled back, as if it was pulled into half a bow. In the next moment, a perfectly straight punch seemed to have transformed into a cannonball, fiercely smashing towards the cliff in front of him. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion sounded out. The cliff that already had countless cracks was smashed into pieces by Duan Lingtian's punch. Rocks and stone fragments swirled in the air as they fell into the bottomless abyss, and not even the slightest sound of landing could be heard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the scene behind the cliff. However, the shaking beneath his feet caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change greatly, and his heartbeat quickened. At this moment, he was truly worried that he would fall into the bottomless abyss along with the crooked tree. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the swaying crooked tree calmed down and persevered. "He's really playing with my heart. I almost had a heart attack." A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. However, when his gaze returned to the space behind the shattered cliff once more, he seemed to have forgotten the fear he felt just now, and his face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian exerted a little force with his feet, and as if he had turned into a spirit snake, he swept into the space behind the cliff. Behind the cliff, there was indeed another world. It was a naturally formed cave passageway. If the two little pythons hadn't found this cave, even the Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak wouldn't have been able to find it, let alone him. Ferocious beasts, in some aspects, were hard for humans to reach. The two little pythons turned into lightning and returned to Duan Lingtian's hands. They nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then wagged their tails and pointed inside the cave. "You want me to go in and have a look?" Duan Lingtian looked at the two little guys and smiled slightly. The two little guys hurriedly nodded like humans. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, slightly relaxed his tense nerves, and stepped into the cave passageway. Even if the little pythons hadn't reminded him, he would have gone deep into the cave. This place was very strange and revealed mysteries everywhere, which made Duan Lingtian have a desire to explore it. This cave passageway was winding and winding. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered, he found that there was only darkness in front of him. However, this was not a problem. As Duan Lingtian ignited a wisp of elixir fire in his hands, the entire cave passageway suddenly became as bright as day, so that he could continue to move forward slowly. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, the two little pythons coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands seemed to have sensed something, and became abnormally agitated. Duan Lingtian took a few more steps. In an instant, the two little pythons turned into two streaks of lightning, one black and one white, and darted forward. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate, and moved his body to follow. Spirit Serpent Body Technique. At the corner in front, Duan Lingtian discovered that the two little pythons had stopped. A pair of golden and a pair of silver eyes stared blankly into the distance. Duan Lingtian also looked over curiously. That is, Duan Lingtian saw that the end of the cave passageway in front of him was actually flickering with traces of gentle white light. Not only that, standing here, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel the rhythm of the elemental energy in his body. The elemental energy in his dantian seemed to have begun to boil. "What is that place?" Duan Lingtian had an astonished expression, then extinguished the pill fire in his hand. At this place, there was already no need for the illumination of flames. Duan Lingtian brought along the two little pythons and walked step by step towards the end of the cave passageway. That place belonged to the center of the belly of Migres Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian left the cave passageway and stepped into a space that was bright as day. Here, the air was slightly gloomy and cold, and when Duan Lingtian had just entered, he couldn't help but shiver. But when he carefully sized up this place, he was completely dumbstruck. This space that was bright as day was around the size of an ordinary room. There was a natural pool in front of him, and within the pool was a pool of milky white liquid, drip. A clear sound entered his ears, and Duan Lingtian clearly saw a drop of milky white liquid fall into the pool, causing circles of ripples to spread out. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head and looked above him. A large expanse of stalactites appeared before his eyes. This stalactite, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and after a long while he came to a sudden realization, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. This is 10,000-year stalactite? 10,000-year stalactite. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stalactite formed after 100 years could be used as medicine, but the effect was minimal. Stalactite formed after 1,000 years had extremely high effects, and could nourish elemental energy. To a certain extent, it could slightly increase one's martial talent. However, stalactite formed after 1,000 years was the best of the best. Once a 10,000-year stalactite was formed, its medicinal effect was even greater than a 1,000-year stalactite. 10,000-year stalactite, even Samsara Emperor Wu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, had only encountered it once in his second lifetime. And it was precisely because of that one fortuitous encounter that allowed his martial talent to rise to an extremely monstrous level in his second lifetime, and the time he took to cultivate to the level of Emperor Wu was shortened by an entire half compared to his first lifetime. What did this mean? 10,000-year stalactite was able to increase one's natural talent in the martial Dao to a level that could be called monstrous. I'm rich, I'm rich. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. Never had he imagined that his luck would be so good. He'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and had only just arrived at Migra's peak, yet he'd already encountered this 10,000-year stalactite that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Moreover, that pool of 10,000-year stalactites' milk at least had, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he subconsciously looked towards the pool of milk in the pool. This glance caused his eyes to be on the verge of splitting apart. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his voice was filled with an ear-piercing roar, and he was slightly exasperated. Heavens! What did I see? The 2 little pythons were currently greedily sucking on the 10,000-year stalactite's milk, and in next to no time, half of the large pool of milk was eaten by them, an entire half. At the instant that Duan Lingtian looked over, the 2 little pythons had already flipped over in satisfaction, and they fell asleep while holding onto their bulging bellies. On their bodies, gold markings and silver markings flickered with a faint brilliance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he wished for nothing more than to dig out the 10,000-year stalactite's milk within the bellies of these 2 little fellows. So much 10,000-year stalactite's milk was swallowed by them in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian walked over and took out over 10 unused medicinal pill bottles. Then he put the remaining 10,000-year stalactites' milk into them. After he swept everything clean, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the 10,000-year stalactites' milk above him. But he noticed that the 10,000-year stalactites' milk hadn't dripped down for a long time. According to this speed, this 10,000-year stalactite's milk will probably only drip down a single drop every few months, Duan Lingtian guessed. These 2 little fellows swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk, and it can be considered to be a great fortune. I wonder what they'll become in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 2 little pythons that had fallen asleep while holding onto their bellies, and he thought in his heart and was filled with curiosity. The 2 little pythons were both mutated fierce beasts, and their natural talent was extraordinary, not inferior to the little gold mouse that was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Now, they'd swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk that could improve their natural talent, and they would surely be even more heaven-defying in the future. Although this place is cold, the spirit energy is oppressive. It's a good place to cultivate. Duan Lingtian found a stone platform at the side of the cave and sat on it. His eyes narrowed as he circulated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques WRM Python form. Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the origin energy within his Dantian started to boil along with this place, and when he cultivated, his advancement was incomparably swift. Even the main peak of the seven-star sword sect, W Peak, the place with the most abundant spirit energy, might not be able to compare to this place. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I never imagined that there's actually such a place on the seven-star sword sect's Migres Peak. This stalactite cave has already been formed for 10,000 years, and is even older than the history of the seven-star sword sect. The members of the seven-star sword sect obviously didn't notice this place, otherwise, the 10,000-year stalactite's milk would have been completely plundered long ago. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage had completely stabilized. I originally thought that I would need to spend at least 3 to 5 days to stabilize my cultivation, but I never imagined that it would be done in a single meditative cultivation within this 10,000-year stalactite cave. Chapter 264. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely shocked. If this place was discovered by the members of the seven-star sword sect, it would very likely be directly taken as a holy land. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he thought up to this point. The seven-star sword sect had been established here for a few thousand years, yet they didn't notice the abnormality of Migres Peak. Now it was his turn. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pill bottle that was filled with the 10,000-year stalactite milk. He opened the bottle cap and directly drank it in one gulp. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a warm current fuse into his body, fuse into his fleshly body, vital energy, blood, bones. It practically covered every corner of his entire body. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his body was comfortably warm, and the gloomy coldness of the stalactite cave didn't cause him to feel uncomfortable any longer. Continue. Duan Lingtian withdrew another pill bottle and swallowed the 10,000-year stalactite milk within. This time, the warm current converged from the 10,000-year stalactite milk once again covered Duan Lingtian's entire body. At the same time that the warmth on his body was even stronger, Duan Lingtian felt as if the pores on his entire body had opened up, and he felt indescribably carefree. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of foul air. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt his body was sticky, and when he lowered his head to look, he noticed that the impurities in his body had been discharged quite a bit. Marrow cleansing. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone. He knew that his body had already been completely changed by the 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk. His current body could be considered to be the most suitable and perfect body for cultivation. My current body has already arrived at the limit of top natural talent. Duan Lingtian's body flickered with origin energy, and after removing all the impurities, he stretched his hands and feet and felt refreshed. So long as a certain amount of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was consumed, it would be able to completely change a person's physique and be reborn. The 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk allowed the Duan Lingtian to undergo a perfect rebirth. Even in the entire Cloud Continent, no one could surpass his current natural talent in the martial Dao. Of course, the Cloud Continent was so vast that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine it. Or perhaps in some corner of the Cloud Continent, there was someone that had a fortuitous encounter similar to Duan Lingtian and had also encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Even so, it was impossible for the other party's talent to surpass Duan Lingtian's. At most, it was on par with Duan Lingtian's. Soon, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because he discovered that his hands were no longer the bronze color of the sun. Instead, they had become white with a tinge of red. Duan Lingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. His skin was so tender that it was even better than Kerr's and little Fei's. My face. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch his face. In next to no time, his face completely collapsed. He noticed that his face was now smooth like jade and could be broken with a flick of a finger. The thing he didn't want to happen the most had still happened. Now, he could already be considered to be a true pretty boy. I almost forgot, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, At the same time that the meridians and marrow are cleansed and reborn, the skin on the body will also return to the tender state of an infant. Duan Lingdan had a bitter smile on his face. How would he go out and face others in the future? Although he was vexed, Duan Lingtian knew that what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't think any further and returned his attention to the 10,000-year stalactite milk he'd collected. The two little fellows have eaten half of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. I've collected the remaining half into 18 pill bottles. I've consumed 2 bottles, so there's still 16 bottles left. 16 bottles, for bottles must be given to Kerr and little Fei, and I'll leave 2 bottles for Mother. As for that little gold, she'll probably need at least 8 or 9 bottles. In this way, it's more or less used up. Duan Lingtian sighed. There were too many monks and too little meat. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WM Python form. Now that he cultivated, his advancement was an entire 2 times faster than before, and the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk were completely displayed. After a long time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes when he felt hungry. After withdrawing a suckling pig from a spatial ring and roasting it, Duan Lingtian burped. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 little pythons and knew that they wouldn't wake up in a short period of time, so he didn't disturb them. After changing into the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples' attire, Duan Lingtian walked out of the stalactite cave and once again arrived at the exit of the cliff. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the exit of the cliff. He noticed that the crooked tree at the exit of the cliff was precisely because of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and it had absorbed the nutrients that originated from the 10,000-year stalactite milk to survive. Moreover, it was far more tenacious than ordinary trees. After carefully inspecting the roots of the crooked tree and confirming that it wouldn't easily fall off the cliff, Duan Lingtian walked out of the cave at the side of the cliff and once again stepped onto the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, and what entered his eyes was an expanse of clouds and mist. Although there was a cave at the side of the cliff, he could imagine that unless a void stage expert intentionally approached it, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to notice the existence of this cave. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that someone would be able to find this place. However, Duan Lingtian still stayed on the crooked tree for a while, and only when his acute spiritual force didn't notice anyone on the peak of Migres Peak did he leap up and borrow the strength of the crooked tree to return to the peak of the mountain. I ought to have cultivated for an entire day and night. It's already the 2nd day now. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky, and noticed that the scorching sun was high up in the sky, and it was precisely noon now. He still remembered that when he arrived at the peak of Migres Peak yesterday, it was already past noon. I'll go look for Kerr and little Fei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a warm smile. Although he hadn't seen the 2 little girls for a day, he still missed them in his heart. Duan Lingtian left the peak of Migres Peak. All the way down to arrive near the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian saw the other Migres Peak outer court disciples. Under the numerous astounded gazes, Duan Lingtian walked onto the chain bridge. As expected, waves of boos sounded out behind him. That kid's skin is simply whiter and more tender than a woman's. Where did this pretty boy come from? A pretty boy like this is able to pass our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test and become an outer court disciple of our Migres Peak? Could it be that our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test is relaxed now? Duan Lingtian's body slightly stiffened when he heard the waves of discussion that sounded out from behind him. Sure enough, it was as he'd thought. His skin after being reborn was sufficient to draw strange gazes from others. All along the way, similar gazes and similar discussions caused Duan Lingtian to be almost numb. Finally, Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the stone platform of the main peak, Dubby Peak. The stone platforms of Dubby Peak that led to the other 6 peaks were all at the same height. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian went around to another stone platform, but he was quickly bewildered. He seemed to not know which stone platform led to the Alcade Peak. Finally, Duan Lingtian locked onto an outer court disciple that was passing by. Senior brother, do you know which stone platform the chain bridge that leads to Arcade Peak is at? Duan Lingtian stopped the outer court disciple and lightly smiled as he asked. This outer court disciple was a young man around the age of 23 or 24, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duan Ling. Obviously, he'd never seen a man with such good skin. Senior brother, do you know? Duan Lingtian frowned. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Finally, the outer court disciple reacted and pointed behind him. If you continue forward, the second stone platform leads to Arcade Peak. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to thank the outer court disciple. The outer court disciple continued. But, junior brother, Arcade Peak only accepts female disciples. Although your skin is very, very good, you're still a man after all. However, you are a man after all, so Arcade Peak will not accept you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and his face darkened. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother, but I've never thought of joining Arcade Peak. I'm only going to look for someone. Ah. The outer court disciple laughed awkwardly when he heard this. Sorry, junior brother, I misunderstood you, I thought. But the outer court disciple hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that Duan Lingtian had already walked off into the distance. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, then muttered to himself. This junior brother's skin is white with a tinge of red. It's simply even more delicate than a woman's skin. If I can touch it, perhaps it would be even more comfortable than touching a woman. Duan Lingtian hadn't walked far when the outer court disciple's muttering sounded out by his ears. His body paused for a moment as he felt a wave of disgust, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more frequently. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his desire to turn around and beat up this outer court disciple, then walked towards the stone platform that led to Arcade Peak. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Arcade Peak. On the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, two figures walked side by side, and their target was Migres Peak. Huexan, you should have directly taught him a lesson yesterday. These were two outer court disciples, and one of the young men said to the person beside him. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize the person that spoke. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that had a conflict with him in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City a few days ago. The 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that walked together with Huexin. Yesterday, I wanted to go look for you and senior brother Fan and tell you about this matter. After all, senior brother Fan wished for nothing more than to skin that kid alive. But who would have thought that senior brother Fan actually went on a long journey at the last moment? Huexin shook his head and slowly said, if I knew earlier that senior brother Fan had left, I would have made that kid lose a layer of skin yesterday. As he finished speaking, Huexian's eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. All right, the important matter at hand is to find that kid. Migres Peak isn't big, but it isn't small either. If he has the intention to hide, then we're utterly unable to find him. A strand of fierce light flashed within the eyes of the other outer court disciple. Chapter 265. Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Arcade Peak, and many female disciples walked towards him, and their gazes descended onto him. Moreover, he noticed that most of these gazes were filled with jealousy. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He really wanted to directly tell these female disciples, I'm a man, what do all of you have to be jealous of? Finally, Duan Lingtian endured extremely great pressure and arrived at the Arcade Peak's stone platform. Behind the Arcade Peak's stone platform was a vast building as well. This was exactly the same as Migres Peak. I presume the other 4 peaks ought to be similar as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. This is a male disciple, right? The heavens are blind. To allow a man to possess such good skin, how good would it be if his skin was on my body? Smooth like jade and can be broken with a flick of the finger. The skin that we women yearn for even in our dreams. Waves of discussions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused him to be unable to help but flee and directly enter Arcade Peak. As the saying goes, women are like tigers, and he could be considered to have completely experienced it today. But, after entering Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Only now did he recall that Alcade Peak was so huge, and him going to look for Kerr and Little Fei like this was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. Enduring the gazes of admiration and jealousy from the Alcade Peak female disciples all along the way, Duan Lingtian could only ask along the way. Senior sister, do you know where the outer court female disciples that had just arrived at Alcade Peak yesterday are staying? Senior sister, have you seen 2 female disciples that are together? The new disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday and were brought to Alcade Peak by Elder Bai. Senior sister, you, Duan Lingtian asked all along the way, but didn't have any clues, and a bitter smile instantly appeared on his face. Those 2 junior sisters are really beautiful, no one in our Alcade Peak can compare to them. Not only our Alcade Peak, even in the entire 7-star sword sect, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a third woman that can compare to them in terms of appearance. However, Shi Yan doesn't seem to like them very much. She even asked them to move away. That Shi Yan is really something. Her 2 junior sisters don't even live in her canyon. They only live in the canyon next door. She actually wants to drive them away. It's not like you don't know that Shi Yan is famous for being jealous, and she always says that female disciples who are good-looking are seductresses, or something like that. According to me, it's she who's ugly and mentally warped, and she can't bear to see others doing well. If it wasn't for her brother being the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, she would have been taught a lesson countless times long ago. 2 beautiful women were discussing as they walked towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the 2 girls' words. There was a clue. Senior sisters. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and greeted the 2 women with a smile. The 2 women were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian, and their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Duan Lingtian's skin that was smooth like jade and seemed like it would break with a flick of a finger. Junior brother, how do you usually take care of yourself? Can you teach senior sister? Yeah, junior brother, aren't you taking care of yourself too well? The 2 women were attracted by Duan Lingtian's fair and tender skin that was tinged with rosy, and they asked in a familiar manner. They'd completely forgotten that it was the first time they'd seen Duan Lingtian's face slightly stiffened, and he said embarrassedly, Senior sisters, I was born this way. Actually, I didn't want to. The 2 women rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother, you have such good skin. We can't even be envious of it. Why do you seem to have an unwilling expression? Exactly, junior brother, you're too stimulating for us. What the 2 women said caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. He was a man. Why would a man want skin that was as smooth as jade and could be broken with a flick of a finger? Senior sisters. Duan Lingtian didn't give the 2 women a chance to speak again, and hurriedly asked, the 2 new female disciples that you mentioned just now, do you know where they live? One of the women sized up Duan Lingtian. Junior brother, although you're not bad-looking, those 2 junior sisters are outstanding beauties. They might not take a fancy to you. Yeah, junior brother, those kinds of beauties have high standards but low abilities. They might not pay attention to you. The other woman also said. Senior sisters, I know them. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to find the 2 little girls, he wouldn't be bothered to waste time here with these 2 female disciples. Why didn't you say so earlier? One of the female disciples shook her head, and then turned her head to look behind her. Keep walking down this mountain path and turn right twice. You'll see a green stone tablet standing outside a canyon. Beside that canyon, there's a small canyon. The 2 junior sisters that you're looking for live inside. Why didn't you say so earlier? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this female disciple. Have you ever given me a chance? However, even though Duan Lingtian thought like this in his heart, he still thanked her, and searched all the way according to what the female disciple said. Finally, he saw the green stone tablet that the female disciple spoke of. This green stone tablet just happened to be standing outside a canyon, and there were 3 words carved on it. When he looked carefully, the words belongs to Shi Yan were carved on it. Shi Yan? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Only now did he recall that this Xianxia was precisely the Alcade Peak female disciple that the two women mentioned in their conversation earlier. Moreover, that Xianxia seemed to have bullied the two little girls of his family. Duan Lingtian coldly swept the canyon that Xianxia lived in with his gaze. He took 2 steps forward and saw a small canyon that was overgrown with weeds. He knew that this ought to be the residence of the two little girls. Compared to the canyon that Xianxia lived in, this place simply didn't seem like a place for people to live in. When he thought of how he would be able to see the two little girls soon, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he walked out in large strides into the canyon. However, he'd only just walked into the canyon when Duan Lingtian heard a wave of sharp voice that was like the cry of a crow. "You two seductresses, didn't I tell the two of you to scram out of this canyon yesterday?" The sharp voice was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, even he felt that he might have walked into the wrong place. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. However, at this moment, the smile on his face completely froze. "Senior Sister Xianxia, this canyon of ours is separated from your canyon, and we don't interfere with each other. We've just arrived here, and it wasn't easy for us to find a residence like this. Can you not make things difficult for us?" A voice that was like a silver bell sounded. It was Ker's voice. Duan Lingtian could hear that Ker's voice was mixed with a sense of grievance. It made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. Usually he doted on and loved Ker. He held her in the palm of his hand, afraid that she would fall away, afraid that she would melt in his mouth. Now, there was actually someone who dared to make Ker feel wronged. Duan Lingtian's face was covered with a layer of cold frost, and his eyes flickered with a sharp light. He stood there as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that was about to devour people. "Don't interfere with each other?" The sharp voice that was like a crow's voice sounded again, and it was mixed with a sneer. "Seductress, let me tell you, even if you live here, you won't be able to disturb me. As long as I don't want you to live here, you can't live here." The owner of the sharp voice spoke in a domineering tone. "Why?" Another voice that was as pleasant as an oriole sounded, and it was mixed with a sense of anger. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was Li Fei's voice. Li Fei was obviously enraged. "Why?" The sharp voice that was like a crow's sounded, and it was mixed with a sense of disdain. "Since you asked why, then I'll tell you why. It's because I'm Xianxia." "You're so overbearing." Ker's voice was slightly anxious, but she didn't know how to refute the other party. "That's right, I Xianxia am overbearing, but so what? Who asked you two seductresses to be so loathsome? One look and I know that you're seductresses that seduce men. I Xianxia hate people like you the most in my life." The sharp voice that was like a crow's sounded again, and it was mixed with a trace of jealousy. "You want to drive us away just because of this?" The anger that was mixed with Li Fei's voice was somewhat difficult to restrain. "Exactly, it's because of this that I don't like the two of you and want to drive you away. Let me tell you, even if the two of you leave this place and change to another place. If there's a day when I'm in a bad mood, I might even drive the two of you away from that place. Seeing seductresses like the two of you makes me feel disgusted." Xianxia's sharp voice that was like a crow's was filled with extreme jealousy, and when it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to restrain himself any longer. His rage skyrocketed. "I think it's you who's the most disgusting." Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique. It was as if he'd transformed into a spirit serpent, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed into the gorge. Presently, within the gorge, there was a woman with crooked features that let down the audience. She was arrogantly looking at two beautiful women that were as beautiful as flowers. Of the two beautiful women, the face of the woman that had a devilish figure and an angelic face was flushed red, and her autumn eyes contained anger that was difficult to restrain. The other woman, who looked delicate and pitiful, had a trace of anger on her face. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance became the center of attention for a moment. "Who are you?" Xianxia turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. Her triangular eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as she asked in a sharp voice. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to Xianxia. He completely treated Shi Yan as heir, and walked towards the other two women in large strides. Scoundrel? Young master? When Li Fei and Ke saw the current Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be stunned. Traces of astonishment appeared on their beautiful faces. Although Duan Lingtian was still Duan Lingtian, and his appearance hadn't changed at all. However, the skin on Duan Lingtian's face and the skin on his hands that were exposed was spotlessly white like jade. There was a tinge of red within the white, and there wasn't the slightest difference from the skin of a baby. This caused Li Fei and Ke to be slightly stupefied. How did their man become like this? It had to be said that at this moment, even they couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy in their hearts. Chapter 266. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he naturally noticed the surprised gazes of the two little girls. What? You don't recognize me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, and his tone contained a sense of helplessness. He didn't want it to be like this as well. Only now did Li Fei and Ke recover from their shock, and they walked over to Duan Lingtian in large strides. Scoundrel, how did you become like this? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked with a curious expression. Yeah, young master, your skin is even fairer than mine and big sister Fei's. Ke spoke in all seriousness as well. Actually, amongst all the women Duan Lingtian had seen, only Princess Bai Yao and Xiaolan could compare to the skin of Li Fei and Ke. However, compared to his skin that had been reborn, it was still far inferior. After all, his skin was comparable to a baby now. After Duan Lingtian disregarded her, Shi Yan who stood at the side had an expression of disbelief. When did someone dare disregard her like this? Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian chatting happily with Li Fei and Ke, Shi Yan's features practically warped, and her sharp voice that was like a crow's had frightening coldness mixed within. Pretty boy, I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you? Shi Yan's voice forcefully interrupted the words Duan Lingtian was about to say to Li Fei and Ke, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but darken. But when his gaze touched Li Fei and Ke, it transformed into boundless gentleness. I forgot that there's a crow at the side disturbing us. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Li Fei and Ke before turning around to look at Shi Yan, and the gloominess on his face reappeared, and his eyes flickered with a frightening sheen. Crow? Hearing Duan Lingtian's description of Shi Yan, Li Fei and Ke were stunned. Then they came back to their senses and burst into laughter. Their laughter was charming and charming. You dare to call me crow? Shi Yan was stunned as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disbelief. You just called me crow? Duan Lingtian frowned. Thinking of Shi Yan's threat to his two women, he didn't want to show any mercy to Shi Yan. Is there something wrong with your ears? However, your voice is like a crow's, but your looks are even worse than a crow's. His looks were even worse than a crow's? Shi Yan was completely dumbfounded. After a moment of absent-mindedness, her pair of triangular eyes flashed with a frightening luster. Boy, do you know who I am? She'd entered the 7-Star Sword sect for 2 years, and it was the first time someone dared to speak to her like this, and it was right in front of her. Aren't you Shi Yan? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, and his gaze was incomparably calm. You know me? And you dare humiliate me? Shi Yan looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. Humiliate you? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Shi Yan, and after laughing, his face sank as he said coldly, I only said you're a crow, and that's humiliating you? You can't take it? Then why don't you think about what my woman was thinking when you humiliated her? Your women? Shi Yan's gaze descended onto the two women by Duan Lingtian's side. They're your women? Oomph. Duan Lingtian's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Shi Yan with a cold and indifferent expression, yet he didn't intend to answer her. In this way, you're one of the outer court disciples that entered the 7-Star Sword sect with them yesterday? Shi Yan looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercingly cold light in her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian's voice was terrifyingly calm, and only those who were familiar with him would know that this was the calm before he went berserk. Ha! Shi Yan started laughing loudly, and her distorted features seemed to be slightly ghastly and terrifying, and her pair of triangular eyes seemed to be telling of her warped heart. Young master. Ke timidly moved closer to Duan Lingtian, then extended her hand to hold onto Duan Lingtian's arm. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Ke's hand, then lightly smiled to her and gave her a reassuring gaze. A trace of a light smile appeared on Ke's nervous face when she saw this. Li Fei frowned and shuddered in her heart as she looked at Shi Yan, who was laughing heartily. Finally, Shi Yan stopped laughing, and her pair of triangular eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Kid, an outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect actually dares to be arrogant in front of me, Shi Yan. Although, I know that you want to show off in front of these two seductresses. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. Today I, Shi Yan, will let you know who you can't afford to offend. Once you offend them, you'll have to pay a painful price for your entire life. Shi Yan took a step forward, her body emitted traces of coldness, and her cold triangular eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. I'm extremely curious, when this pretty boy's cultivation is crippled, will these two seductresses still be willing to accompany by your side? Ha! As Shi Yan spoke, she started laughing loudly. It was as if she'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's cultivation being crippled by her, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead and deserted by everyone. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Now, he was finally able to understand what those two Alcade Peak female disciples said earlier. This Shi Yan was indeed prone to jealousy, and her mentality was warped, and she couldn't bear to see others being better than her. After living 2 lifetimes, it was still the first time he'd seen such a strange woman. It caused him to feel loathing from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threat. You want to cripple my cultivation? I'm extremely curious, on what basis? On what basis? Shi Yan sneered, and her pair of eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. On the basis that I, Shi Yan, have a 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple as my older brother. Right, I forgot to tell you, once my older brother returns from his training outside this time, he'll be able to become an inner court disciple. I, Shi Yan, have a quasi-inner court disciple older brother. Even if I cripple your cultivation, so long as I don't kill you, the sect will surely take my older brother's face into consideration and exempt me from punishment. You're only an outer court disciple that has just entered the sect, and in front of me, your life is lowly like grass. A narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Shi Yan's hand, and origin energy flowed within it as it flickered with an icy cold sheen. Above her, 75 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recognized Shi Yan's cultivation and the grade of the spirit weapon in her hand with a glance. My life is lowly like grass. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Yan with a slightly grim face, and his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. Do you really think that your life is so precious? It's surely more precious than your life. Shi Yan's voice was cold and indifferent, and her triangular eyes were suffused with an icy cold sheen as she leaned forward and instantly moved. Instantly, Shi Yan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. The narrow sword in her hand whistled out, blossoming with tens of sword images, causing one to be unable to distinguish the real sword images. The sword images that covered the sky whistled as they descended, enveloping down towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the weeds in the area where she and Duan Lingtian were swept by a shapeless strong wind and danced about. The shapeless strong wind spread out, blowing the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Lingtian's face sank when faced with the sword images that covered the sky that Shi Yan executed. A cold light flashed within his eyes, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. This sword was precisely the possession of the Spectre Guard, Shui Yun. Shui Yun, the father of the former Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City Guard Army Commander, Shui Lu. That day, for the sake of taking revenge for his son and grandson, he descended to the embroidered uniform guard's residence with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, in the end, he was still killed by the two half-step void stage old men by Duan Lingtian's side. This grade 7 spirit sword of his had fallen into Duan Lingtian's hands as well. Shi Yan's sharp voice tore through the sky, and the sword images that covered the sky aimed towards Duan Lingtian's dantian as they whistled out, wanting to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian in one go. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Shi Yan was actually so ruthless. Duan Lingtian moved. His figure didn't move, but the hand that held the sword flashed out. Dazzling origin energy instantly skyrocketed and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword. At the same time, almost 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. 5th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Shi Yan's sharp voice sounded out once again, and mixed within was terror that arose from the bottom of her heart. Never had she imagined that an outer court disciple that looked to be around 20 years old, or even perhaps not even 20 years old, would actually have such a terrifying cultivation. She wanted to withdraw her hand and dodge, but it was too late. A trace of regret arose within her heart. "You've been caught in a trap of your own making," Duan Lingtian sneered, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand whistled out, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls and a piercingly cold, strong wind. Sword-drawing arts. With only a single sword strike, Duan Lingtian found the location of Shi Yan's true sword strike from the sword images that covered the sky, and he moved to intercept it. Clang. The sound of collision sounded out. Duan Lingtian's strength of almost 90 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Shi Yan's strength of 75 ancient mammoths. Shi Yan's hand shook, the web between her thumb and index finger split open, dripping with fresh blood, and the narrow sword in her hand flew out. Shi Yan's pupils constricted when she saw Duan Lingtian's sword whistling towards her, and her voice contained terror mixed within. Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the 3-foot-long blade finally avoided Shi Yan's body, flashing to the side. Shi Yan heaved a sigh of relief, and she gave Duan Lingtian a gaze that said, "At least you're sensible." But in the next moment, her face went pale once more, because she noticed that even though this outer court disciple swung away the sword that stabbed towards her, his leg swept over once more, and it carried along a terrifying force that flashed straight towards her dantian. At the same time that Duan Lingtian kicked out, his gaze was icy cold. Didn't this Shi Yan want to cripple my cultivation? Now, I'll let her have a taste of having her cultivation crippled. No. No. Chapter 267. Bang. Shi Yan's body flew out like an arrow that left the bow before fiercely crashing onto the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Shi Yan's voice that was sharp like a crow emitted an ear-piercing and unpleasant shrill cry. Subsequently, she struggled to stand up, and her triangular eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as they emitted dense sorrow and hatred. "You crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. I won't let you off, I won't let you off." After she finished speaking, Shi Yan held her dantian, picked up her grade 7 spirit sword, and walked out of the gorge with large strides. Her facial features, which were already twisted together, were now completely twisted together. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threat, and killing intent arose in his heart. As far as he was concerned, even if he killed Shi Yan now, so long as he destroyed the corpse and destroyed the evidence, there would absolutely be no one that would suspect him and the two little girls. This Shi Yan was a 4th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, whereas the 3 of them were outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday. In the eyes of others, it was impossible for the 3 of them to kill Shi Yan. But, right when Duan Lingtian took a step forward and intended to kill Shi Yan, Ker's hand that held onto his arm tightened slightly, and her pair of clear eyes that were like water looked at Duan Lingtian as she lightly shook her head. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and didn't make a move against Shi Yan in the end. Ker was still too kind. "Shi Yan, your cultivation ground, I want it." Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Yan's figure as his cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and it was incomparably overbearing. Shi Yan's body stopped when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, and her triangular eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. "You'll regret it." Shi Yan's voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, and it was filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, as he'd heard similar vicious words too many times and had long since become numb to it. "Let's go to your new home." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands, took the two girls' hands, and walked out of the canyon. Creak, creak. An abrupt voice sounded out as a fluffy little head stretched out from beneath Kerr's sleeve, and it was precisely the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse looked at Kerr, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure. "Kerr, did you offend Xiaojin?" Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. In his impression, Kerr had always doted on the little gold mouse the most. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to anger the little gold mouse. "Scoundrel, little sister Kerr didn't offend little Jean. It's little Jean who doesn't like Shi Yan and wants to help little sister Kerr vent her anger, but little sister Kerr doesn't let it do anything, so it's unhappy." Li Fei lightly smiled as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he glanced at the little gold mouse as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Little Jean doesn't know how to control its strength. If it kills that Shi Yan, then it'll cause a great calamity." Kerr stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy body as she spoke in a light voice. "Kerr, you're too kind." Duan Lingtian shook his head, yet didn't continue speaking. Because he knew that Kerr's character was like this, and unless someone aroused killing intent towards her and the people by her side, she would only be ruthless. Otherwise, just like before, she wouldn't easily choose to kill someone. The scale in Kerr's heart was different from his. To him, killing all threats in the cradle was the right path. However, since Kerr had stopped him earlier, he'd go with the flow and let Shi Yan go. At any rate, as far as he was concerned, even if that Shi Yan didn't die, she wouldn't be able to pose the slightest threat to him. After walking out of the gorge, Duan Lingtian once again saw the azure stone tablet. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he kicked out, and his origin energy exploded out. Bang! The stone tablet instantly shattered, transforming into a pile of shattered rocks. Duan Lingtian brought along the two little girls to walk into the gorge that originally belonged to Shi Yan. Within the gorge, there was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, and besides that, there was a spacious wooden house. "The environment here isn't bad." Duan Lingtian's face revealed a trace of a smile. That Shi Yan isn't very good-looking, yet she knows how to live her life. Li Fei and Kerr's beautiful eyes lit up with a trace of an excited sheen when they saw the environment within the gorge. "Scoundrel, you still haven't told us how you became like this?" Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian noticed that Kerr had looked over as well, and her beautiful eyes were bright as snow. Obviously, the two little girls were extremely interested in the changes he'd undergone. "Do the two of you want to become like me?" Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he asked the two little girls. Li Fei and Kerr practically spoke in unison, and their eyes flickered with flowing lights of anticipation as they stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse lay on Kerr's shoulder and stared at Duan Lingtian with great interest. "Little Gold, what are you joining in on the fun for?" Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand before casually throwing it to the ground at the side. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse lay on the ground and cried out twice at Duan Lingtian with dissatisfaction, then it leaped up and descended within Kerr's sleeve before sticking out its cute little head to stare straight at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't continue playing with the little gold mouse. With a raise of his hand, 4 medicinal pill bottles appeared in his hand, and he passed them to the two little girls. "Kerr, Little Fei, each of you have 2 bottles and drink the contents within. After you drink it, both of you will become like me." The contents of the 4 medicinal pill bottles was precisely the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Li Fei and Kerr had unconditional trust towards Duan Lingtian, and after they received the medicinal pill bottles, they directly removed the stopper and swallowed the milk within. Squeak squeak. When the two young girls opened the medicinal pill bottles, the little gold mouse's jade green eyes abruptly lit up and flickered with a dazzling sheen. When it saw the two young girls drinking all the milk, it shook its head, and its eyes seemed to emit a trace of disappointment. In next to no time, Li Fei and Ker's beautiful eyes couldn't help but focus. I feel my body is burning up. Li Fei's eyes lit up and she was slightly surprised. Me too. Ker nodded as well. In next to no time, the two young girls noticed that the pores on their bodies had opened up and many impurities were discharged from their pores, emitting a wave of fishy smell. This caused them to be astounded, and after they recovered from their shock, they hurriedly circulated their origin energy to remove these impurities. Young master, what did you give us to drink? Ker looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression. She could feel that her body was slightly lighter than before, and her entire body was comfortable and indescribably comfortable. This, Li Fei instead stared blankly at her pair of slender hands that were smooth like jade and incomparably white like jade. Little sister Ker, I'm not dreaming, right? Ker withdrew her gaze from Duan Lingtian and moved it onto Li Fei. Then she looked at Li Fei's face and stared with her eyes wide open. Big sister Fei, you're so beautiful. Li Fei's beautiful face was already beautiful like an angel, and now that she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, her beauty had increased slightly, causing one to be unable to help but be immersed in it with a single glance and be unable to extricate themselves. Little sister Ker, you've become even more beautiful as well. Li Fei's gaze was attracted by Ker's beautiful face as well, as Ker was just like her, as if she'd become a completely different person. In next to no time, the two young girls withdrew a mirror from their spatial rings, and when they saw their current appearances, delight suffused their faces. Everyone had the heart to love beauty. Not to mention the two young girls were already drop-dead gorgeous, and now that they'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, they were even more charming. A wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. These were his women. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse under Ker's sleeve stuck its head out to stare at Duan Lingtian, and its jade green eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. What? You want it as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and the corners of his mouth held a smile as he asked. The little gold mouse nodded like a human, and its jade green eyes flashed with a trace of a fawning flowing light. When he saw the little gold mouse like this, Duan Lingtian didn't tease it any longer, and he withdrew a bottle of 10,000-year stalactite milk for the little gold mouse to drink. Unexpectedly, after the little gold mouse drank it, it instead looked at Duan Lingtian with a desire to continue. So long as you're obedient, I'll give you a bottle every once in a while. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse understood Duan Lingtian's words, and although it was slightly disappointed, it still cried out as it nodded, as if it was guaranteeing Duan Lingtian that it would surely be obedient. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was stingy, but he really didn't dare allow the little gold mouse to drink too much now. Otherwise, once the little gold mouse fell asleep like Little Black and Little White, he would be unable to continue protecting the two little girls. Duan Lingtian wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In his heart, the safety of the two little girls surpassed everything else. Although the two little girls had many offensive inscriptions he'd inscribed, those inscriptions had to be used in time to be effective, and if they were slightly late, then they would be doomed eternally. This caused him to be slightly worried. As far as he was concerned, it was safer to let the little gold mouse protect the two little girls. In next to no time, Li Fei and Ker finally recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the same time. Scoundrel, what did you give us to drink? Li Fei couldn't refrain herself from asking. As far as she was concerned, what had happened today was truly too miraculous, and it was simply like a dream. Ker looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression as well. What the two of you drank is good stuff. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. But unfortunately, the two little girls had utterly never heard of 10,000-year stalactite milk, so their expressions were still calm and didn't change in the slightest. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when it heard Duan Lingtian, and the gaze it shot at Duan Lingtian burned even hotter. Little gold, could it be that you know what that 10,000-year stalactite milk is? After Kerr noticed the little gold mouse's reaction, she asked curiously, "Someone's coming." Before the little gold mouse could reply, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke out vigilantly, whereas the little gold mouse leaped back into Kerr's sleeve. Duan Lingtian stood by the side of the two little girls as he gazed out of the gorge. A few figures walked in with large strides. "Elder Bai, it's them. They joined forces to launch a sneak attack on me and crippled my dantian." Chapter 268. When he heard this signature voice, Duan Lingtian didn't have to look to know who it was. Although he'd long since guessed that Shi Yan wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Shi Yan would return so quickly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the beautiful woman in the lead of the three people that walked in, as he recognized her with a single glance. It was precisely Elder Bai who'd led the group of new female disciples to Alcade Peak yesterday. Behind Elder Bai, Shi Yan had an exasperated expression, and her gaze of hatred converged onto him, as if she was about to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shi Yan, and his gaze descended onto the other person behind Elder Bai. This was a delicate and pretty female disciple around the age of 23 or 24. The gaze this female disciple shot at Shi Yan from time to time contained a trace of disgust mixed within. Obviously, Shi Yan didn't have a good relationship with the people on Alcade Peak. When Elder Bai and the delicate and pretty female disciple saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, their eyes flashed with a trace of an astonished sheen. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Looks like from today onwards, I have to bask in the sun more. I must tan my skin." As for the changes on Li Fei and Kerr, they weren't very obvious. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be extremely difficult to notice the minute changes on them. "Elder Bai." Duan Lingtian looked at the beautiful woman and lightly nodded. Li Fei and Kerr followed suit and greeted her. "I remember the two of you. You're the new disciples that followed me back to Alcade Peak yesterday." Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei and Kerr, then she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Looking at your age, you ought to be less than 20, right?" "I'll be 20 in a while." Duan Lingtian nodded, and was slightly curious in his heart. Why is Elder Bai asking this? "You're also a new disciple that just entered the sect yesterday?" Elder Bai asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Bai frowned, then turned around to look at Shi Yan behind her and asked indifferently, "Shi Yan, what actually happened? You said these three new disciples that just entered the sect joined forces to launch a sneak attack on you and crippled your dantian?" As far as she was concerned, this was simply an unbelievable thing. Of these three new disciples, besides the young woman who was around 21 or 22 years old, the other young man and young woman, they seemed to be less than 20 years old. Just the three of them had the ability to launch a surprise attack on Shi Yan, who was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Moreover, they even crippled Shi Yan's dantian? She had a feeling that the matter was absolutely not as simple as Shi Yan said. "Yes, Elder Bai. Elder to cripple my zest teat lingto lingtians twos to heavily injures crippled dantians, as crypt dantian to danon alcade, t dantian teat to steal, tt of s's ofs, you're talking nonsense." Kerr looked at Shi Yan, and she was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. Li Fei looked at Shi Yan with a gaze that contained icy coldness. She never imagined that Shi Yan would actually be so shameless and speak without thinking. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, as if all this wasn't related to him. Elder Bai noticed Duan Lingtian's composure as well, and she was slightly surprised in her heart as she asked, "What do you say about this matter?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Elder Bai, what this Shi Yan said is only her side of the story, and there isn't any evidence." Elder Bai hadn't spoken when Shi Yan had already shouted with a stern voice. "My dantian that was crippled by you all is the best evidence." "Your dantian that was crippled by us?" Duan Lingtian laughed. Who knows if you fell down while walking, then broke your own dantian? What? You want to frame us because we've occupied your cultivation area? The beautiful female disciple behind Duan Lingtian had a smile in her beautiful eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she was amused by what Duan Lingtian said. Elder Bai glanced deeply at Duan Lingen, then spoke once more with a tone that contained a sense of seriousness mixed within. Shi Yan, think clearly before you speak. If I find out that you deceived me, then I'll expel you from Alcade Peak right away. Shi Yan's face went grim when she heard this, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and finally spoke the truth of the matter. After they finished listening to Shi Yan, Elder Bai and the beautiful female disciple behind her were stunned, and their gazes simultaneously descended onto Duan Lincoln, and their eyes revealed slight astonishment. They never imagined that the strength of this new disciple that had just entered the sect was actually able to firmly suppress Shi Yan. In other words, he was at least a 4th-level origin core martial artist. Almost 20 years old, 4th-level origin core martial artist. Even if placed in the 7-star sword sect, such natural talent was extremely rare. In next to no time, Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Shi Yan, and a strand of coldness flashed within her eyes. Shi Yan, you actually dared lie in front of me with the intention of framing another. How should you be punished? Shi Yan's face was ghastly pale, and she gritted her teeth. Elder Bai, Shi Yan knows her crime. But he crippled my dantian, isn't his crime even greater? I ask Elder Bai to give Shi Yan justice and cripple his dantian as well. Elder Bai's face sank. Shi Yan, in the past, I heard the disciples of the peak say that you're vicious. Today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. Let me ask you, did the two of them staying in that empty small gorge affect you? Shi Yan shook her head. Since they didn't, then why did you expel them? Could it be that it's like what the disciples of the peak said, so long as it's a female disciple with good looks, you're jealous of them from the bottom of your heart? As she finished speaking, cold lights flashed within Elder Bai's beautiful eyes. Shi Yan's body lightly trembled, and her eyes emitted a vicious sheen as it descended onto the two girls by Duan Lingtian's side. On what basis? On what basis are they so beautiful like flowers when they were born? Whereas I was born with such an appearance. On what basis? Elder Bai's face was livid as she looked at Shi Yan, who seemed to have gone mad, and she shouted out an order. Zuoqing, I don't want to see her on Alcade Peak again. Elder Bai's order was obviously to expel Shi Yan from the 7-star sword sect. Elder Bai, no. Shi Yan's face went gloomy. Yes, master. The delicate and pretty girl behind Elder Bai nodded, and a trace of taking pleasure in Shi Yan's misfortune flashed within her beautiful eyes as she directly walked toward Shi Yan. Bitch, don't come over. Shi Yan's face went grim as she glared angrily at Zuoqing. Zuoqing's face sank, and with a raise of her hand, origin energy suffused out as it slapped down, directly knocking Shi Yan unconscious. Don't make too much of this matter. Elder Bai instructed. Zuoqing replied, then took the unconscious Shi Yan and left. Thank you, Elder Bai, for upholding justice for us. Li Fei beamed with joy as she looked at Elder Bai and thanked her. Thank you, Elder Bai. Kerr hurriedly thanked her as well. Elder Bai looked at these two young girls whose appearances could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous, and lightly smiled. What are the cultivations of the two of you? Li Fei and Kerr glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian when they heard this. When they saw Duan Lingtian lightly smile and nod, they once again looked at Elder Bai and said in unison. Elder Bai, we're both at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. 3rd level of the origin core stage. Elder Bai was stunned when she heard what Li Fei and Kerr said. Really? When she saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had respectively condensed into form above Li Fei and Kerr, she finally completely confirmed it, and traces of shock appeared on her face. Are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and her eyes contained slight anticipation mixed within. Li Fei once again looked at Duan Lingtian when she heard this. This caused Elder Bai to be stunned. Who the heck is this young man to us? It's your fortune that Elder Bai wants to take you as her disciple. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Fei. As far as he was concerned, once Li Fei became Elder Bai's disciple, even if she couldn't do as she pleased on Arcade Peak in the future, at least there wouldn't be any female disciples that would dare bully her. Greetings, Master. Li Fei hurriedly looked at Elder Bai and said respectfully. Good. Elder Bai's face was filled with smiles, and with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in her hand. Duan Lingtian discerned with a single glance that this was a grade 7 spirit sword. The sword was like autumn water, and it emitted a piercingly cold light. Take this 7th grade spiritual sword as Master's gift for our first meeting. Elder Bai passed the grade 7 spirit sword in her hand to Li Fei. Li Fei extended her hand to receive it. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, Li Fei saw Elder Bai look at Kerr but didn't speak for a long time, so she hurriedly said, Master, little sister Kerr's natural talent far surpasses mine. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to step into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Li Fei tried her best to promote Kerr. Big Sister Fei, I'm extremely happy that you're able to become Elder Bai's disciple. Kerr lightly smiled to Li Fei and shook her head. Kerr will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai. He felt it was slightly strange as well. Since this Elder Bai had taken little Fei as her disciple, why didn't she take Kerr as her disciple? Kerr's natural talent wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, because Kerr had followed him since long ago, her cultivation steadily surpassed Li Fei. Will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard Duan Lingnan. Then she looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something he was incomparably sure of. The current Kerr wasn't the past Kerr any longer. After experiencing the rebirth of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Kerr's current natural talent was no different than his. With Kerr's current cultivation, breaking through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month wasn't a difficult thing. Duan Lingtian's words caused Kerr to be unable to help herself from being slightly shocked. Even she herself wasn't confident in being able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Why was the young master so confident in her? Although she was bewildered, she didn't open her mouth to refute. She already had a plan in her heart. In the following month, she must cultivate even more painstakingly. Our Arcade Peak hasn't produced such an outstanding female disciple like you. Chapter 269. Elder Bai's words caused Duan Lingtian's brows to slightly wrinkle. This Elder Bai wouldn't be sick, right? Could it be that with Kerr's talent, she still didn't have the qualifications to be her disciple? Elder Bai, if you're not willing to accept little sister Kerr as your disciple, then I won't acknowledge you as my master. I'm sorry. Li Fei extended her hand to hold Kerr's hand and looked towards Elder Bai with a firm expression. These few years, she and Kerr had long since become as close as sisters, and it was difficult to distinguish between you and me. Now that Elder Bai treated Kerr like this, it also caused dissatisfaction to arise in her heart. You won't accept little sister Kerr, right? Then I won't acknowledge you as my master either. Big Sister Fei, I know you're good to me, but you can't be like this. Only Kerr had a calm expression without the slightest trace of unhappiness. After hearing Li Fei's words, she hurriedly persuaded, Elder Bai will be unhappy if you act like this. Truly a sensible girl. Elder Bai wasn't angry, and glanced at Kerr with admiration, then looked towards Li Fei. You little girl, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm unwilling to accept this little sister of yours as my disciple, right? Could it be that you're not? Now, when facing Elder Bai, Li Fei was less courteous. You little girl. Sensing the indignation in Li Fei's tone, Elder Bai shook her head and smiled. I said I won't accept her as my disciple, not because I don't fancy her, but because I want her to have a better choice. A better choice? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, his heart slightly moved, as he somewhat didn't understand Elder Bai's meaning. Not only did he not understand, even Li Fei didn't understand. Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? Elder Bai lightly smiled and said, Silly girl, you still don't understand what I mean? I've already thought about it. I'll recommend this girl to the Peak Master later on. It just so happens that the Peak Master has always been looking for a closed-door disciple. Now it's good, with this girl's aptitude, the Peak Master will surely like her. Peak Master? Hearing Elder Bai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. There was a sect leader and 6 vice sect leaders in the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader controlled the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, W Peak, whereas the other 6 vice sect leaders controlled the other 6 peaks. These 6 vice sect leaders were also known as peak leaders. Li Fei also came to her senses. What Duan Lingtian knew was also from Xiongquan. She was there at that time, so she knew. Now that she heard Elder Bai's words, while she felt happy for Kerr, she also awkwardly looked towards Elder Bai. Master, I'm sorry, I'll let it go this time. If you misunderstand Master again, Master won't forgive you. Elder Bai glanced at Li Fei, her gaze mixed with a wisp of tender affection. No matter how she looked at this new disciple, she found him pleasing to the eye. She liked him very much. Thank you, Elder Bai. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Kerr hurriedly thanked Elder Bai, and her beautiful face flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute. Little girl, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is the female disciple with the strongest strength in the 7-star sword sect. You'll be able to learn many things by cultivating with her, and you'll surely have a better future in the future. Elder Bai lightly smiled as she spoke to Kerr, like a kind senior. Actually, she really liked this delicate and cute little girl. But she felt that she didn't have the qualifications to be a good teacher, so she recommended the Peak Master of Alcade Peak to her, who was also the most mysterious vice sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, the vice sect leader that was usually elusive. Little Sister Kerr, congratulations. Li Fei hurriedly congratulated Kerr, and a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face as she felt happy for Kerr. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a light smile as well. Although Kerr had a top sword cultivation method like the Frost God sword technique to cultivate, and there were numerous exceedingly formidable sword skills within the Frost God sword technique, however, these were mostly theoretical things. If Kerr was able to obtain the guidance of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, then her strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. The 7-star sword sect was a sword cultivation sect, and practically all the higher-ups of the sect use swords. It could be imagined that the attainments of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak in the sword would surely be extremely profound and unfathomable. Alright, now it's time to deal with your matter. The smile on Elder Bai's face instantly vanished, and her pair of fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Li Fei and Kerr were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Although that Shi Yan was in the wrong first, but at the same time you defeated her, you ruthlessly crippled her dantian. Isn't this going a bit too far? Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian, and her tone contained slight seriousness mixed within. Master! Elder Bai! Li Fei and Kerr were anxious. Elder Bai! Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the matter before him to heart. You heard what Shi Yan said earlier. It was she who repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my dantian first. If my strength was inferior to her today, then the person whose dantian was crippled would be me. What I did was only giving her a taste of her own medicine. Elder Bai, do you think I'm in the wrong? Even though it's like this, but she was a 7-star sword sect disciple after all, a disciple of my Alcade Peak. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, right? Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Elder Bai, I feel that there's nothing to explain. Duan Lingtian shrugged. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong, as if it wasn't for Shi Yan being overbearing, he wouldn't go so far as to cripple Shi Yan's dantian. His principle of doing things had always been that if others didn't offend him, then he wouldn't offend them. If others offend him, then he would surely retaliate with a thunderous strike. Elder Bai's beautiful brows frowned, and she was rather displeased. Master, the scoundrel did it for me and little Sister Kerr today, so don't blame him. Li Fei walked over and held Elder Bai's arm, then shook it a few times as she spoke with a spoiled tone. Scoundrel? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard Li Fei. Little girl, he's your... Elder Bai, I'm the man of this disciple of yours. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he stared at Elder Bai. As the saying goes, a master is like a parent. If one really wanted to calculate, then Li Fei could be considered to be half a daughter of Elder Bai, and he could be considered to be half a son-in-law of Elder Bai. Elder Bai was stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Never had she imagined that the disciple she'd just taken would have such a relationship with this outer court disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Never mind, never mind. This matter was provoked by that Shi Yen in the end, so I'll consider it as verbally punishing you today. I hope you don't make it difficult for me in the future. Thank you, Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian smiled, then looked at Li Fei who was beside Elder Bai and winked at her for a while. Besides that, forget about that Shi Yen, her natural talent is mediocre. But her older brother, Shi Hao, isn't easy to deal with. He's already broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage some time ago. Moreover, his combat experience is extremely abundant, and it isn't difficult for him to become an inner court disciple by relying on his 7th level Origin Core stage cultivation. Elder Bai reminded Duan Lingtian. This Shi Hao really dotes on his younger sister, Shi Yen. You have to be careful of this person. Duan Lingtian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Bai. Okay. Elder Bai nodded, then looked at Li Fei and Kerr. I'm going to look for the Peak Master and tell him now, and I'll come look for you two girls tomorrow. Take care, Master. Take care, Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 sent Elder Bai off with their gazes. I truly never imagined that Shi Yen would be so shameless and even complain first. Fortunately, Master is wise and caused her scheme to be unable to escape. When Li Fei mentioned Shi Yen, there was still some residual anger on her face that hadn't vanished. She can be considered to have retribution for her crimes and was expelled from the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. We still have to properly congratulate little sister Kerr, as she's about to become the closed-door disciple of our Alcade Peaks Master. Li Fei looked at Kerr, and her beautiful eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Big Sister Fei, you're making fun of me again. A trace of rosy color appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she heard this. Right, scoundrel, you said earlier that you made us drink some 10,000-year stalactite milk. What's that? Li Fei recalled the matter of being interrupted by Shi Yen earlier, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she asked. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and traces of curiosity flickered within her beautiful eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled. The 10,000-year stalactite milk is a type of precious treasure that can allow one to be reborn and link up the flesh, blood, meridians, and bones within the body. It's able to increase one's natural talent in the martial Tao to the limit. Li Fei and Kerr were both shocked for a time when they heard the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. They only returned to their senses after a long time. Scoundrel, what you mean is that the natural talent in the martial Tao of little sister Kerr and I have already reached the limit. Li Fei gasped as she asked Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he looked at Kerr. Kerr, this is also the reason why I told Elder Bai earlier that you'll be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Compared to the past, your current natural talent in the martial Tao is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. You can't use your past gaze to look at it. Kerr lightly nodded, and a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her man had never disappointed her. Her man that had always believed in her. There's also these 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian left behind 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and passed the remaining to Kerr. Kerr, give these milk to little gold to consume after a certain period of time. You must not let it drink it all at once, otherwise, I'm worried it will be like little black and little white, sleeping like a dead pig. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone had traces of helplessness mixed within. Scoundrel, little black and little white have fallen asleep again? Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she asked curiously. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes, they fell asleep after drinking the milk of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and I don't know when they'll wake up. Li Fei and Kerr were speechless when they heard this. Chapter 270. Squeak Squeak. Duan Lingtian had only just passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Kerr when the little gold mouse stuck out its cute little head from Kerr's sleeve and cried out. Its jade-green eyes were now staring fixedly at the pill bottle in Kerr's hand that contained the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and it was filled with yearning. Squeak Squeak. The little gold mouse nodded to Kerr, as if it was begging Kerr to give it the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Little Gold, the young master said that you can't eat too much at once. I'll give it to you after a period of time. Kerr put away the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then rubbed the little gold mouse's little head and lightly smiled as she spoke. Squeak Squeak. The little gold mouse's eyes emitted a trace of grievance. Looks like Little Gold is the same as Little Black and Little White. They're all so gluttonous. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying the two little girls for a while, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, Kerr, Little Fei, I ought to return as well. Under the reluctant gazes of the two young girls, Duan Lingtian walked out of the gorge with large strides. This was Alcade Peak after all, the place where the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples gathered, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here for too long. Under the burning gazes of the Alcade Peak female disciples all along the way, Duan Lingtian practically fled back to Migres Peak. Of course, there were many gazes that looked at him from the stone platform on Migres Peak. But the owners of these gazes were men after all, and Duan Lingtian directly disregarded them. Duan Lingtian. An aged voice suddenly sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to stop and look ahead. Nearby, an old man and a middle-aged man walked over side by side. The old man that greeted him now was precisely the Dubhe Peak outer court elder that brought him to Migres Peak yesterday, Lu Qiu. Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man with a smile. He didn't expect to meet the old man as soon as he returned to Migres Peak. Lu Qiu slowly walked closer and looked at Duan Lingtian's skin, which seemed to have completed some kind of miraculous transformation. It's a long story. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, but did not elaborate. Noticing that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say anything, Lu Qiu didn't ask any further. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and lightly smiled as he introduced. This is Elder Zhao Lin, and he's also the outer court elder of our Migres Peak. Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the middle-aged man as he greeted him. However, the middle-aged man merely glanced at him and raised his head. His face revealed an arrogant expression as he snorted through his nose. Duan Lingtian frowned. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man was at most in existence at the first level of the void prying stage. A first-level void prying stage martial artist's strength was far inferior to Lu Qiu, but the degree of his arrogance far surpassed Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian instantly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, he wouldn't have any relationship with this Zhao Lin. What happened to Zhao Lin was Zhao Lin's business and was unrelated to him. After Lu Qiu noticed Zhao Lin's attitude, he was slightly embarrassed and nodded to Duan Lingtian. Then we'll be leaving first. Elder Lu, take care. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Lu Qiu was courteous to him, so he was naturally courteous as well. As for that Zhao Lin, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. When he saw Lu Qiu and Lu Qiu leave, Duan Lingtian left the Migres Peak's stone platform and glanced at a nearby building that was bustling with noise and excitement. Many Migres Peak disciples were gathered there, or they used gold and silver to purchase medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Or they used materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian circled into the mountain path of Migres Peak, then sized up the surroundings for a moment. After confirming that no one had noticed him, he followed an inconspicuous path to head towards the peak of Migres Peak. Migres Peak was extremely large, the mountain path had 18 bends, and there were no less than 10 mountain paths that led to the peak of the peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of the peak. There wasn't a single person on the peak of the peak, and he quickly arrived at the location of the crooked tree before leaping down. If someone were to see this scene here, the person would surely be greatly shocked, and would even think that Duan Lingtian wanted to commit suicide. However, after Duan Lingtian passed through the clouds and mist, he instead firmly descended onto the crooked tree. The crooked tree trembled for a moment, then stabilized in the end. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, then directly flashed into the cave passageway that led to the stalactite cave. Once again returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little fellows were lying there, and even their postures hadn't changed, and they were still deeply asleep. They wouldn't really be the reincarnation of pigs, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be suspicious in his heart, as the sleeping technique of these two little pythons caused him to completely lose his temper. After sizing up the two little fellows for a moment, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone platform, then sat on it, consumed the origin strengthening pill, and started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WRM Python Transformation. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body roiled, and when combined with the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill and his almost perfect natural talent in the martial Dao, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At every moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the minute changes in the origin energy within his body. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed that the origin energy within his body actually had a trace of a strange change. The extent of this change was extremely small, extremely light, but Duan Lingtian was still able to clearly sense it. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes were like an array of stars, and a trace of a dazzling sheen flashed within. I wonder if I can utilize this ability outside my body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused, then he swung his arm, and his origin energy suffused and raged, whoosh. Above Duan Lingtian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and they were waiting for orders in the air, ready to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! His arms swept out, carrying the strength of 71 ancient mammoths as it traversed the sky. The air started to shake because of it. If one looked carefully now, one would be able to notice that the origin energy coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm was vibrating at a strange frequency. The vibration of the origin energy seemed to have formed a type of tremor energy. This is... Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and a memory of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind. This memory was related to Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WRM Python form. The WM Python form was a mental cultivation method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu from observing the habits of the demon beast, the WRM Python. The WRM Python was a type of demon beast that was between a python and a WM. Its strength was extremely formidable, and its most miraculous ability was that it was able to emit a type of terrifying tremor energy from its body. Tremor energy. Duan Lingtian withdrew his arm, then his palm slowly descended, and his origin energy jumped and trembled on his hand. The frequency became faster and faster. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's palm slowly pressed onto a protruding rock on the wall of the stalactite cave. In an instant, as soon as the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's hand touched the rock, it transformed into countless rock powder that sprinkled down. He slightly exerted strength and pressed forward. In the blink of an eye, the entire rock turned into fine powder. What a terrifying tremor energy! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, then he raised his hand and looked at the trembling origin energy on his palm with disbelief. The frequency of this origin energy's trembling was simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian believed that by relying on this tremor energy to exert his entire strength, even if he was only able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths now, he might not necessarily fall into a disadvantaged position when facing a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist that possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Even to the extent that it was very possible for him to rely on this tremor energy to directly defeat his opponent. Although this tremor energy didn't provide any increase in strength, the method of exerting strength could be said to be heaven-defying. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the demon beast WM Python relied on this tremor energy to exert strength, and even if it was facing most demon beasts that were a level higher than it would be able to easily kill them. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. So it turned out that this was the essence of the WRM Python form. Earlier he'd always thought that the WM Python form didn't seem to be anything special, but now he knew that he'd still underestimated the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian recalled his cultivation all along the way. The first form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Spirit Serpent form, and it stressed upon cultivating the fleshly body to the point of being as flexible as a spirit serpent. The second form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Raging Python form, and it allowed Duan Lingtian to temper his fleshly body with origin energy and possess the ferocious strength of a python. A casual wave of his hand would be like a python swinging its tail. Now, the essence of the third form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WM Python form, lay in the tremor energy. Tremor energy isn't a martial skill, but it's even more practical than martial skills. Because it can be used within any martial skill, and when combined with one's strength to execute it, it's able to exert an extremely terrifying and destructive strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he pressed his hand on the cavern wall, and his origin energy coiled around it. Now, he didn't use the tremor energy. Even if his origin energy stuck to the cavern wall wouldn't be affected in the slightest. However, once he used the tremor energy, Duan Lingtian's hand didn't move and still stuck to the cavern wall. However, the origin energy on his hand started to lightly tremble, and the trembling speed became faster and faster, and the frequency became faster and faster. Instantly, the origin energy trembled, and the tentacles on the cavern wall were completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's tremor energy, transforming into powder. It could be imagined that if this palm were to press onto a person's body, once it started trembling, that person's skin, flesh, blood, and even bones would be affected by the tremor energy. That would surely be an extremely ecstatic scene. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Now, he wished for nothing more than to directly find a person and use the tremor energy to battle with that person. As expected of a cultivation technique created by Samsara Emperor Wu after experiencing 2 lifetimes. Every form of this Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique has its own unique characteristic. Spirit Serpent form, the body is flexible and tough. WM Python form, the body is ferocious. WM Python form, the terrifying tremor energy. The 6 forms at the back surely have their own unique points. Chapter 271. Finally, Duan Lingtian eased up his feelings. Let's go try this quake energy. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone as he stood up. His gaze then descended onto the 2 little pythons, and when he noticed that they still didn't show any signs of waking up, he shook his head and left the stalactite cave by himself. As he stood on a crooked tree at the side of the cliff, Duan Lingtian relied on his acute spiritual force to sense the situation on the peak. After confirming that there was no one, he borrowed the strength of the crooked tree to leap up and descend onto the peak of Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian walked into the most remote path at the side of the peak and headed down the mountain. In next to no time, he passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak. After descending from Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian's destination this time was the primeval forest behind the 7-star sword sect. After all, he wanted to test the quake energy, and he couldn't just randomly grab a 7-star sword sect disciple to test. So, he decided to go to the primeval forest and test the WM Python transformation's quake energy on a fierce beast. Duan Lingtian dashed all the way down, and he quickly left the sect and headed towards the primeval forest. And at the same time that Duan Lingtian left, 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples walked side by side on the chain bridge that led to the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Huaxin, that kid seems to have vanished without a trace. One of the outer court disciples' face sank as he spoke to the other outer court disciple beside him. Migres Peak is so large, wanting to find him isn't an easy matter. Moreover, I've practically asked all the 19 new disciples that came to our Migres Peak with him, and all of them don't know his whereabouts. The latter was precisely Huaexin, and he now had a gloomy expression as he spoke. I don't believe that he can hide for his entire lifetime. I'll surely make him pay 100-fold for the incident at the restaurant in Black Bamboo City. He actually dared ask someone to throw me out. The former's gaze went slightly cold and cold lights shot out in all directions. Don't worry, Yuan Wu, we'll be able to drag him out sooner or later. Huaxian said slowly. The cold light in his eyes was no less than the former's. Soon after, when they were about to arrive at the main peak, W Peak, the two of them saw an old man and a middle-aged man walking towards them side by side. Elder Lu, Elder Zhao. Huaxian and Yuan Wu respectfully bowed to the old man and the middle-aged man. The old man nodded at the two of them. As for the middle-aged man, he didn't even look Huaxian and Yuan Wu in the eye from beginning to end. Perhaps, in his eyes, Huaxian and Yuan Wu were not qualified for him to look at them in the eye. Huaxian and Yuan Wu were both a little embarrassed as they walked away. They had long heard of the arrogance of this elder Zhao Lin, so they were not surprised. The old man was precisely the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Lu Qiu. Presently, Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin were walking side by side on the chain bridge as they walked towards Migres Peak. Zhao Lin, when I saw that Huaxian earlier, I couldn't help but recall that Duan Lingtian. It's that young man we met at Migres Peak yesterday afternoon. Do you still remember him? Lu Qiu said to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a pretty boy. Duan Lingtian's skin was simply whiter and more tender than a woman's. It's that Duan Lingtian. I wonder what happened to him. When he arrived at our Migres Peak the day before yesterday, his skin was still very normal, a healthy bronze color. But in a single day, his skin underwent a tremendous change, and was even able to compare to the skin of a baby, white with a tinge of red. It's truly unbelievable. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu sighed with emotion and had a face full of shock. The gaze of Zhao Lin, who originally had a calm expression, abruptly lit up when he heard Lu Qiu, and his breathing suddenly became hurried. Elder Lu, are you sure his skin wasn't like that before? Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu and asked, slightly losing his composure. Although Lu Qiu didn't know why Zhao Lin would suddenly become interested in Duan Lingtian, he still nodded. I'm sure. The day before yesterday, it was I who brought Huaxian and 2 other outer court disciples to receive the 20 new disciples that had passed the outer court test. That Duan Lingtian was one of them, and was also a person personally chosen by Huaxian. I clearly remember that his skin was a bronze color at that time. What? Is there something wrong? Lu Qiu asked Zhao Lin. He kept having the feeling that Zhao Lin's sudden reaction was perhaps because he'd noticed something. According to his knowledge, it was normally impossible for Zhao Lin to be interested in this sort of thing. But today, he was out of the ordinary. It's nothing. Zhao Lin shook his head, but a trace of an imperceptible burning flowing light flashed past the depths of his gaze. I'm just curious, why would a person suddenly undergo such a great change? Lu Qiu nodded, and didn't think too much about it as he continued walking side by side with Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin walked by Lu Qiu's side, yet his mood was extremely agitated, rebirth. He could be sure that Duan Lingtian had absolutely undergone the legendary rebirth. Coincidentally or not, he just happened to have seen records of rebirth in an ancient book. Supposedly, there was a miraculous liquid in Cloud Continent, and once consumed, it was able to allow a person to completely rebirth. The person's natural talent in the martial Tao would also undergo a tremendous change. Reaching the limit. Zhao Lin's heart was trembling. He clearly remembered that the miraculous liquid was the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, after being reborn, the person's skin would transform to become tender like a baby. He clearly remembered the records in that ancient book. 10,000-year stalactite milk. That gigolo consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's mood was extremely agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. But he didn't dare show it. After all, Lu Qiu was by his side now. I must obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk from that pretty boy, I must. Zhao Lin made a resolution in his heart. I hope that pretty boy can be sensible. Otherwise, even if I have to resort to unscrupulous means, I'll still obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk in his possession. Traces of cold lights flashed within the depths of Zhao Lin's eyes. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to change his entire life. No matter what, he must obtain it. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the matter of him consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk was already known by others. Presently he'd left the 7-star sword sect and entered the vast primeval forest. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and the scenery of the primeval forest swiftly flashed past him. The spirit serpent movement technique was vividly displayed by Duan Lingtian. Roar! An enormous roar sounded out ahead, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but stop his footsteps. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that this was a spiky tiger, and its strength was comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. Its pair of fangs that were like sharp thorns was its strongest martial skill. The spiky tiger noticed him as well, and it dashed towards him before pouncing towards him. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as he directly moved to greet the spiky tiger. At the same time that the spiky tiger pounced over, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Now that Duan Lingtian attacked, only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. He didn't intend to use his full strength when facing a 9th-level core formation stage spiky tiger. Otherwise, his plan to test the quake energy would fail, and his trip here would be meaningless. He entered the primeval forest this time precisely for the sake of testing the might of the quake energy. Roar! The spiky tiger swiftly pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy stench suffused the sky, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of nausea. When he saw the spiky tiger before him, Duan Lingtian moved. Spirit serpent movement technique. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into an incomparably agile spirit serpent, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed behind the spiky tiger. Before the spiky tiger could react, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-piercing howl sounded out. He directly skipped the step of drawing the dragon and directly added the finishing touch. Poof! Duan Lingtian's finger that was suffused with origin energy descended, directly penetrating the spiky tiger's thick skin and flesh before touching the spiky tiger's bones. Roar! The spiky tiger let out a sorrowful roar, and its voice was filled with rage and despair. Quake energy! The origin energy at the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger suddenly vibrated, and it vibrated at a terrifying frequency. Crackle, crackle! Instantly, the spiky tiger's body violently trembled, and its sorrowful roar stopped abruptly. Its enormous body crashed onto the ground, and waves of the sound of bones shattering resounded throughout the sky. What a terrifying quake energy! I still underestimated it earlier. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and stood there. As he gazed at the spiky tiger's limp body on the ground, a trace of coldness arose in his heart. Earlier, he clearly sensed that when his finger touched the spiky tiger's bones and exerted the quake energy, the spiky tiger's bones started to tremble along with the quake energy, and in the end, they all shattered. The shattered bones pierced into various parts of the spiky tiger's body, including its internal organs, causing the spiky tiger to directly die. Duan Lingtian gasped, and traces of excitement appeared on his face. The excited Duan Lingtian didn't stop there, and he continued towards the primeval forest. This time, he intended to exert a cultivation that was a level lower than the fierce beast, and see if he was able to successfully kill the fierce beast. Once he succeeded, then the quake energy would truly be too terrifying. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian encountered the next fierce beast. This fierce beast was a 2nd-level origin core stage fierce beast. It was a wind leopard. This wind leopard was adept in speed, and in terms of speed, It was absolutely one of the best amongst second-level origin core stage fierce beasts. The wind leopard dashed towards Duan Lingtian with its bloody mouth wide open, and its fangs flickered with the sheen of saliva, desiring to swallow Duan Lingtian. Above the wind leopard, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The seven-star sword sect's outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Chapter 272. Thank you, Nika, for your mighty and domineering gift, allowing me to become the first guardian of this book. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your gifts and subscriptions. Your support will be my greatest motivation. Thank you. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when he saw the wind leopard pouncing over, and he was already prepared to meet it head-on and compete with it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force slightly moved, and he was able to sense people approaching, a total of 3 people. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to temporarily avoid the wind leopard, and he looked towards the distance. Amongst these 3 people, 1 was a woman, and 2 were men. Meanwhile, the wind leopard pounced towards him menacingly once again. Watch out! Right when he was about to make a move to kill the wind leopard, a delicate shout sounded out. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of fragrant wind assault his nose, and he was able to see the graceful figure of the woman amongst the 3 people flash to arrive before him in the blink of an eye. This was a graceful woman. A 3-foot-long blade in her hand flashed out, and above her, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 3rd level of the origin core stage. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian saw through this woman with a single glance. Although the wind leopard's speed was swift, it was only in comparison to 2nd-level origin core stage martial artists and fierce beasts, and before this 3rd-level origin core stage woman, it didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, it was killed by a single sword strike from the woman. Are you all right? After the woman killed the wind leopard with a single sword strike, she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight concern, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's skin that was like a baby's, her face revealed slight surprise. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he shook his head, then sized up the young woman before him. The young woman was around 23 or 24 years old, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Li Fei and Kerr, her dignified and delicate features and delicate and smooth skin revealed traces of vitality. It gave others a comfortable feeling. You're an outer court disciple of our 7-star sword sect as well, right? The young woman's gaze descended onto the outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian's body, and she lightly smiled as she spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd noticed earlier that not only was this woman an outer court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, the 2 men that came with her were also outer court disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Hello, I'm Shirlan, a disciple of Arcade Peak. The young woman smiled and greeted Duan Lingtian. Her face was kind, and her bright eyes seemed to speak. Duan Lingtian, Migres Peak disciple. Duan Lingtian also nodded at Shirlan. He had a good impression of this warm-hearted woman. Duan Ling, did you come to the forest alone? Shirlan looked around and found no one else, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're too impulsive. You should be an outer court disciple that just entered our 7-star sword sect the day before yesterday, right? You're only at the 1st level of the origin core stage. Even if you want to come to the forest, you should find a group. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll lose your life, just like before. Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a serious expression. As far as she was concerned, if it wasn't for her making a move in time, Duan Lingtian would have already died under the claws of the wind leopard, and there would absolutely be no possibility of him surviving. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Shirlan was really concerned about him, and he couldn't help but nod and smile. Thank you for the reminder. He knew that because he'd only exerted the strength of 20 ancient mammoths when facing the wind leopard earlier, it caused Shirlan to misunderstand that he was only a 1st-level origin core stage martial artist. He didn't give any further explanation towards this. He wasn't a person that liked to show off. Why don't you join us? You'll be safer if you follow us. At that time, we'll split all the gains equally. How about it? My two companions are both extremely formidable. Shilan looked at Duan Lingtian and invited him. Duan Lingtian originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Shilan's sincere and anticipatory gaze, he didn't refuse and nodded. All right, then I'll be troubling you. As far as he was concerned, he had nothing to do anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to accompany these three people. Let's go, I'll introduce them to you. Shilan lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, then brought along Duan Lingtian to walk towards the two 7-star sword sect outer court male disciples in the distance. Hui Xiaofei. This is Duan Lingtian, a Migres Peak disciple. He's starting to join our group and enter the primeval forest to gain experience. I've already promised him that all the gains will be split equally between the four of us. Shilan said to the two outer court male disciples. Hello, I'm Hu Li, a Fecta Peak disciple. Amongst the two outer court male disciples, the young man with a tall and robust figure that was similar in age to Shilan lightly smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled at the robust young man as well. He had always been one of those who respected him, and he would definitely respect them. Right at this moment, the corners of the thin young man's mouth curled into a cold smile, and his cold and indifferent gaze sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, then he frowned. Shilan, he's only a pretty boy at the first level of the origin core stage, will only be a burden if we bring him along. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Shilan and Hu Li were slightly embarrassed, and Hu Li said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, he's Xiaofei, a Fecta Peak disciple. Although Xiaofei's age is similar to mine and Shilan's, he's already a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Dao is high, so it's unavoidable that he's slightly arrogant. Don't lower yourself to his level, just take it as you didn't hear what he said earlier. Since we're able to meet here and are similarly 7-star sword sect disciples, it can be considered to be fate. You can travel with us. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, don't take Xiaofei's words to heart. Shilan smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Xiaofei frowned and was just about to speak when he noticed that Hu Li and Shilan both looked at him and shook their heads at him. He didn't speak in the end, and only grunted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian was able to feel Shilan and Hu Li's sincerity, and he had a rather good impression of the two of them, so he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll wander through this primeval forest together and continue walking deeper in. Hu Li laughed heartily, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds. What a man! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart as he looked at Hu Li. Duan Lingtian, the primeval forest is vast and boundless. We're only at the outer area now, and if we continue walking forward, we'll be close to the inner area. The fierce beasts there are much stronger than the fierce beasts here. Your strength is comparatively weaker, so follow us closely and don't get separated from us. The group of 4 walked in, and on the way, Shilan had a serious expression as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Okay. Duan Lingtian smiled to Shilan, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Although he wasn't afraid of the fierce beasts inside, Shilan didn't know of his true strength, and only thought that he was a 1st-level origin core stage martial artist. You don't have strength, yet you still dare to wander through the primeval forest by yourself? You're courting death. Xiaofei followed behind and grunted in a low voice, and his tone didn't lack ridicule. Duan Lingtian frowned, then when he saw Hu Li and Shilan smile apologetically at him, his brows eased up, and he didn't fuss about it with Xiaofei and acted as if he didn't hear it. He didn't want to make it difficult for Hu Li and Shilan. This Xiaofei was their companion after all. The deeper they walked into the primeval forest, the more complicated the terrain was. The trees were dense, and the ground was covered in plants and thorns. The environment here was extremely suitable for concealment, and it was simply a heaven for fierce beasts. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force became vigilant, and he looked towards the nearby bushes, which was right beside Hu Li, and he shouted out in a low voice. Careful! Hu Li instantly became vigilant when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Right at this moment, An enormous wolf with glossy fur that was completely jade green pounced out from the bushes, and it opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Hu Li. In the sky, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, a third-level origin core stage fierce beast. Green wolf! Shi Lan exclaimed in surprise. Right at this moment, Hu Li moved, his upper body slightly leaned forward, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade on his back was instantly unsheathed. Bush, 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 bush. A sky-blue sword light flashed out as sword silhouettes suffused the air, transforming into a sword net that enveloped the green wolf, and it flickered with numerous dazzling sword lights, causing one to be dazzled. Above Hu Li, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, Hu Li was similar to Shi Lan. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and his spirit weapon was a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Awu! The green wolf emitted a shrill cry as it was torn apart by Hu Li's sword silhouettes, and its blood sprayed all over the ground as it crashed onto the ground. Hu Li slightly heaved a sigh of relief with a lingering fear in his heart, then he looked gratefully at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would probably have been bitten by it. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, green wolves are extremely skilled in concealment, and we were utterly unable to notice it within these bushes. How did you notice it? Shi Lan looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. She originally thought that Duan Lingtian's strength was weak and needed them to take care of him, but she never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such ability. Earlier, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian noticing the green wolf in time, Hu Li would surely have been injured. From my point of view, I just happened to be able to see its pair of dark green eyes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he found an excuse. He couldn't possibly say that his spiritual force was comparatively more acute, right? Shit luck. Xiao Fei's frowning brows eased up, and he glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian as he grunted in disdain in a low voice. Shi Lan and Hu Li frowned as they were slightly displeased with Xiao Fei. A 3rd-level origin core stage inner core is really small. Meanwhile, Hu Li found an inner core that flickered with a faint sheen on the green wolf's corpse. The origin core stage fierce beasts had already condensed into inner cores within their bodies. Inner cores were also a type of medicine refinement material. Hu Li, your Skynet sword technique was something you started cultivating when you arrived at the 7-star sword sect a year ago. I never imagined that it would have already stepped into the perfection stage. Shi Lan glanced at Hu Li with envy. That green wolf, you killed it with a single strike of your sword. Many 7-star sword sect disciples didn't cultivate sword skills before they entered the 7-star sword sect. They only started cultivating sword skills after arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian knew a little about this. Hu Li chuckled. The martial skill I originally cultivated had some similarities with the Skynet sword technique, so cultivating this Skynet sword technique is rather easy. Didn't your soaring wine sword step into the mastery stage as well? It's only at the mastery stage, and it would at least require another year to break through to the perfection stage. Chapter 273. Normally, when a disciple that entered the 7-star sword sect changed to cultivate a sword skill, they would give priority to choosing a sword skill that was similar to the martial skill they cultivated in the past. In this way, they would be able to cultivate their sword skill to the perfection stage in a short period of time. Besides a few people whose comprehension ability was terrible to the point it was difficult to look straight at, practically all the martial artists that were able to cultivate to the origin core stage had already cultivated their high-grade profound rank martial skill to the perfection stage. Their comprehension towards a certain martial skill was extremely deep. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the sword skills within the 7-star sword sect were practically all high-grade profound rank sword skills. Unless the people that entered the sect originally cultivated sword skills, otherwise, they would all change to cultivate sword skills. Sword skills relied on a spirit sword to execute, and to a certain extent, it possessed an advantage over most martial skills. Let's go! Xiao Fei frowned when he saw Shirlan and Hu Li start chatting, then he continued forward. Duan Lingtian, let's follow as well. Shirlan and Hu Li called out to Duan Lingtian, and the three of them followed together. In the following part of the journey, they would encounter some fierce beasts every once in a while. The strongest amongst these fierce beasts was only at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and every time it appeared, it would be slain by Shirlan and Hu Li with a swing of their swords. Our gains aren't bad. We already have 7 inner cores of 3rd level origin core stage fierce beasts and 15 inner cores of 2nd level origin core stage fierce beasts. Hu Li, who was in charge of collecting the spoils of the battle, grinned. Be careful, the fierce beasts will be even stronger as we continue forward. Shirlan glanced ahead with slight fear, then looked at Duan Lingtian, mainly to remind Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled to Shirlan to indicate that he understood. Roar! Right at this moment, accompanied by a muffled roar, a fierce beast with an enormous body yet extremely agile dashed over, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian's group of 4. As the fierce beast dashed over, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the vibration that came from the ground with every step it took, as if the earth was quaking and mountains were swaying. As this enormous ferocious beast dashed over, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above it. Now, the beast was staring at Duan Lingtian and the others, as if it was observing something. 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, elephant rhino. Looking at the ferocious beast in front of him, Power of who swallowed his saliva and exclaimed. The elephant rhinoceros was a terrifying fierce beast that was adept in strength and speed. It was able to knock an ordinary 4th level origin core stage fierce beast flying with a single charge, and it was extremely overbearing. Xiao Fei, it's up to you. After Shirlan saw the appearance of the elephant rhinoceros, her autumn eyes slightly narrowed and landed on Xiao Fei. Elephant rhinoceros, a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast that possessed the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. In terms of speed, Shi and Li of who were not as fast as the elephant rhinoceros. In terms of attack, even if Shi and Hu Li were 3rd level origin core stage martial artists and possessed grade 8 spirit weapons, the strength they exerted by relying on their spirit weapons was only comparable to the strength of 46 ancient mammoths. Compared to the elephant rhinoceros, the difference was too great. Even if she joined forces with Hu Li, it was impossible for them to be a match for the elephant rhinoceros. As for Duan Lingtian, in her eyes, he was only a 1st level origin core stage outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and was unable to be of help. So, as far as she was concerned, only Xiao Fei was able to deal with this elephant rhinoceros amongst the 4 of them. Xiao Fei's brows raised when he heard Shirlan, and the corners of his mouth curled into a complacent expression. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said with a mocking tone, "If I'm not wrong, there seems to be one person amongst us that hasn't made a move yet, right? Since you've joined our group, since you want to share the gains, you can't wait to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right?" Xiao Fei's voice was extremely ear-piercing. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he heard what Xiao Fei said. This Xiao Fei said he was going to enjoy the fruits of others' labor? All along the way, the reason he didn't make a move was because Shirlan and Hu Li had fought before him every single time, and didn't give him the chance to make a move. If they really encountered danger, it was naturally impossible for him to stand idly by. But, in the eyes of this Xiao Fei, his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the origin core stage. Under such circumstances, when facing a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhinoceros, Xiao Fei pushed him out, and his vicious intentions were obvious. Xiao Fei wanted him to give his life away. What? You don't dare? Xiao Fei laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian not making a move. A pretty boy is a pretty boy. Besides relying on women, what other ability do you have? As he spoke up to hear, Xiao Fei intentionally glanced at Shirlan. Shirlan's expression was extremely unsightly. Xiao Fei, how can you be like this? Duan Lingtian is only a 1st level origin core stage martial artist, and this elephant rhinoceros is a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast. Amongst the four of us, only you're able to deal with it. Asking Duan Lingtian to go up, isn't that asking him to give his life away? Xiao Fei glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian and laughed in ridicule. A pretty boy that enjoys the fruits of others' labor wants to share the gains with us without making a move? Is that possible? If he dies, then wouldn't it be better for the three of us to share the gains? Shirlan was angered by Xiao Fei to the point her face went ghastly pale, and she was unable to speak as her delicate figure lightly trembled. Xiao Fei, you're going too far. Hu Li couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he frowned as he said, since Duan Lingtian has joined us now, then he's our companion. How can you be like this? Xiao Fei sneered. If you and Shirlan want to protect him, then make a move yourselves. I'm not willing to share the gains with a fellow that enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Xiao Fei took a few steps back as he spoke. Subsequently, under the livid expressions of Hu Li and Shirlan, he added, right, if you expel him from our small group or if he sensibly leaves himself. Then I'll still help you. Xiao Fei's words were filled with complacency. It was as if he was sure that without him making a move, Duan Lingtian's group of three would be unable to deal with the elephant rhinoceros. Xiao Fei. Hu Li and Shirlan were angered by Xiao Fei to the point their faces went ghastly pale, and their eyes went crimson red. They'd noticed now that the elephant rhinoceros was already accumulating strength and could attack them at any moment. If Xiao Fei didn't make a move, then the three of them would only have a path of death. But asking them to expel Duan Lingtian from the small group and submit to Xiao Fei's despotic power was something they were unwilling from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian, you stay behind, Hu Li and I will deal with this elephant rhinoceros. If the situation isn't good, flee right away. Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, you're only at the first level of the origin core stage, and are far from being a match for this fourth level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhinoceros. Just hide behind us and watch us make a move. If the situation is critical, then listen to Shirlan and flee quickly. Hu Li said to Duan Lingtian, and this robust young man's face had a serious expression as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated when he heard what Hu Li and Shirlan said, and traces of warmth arose within his heart. Xiao Fei, who stood behind, sneered when he saw this scene. Truly a touching scene. Shirlan, Hu Li, I'll say this first, if this Duan Lingtian flees on his own and isn't expelled from our small group by you two, then even if you two are killed by the elephant rhinoceros, I still won't make a move to save you two. Xiao Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian's face to sink. This Xiao Fei was really going against him. Moreover, he even took Shirlan and Hu Li's lives as a joke. Flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Xiao Fei. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his gaze became unprecedentedly unfamiliar. Even if I die, I won't expel Duan Lingtian. He's my companion. Me too. Shirlan's cheeks that were filled with spirit tightened, and her tone was incomparably firm. Good. Then let me see how you two deal with this elephant rhinoceros. When faced with Hu Li and Shirlan's attitude, Xiao Fei knew that his plan of forcing Duan Lingtian to leave had failed, and he was slightly enraged from embarrassment and started laughing instead from extreme anger. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian felt Xiao Fei's enmity towards him as well. He understood that this Xiao Fei was a petty person and had always been unable to let go of the matter of him, a first-level origin core stage martial artist, joining the small group. Perhaps, in Xiao Fei's eyes, he would only be a burden. But he never imagined that because of this, Xiao Fei would actually go insane and make Shirlan and Hu Li give their lives away. This Xiao Fei's vicious actions caused him to feel disgust from the bottom of his heart. Shirlan, Hu Li, thank you for your good intentions. Duan Lingtian looked at Shirlan and Hu Li and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, what do you mean by this? You're our companion, and no matter what, we won't allow you to leave our small group. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, we're companions, we advance and retreat together, and share trials and tribulations together. Hu Li and Shirlan thought that Duan Lingtian intended to leave by himself, and their faces instantly went grim as they hurriedly spoke out. At least you're sensible. Xiao Fei naturally thought that Duan Lingtian intended to leave by himself as well, and instantly, a wisp of a victorious smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian's actions instead caused the smile on the corners of his mouth to completely freeze. Shirlan, Hu Li, what are you two talking about? I don't want to leave. I only want to tell the two of you that leave this elephant rhino to me. Duan Lingtian knew that Shirlan and Hu Li had misunderstood, and he hurriedly lightly smiled as he explained. As he spoke, he took a stride forward and walked towards the 4th level Origin Core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino. It just happened that he could use this elephant rhino to properly test the WRM Python form's quake energy. I'll suppress my strength to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and exert the strength of 40 ancient mammoths, then use a grade 7 spirit sword. Never mind, I'll use a grade 8 spirit sword. In this way, my offensive strength is comparable to the strength of 48 ancient mammoths. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked out, he thought in his heart, this elephant rhino is a 4th level Origin Core stage fierce beast that possesses the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. I'll try and see if I'm able to kill it with the strength of 48 ancient mammoths by relying on quake energy. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Unexpectedly. A 4th level Origin Core stage fierce beast isn't something you can deal with. Duan Lingtian, quickly come back. Chapter 274. You're courting death. When he heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's current actions, the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a wisp of a sneer and disdain, and he had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. A mere 1st level Origin Core stage martial artist wanted to deal with a 4th level Origin Core stage elephant rhino? As far as he was concerned, this pretty boy was simply overestimating his ability. He was simply courting death. Xiao Fei, you're still taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune at a time like this. Hu Li glanced at Xiao Fei with dissatisfaction, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, quickly come back. That elephant rhino isn't something you can deal with. Don't worry. When Duan Lingtian heard Shirlan and Hu Li's concern, he turned around and lightly smiled to the two of them. Hu Li, he's rushing to his own death. Why stop him? Xiao Fei looked at Hu Li as he spoke indifferently, seeming as if he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to die under the elephant rhino's fangs. Xiao Fei, don't go too far. Shirlan shouted out angrily as her beautiful face flushed red. Then she said to Hu Li, let's go help Duan Lingtian. Just when Hu Li agreed and was about to go help Duan Lingtian with Shirlan, a voice rang out. Duan Lingtian instead shook his head. Just watch, I alone am enough to deal with this elephant rhino. Shirlan and Hu Li couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Just one person is enough? Duan Lingtian, now isn't the time to flaunt your superiority. Shirlan and Hu Li practically spoke out in unison. Looks like you're rather confident, pretty boy. I want to see how you deal with this elephant rhino by yourself. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed in ridicule, then he looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. Shirlan, Hu Li, both of you have good intentions, but unfortunately, you were refused by him. Since he wants to court death, then both of you can fulfill his wish. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded Xiao Fei's words and nodded to Shirlan and Hu Li before turning around and dashing towards the elephant rhino. Shirlan, let's go. Let's go help him. Power of Hu called out to Shirlan. Although Duan Lingtian said that he did not need their help, how could they really stand by and watch? In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was their comrade, and they would never abandon Duan Lingtian. However, just as they were about to move, when their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in the distance, they completely froze. Heavens! What did they see? On the way Duan Lingtian dashed towards the elephant rhino, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and in the end, it actually condensed into 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes. the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of the third level of the origin core stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian was actually a third-level origin core stage martial artist. This sudden surprise caused Shirlan and Power of Who's hearts to tremble. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't overlook the most important question. Duan Lingtian's age was at most around the age of 20, and it was even possible that he wasn't even 20 yet. A third-level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20, what concept was this? Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent could be considered to be a top genius disciple. Their heartbeats abruptly sped up, and they were both delighted and shocked. They were delighted because Duan Lingtian was actually not a first-level origin core stage martial artist, but a third-level origin core stage martial artist. They were shocked because although Duan Lingtian was a third-level origin core stage martial artist, he wasn't a match for the fourth-level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino. How could this be possible? Xiao Fei stared blankly at the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, and he had a face full of disbelief. How could this pretty boy possibly have such a formidable strength? Xiao Fei's face sank. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent had already far surpassed his. When he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he was far from having such a cultivation. In an instant, his chest was filled with jealousy. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure that flashed straight for the elephant rhino, his face was gloomy, his eyes flickered with cold lights, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. So what if he's at the third level of the origin core stage? Isn't he still going to die under the elephant rhino's fangs? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for a third-level origin core stage martial artist to survive under the elephant rhino's fangs. Hu Li, Duan Lingtian is the same as us, he's also at the third level of the origin core stage. If the three of us join forces, even if we're unable to kill this elephant rhino, we ought to be able to force it to retreat. After finding out about Duan Lingtian's true cultivation, Shirlan looked at Hu Li and her eyes shone, and a trace of joy appeared on her beautiful face that was filled with spirit. Okay. Hu Li nodded and dashed out with Shirlan. If 3 third-level origin core stage martial artists joined forces, it was indeed possible to force the elephant rhino to retreat. But in next to no time, Shirlan and Hu Li's figures that flashed out stopped, because a figure flashed towards them and blocked their path, not allowing them to make a move to help Duan Lingtian. Xiao Fei, what's the meaning of this? Hu Li's face went ghastly pale. Now, he'd already seen Duan Lingtian and the elephant rhino fighting, and was using a profound movement technique to tangle with the elephant rhino. As far as he was concerned, if he was slightly later, Duan Lingtian would very likely lose his life. Xiao Fei, what does it have to do with you that we're going to help Duan Lingtian? Don't go too far. Shirlan didn't expect that Xiao Fei would block their path, and her beautiful face went pale. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a sheen of rage as she stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. Shirlan, Hu Li, I didn't intentionally block the two of you. I'm only helping that pretty boy. Didn't he tell the two of you that he doesn't need your help? Since it's like this, as a member of the small team, I naturally have to help him block the two of you, so as to avoid the two of you stealing his limelight. Xiao Fei grinned, and his smile was extremely brilliant, with an expression of awe-inspiring righteousness. It was as if he was really helping Duan Lingtian out of the kindness of his heart. However, Xiao Fei's smile was so fake in the eyes of Shirlan and Hu Li. Xiao Fei, it's fine if you don't help Duan Lingtian, but you're even stopping us from helping him. Must you see him die before you're happy? Hu Li's eyes were crimson red, and he raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the sheathed sword on his back, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Xiao Fei, move aside. Shirlan's voice had a trace of icy cold rage mixed within, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in her hand. What? The two of you still want to make a move against me? Do the two of you think you're a match for me? The corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a cold smile, and a dark green spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Don't forget, not only does my cultivation far surpass the two of you, the spirit sword in my hand is a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Xiao Fei's face had a trace of disdain mixed within as he looked at Hu Li and Shirlan. In his eyes, not to mention Hu Li and Shirlan. Even if Hu Li, Shirlan, and that pretty boy joined forces, it was impossible for them to be a match for him. If you still don't move aside, then we won't hold back anymore. Shirlan's beautiful face had traces of rage mixed within, and she felt loathing towards Xiao Fei's current actions from the bottom of her heart. Why didn't she notice in the past that Xiao Fei was actually such a vicious person? Today, she could be considered to have completely seen Xiao Fei's true colors. Xiao Fei, move aside. Hu Li had an excited expression as the 3-foot-long blade left its sheath and fell into his hand. What? The two of you really want to make a move against me? Then let me see if the two of you have made any progress recently. Xiao Fei started laughing, and his smile contained traces of disdain. Swish, swish. Shirlan and Hu Li couldn't restrain themselves any longer, and they directly swung their swords and attacked, flashing straight towards Xiao Fei. Whereas Xiao Fei seemed as if he was playing with the two of them, and their swords were easily blocked by his sword, not to mention that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand far surpassed the grade 8 spirit sword in Shirlan and Hu Li's hands. In terms of strength, he was a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and compared to the 3rd-level Origin Core Stage martial artist Shirlan and Hu Li, he possessed an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Under his sword, Shirlan and Hu Li were no different than children. Presently, Duan Lingtian was executing the Spirit Serpent movement technique with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, flashing around the elephant rhino. Every time, he managed to dodge the elephant rhinoceros's charge without any mishap. The sharp fangs of the elephant rhino brushed past the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian many times, yet it didn't even touch the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes. The elephant rhino was finally enraged and went berserk. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian didn't dare execute the Spirit Serpent movement technique with his strength at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage to play with the elephant rhino. The current elephant rhino had already completely revealed the speed it should possess as a 4th-level Origin Core stage fierce beast. The speed revealed by the strength of 60 ancient mammoths was far from something his speed revealed by the strength of 40 ancient mammoths could compare to. Instantly, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths appeared above Duan Lingtian as well. Now, he was similarly dodging the elephant rhino's attacks with ease. Suddenly, the sound of weapons colliding sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian frowned. Could it be that Shirlan and Hu Li have encountered danger? When he flipped over and descended onto the back of the elephant rhino and looked over, he saw a scene that caused him to be incomparably furious. Xiao Fei. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy, as he was able to discern that Xiao Fei was playing with Shirlan and Hu Li. Whereas Xiao Fei's objective was obviously to stop Shirlan and Hu Li from helping him. Although he didn't need Shirlan and Hu Li's help, Xiao Fei's current actions still completely infuriated him. I originally wanted to play with you for a while longer, but now, I don't have the time to play with you. Duan Lingtian gazed at the elephant rhino beneath his feet, and his eyes went cold. Instantly, 20 of the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished into thin air, and it once again sharply reduced to 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian once again controlled his strength to the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. It was comparable to an ordinary 3rd-level Origin Core stage martial artist. In Duan Lingtian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. This 3-foot-long blade was precisely the one he refined when he bet his life on weapons refinement with the Chu family's second elder in the Swallow Mountain County's county city. It was capable of amplifying strength by 20%. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian drew his sword. The strength of the grade 8 spirit sword bloomed, and the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky instantly became 48 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His sword flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the head of the elephant rhino. The place where the sword descended encountered extremely great resistance. The skin of this elephant rhino is really thick. Chapter 275. Roar. Although the 3-foot-long blade had only pierced a little into the elephant rhino's head, the elephant rhino still felt pain. It let out a sorrowful roar, and its enormous body started to sway intensely, wanting to throw Duan Lingtian off. Duan Lingtian was as steady as Mount Tai, unmoved, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Quake energy. Origin energy coiled around the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, and it started to vibrate intensely, and the frequency became faster and faster. The terrifying quake energy vibrated within the origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade, and the solid skin of the elephant rhino was quickly torn apart, and the tip of the sword pierced straight into the skull of the elephant rhino. Fresh blood shot out violently. The quake energy was still continuing. The vibrating origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand directly shattered the skull of the elephant rhino. Roar. The elephant rhino emitted the last low roar of its life, and subsequently, its enormous body collapsed with a bang, and dust suffused the air. Bang. The elephant rhino's enormous body collapsed, causing the earth to tremble, and it also caused the 3 people fighting in the distance to notice the commotion, and they all stopped. Shirlan and Huli stared blankly at the elephant rhino collapsing, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually killed the elephant rhino. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Impossible. Impossible. Xiao Fei looked at the scene before him and was completely dumbstruck. That pretty boy actually killed the elephant rhino? How could this be possible? He was surely dreaming, surely. But when he pinched his thigh and felt the pain coming from his thigh, he realized that all this wasn't a dream, but was real. Duan Lingtian took out the elephant rhino's inner core and returned to Shirlan and Hu Li's side, then he passed the inner core in his hand to Hu Li. Hu Li, keep it first, we'll divide it equally later. Duan Ling, you're really something. Hu Li gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up, then he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't see how you attacked earlier. You're actually able to kill a 4th-level origin core stage fierce beast, the elephant rhino, with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. It's simply unbelievable. Speaking up to here, Hu Li's eyes were filled with resentment as he swept a glance at Xiao Fei, who was not far away. Duan Lingen, you're amazing. Shirlan also looked at Duan Lingtian with a look of worship. Duan Lingtian killing the elephant rhino had given her too much of a shock. Before today, if someone told her that a 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist was able to kill a 4th-level origin core stage fierce beast, she would absolutely not believe it. But now, she had no choice but to believe, because it happened right in front of her eyes. Very quickly, Shirlan seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of anger. Xiao Fei, from now on, you go your own way and we'll go ours. Shirlan's heart was filled with rage when she recalled what happened earlier. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was fine, otherwise, she would never be able to forgive herself for her entire lifetime. After all, it was she who pulled Duan Lingtian into their small group. Xiao Fei leave. I, Hu Li, will take it as I've never known you in the future. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of displeasure. Now that he saw Xiao Fei, he couldn't help but recall what happened earlier, and he was extremely furious. What? Now that you too have this pretty boy, you intend to get rid of him after he's outlived his usefulness? Xiao Fei's face had already sunk when Shirlan spoke, and now his gaze went cold when he heard Hu Li's words. Do you too think that I, Xiao Fei, am someone that you can order around at will? He was already envious of Duan Lingtian, and now when he saw Shirlan and Hu Li actually wanted to drive him away for the sake of Duan Lingtian, a wave of evil flames instantly arose within his heart. Actually, asking him to leave this small group was nothing. But when he thought of how he left because of this pretty boy, his heart was filled with resentment, and he wasn't willing to let it go. Xiao Fei, what you did earlier really disappointed us. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei and his face sank. I've said it before, I was only helping this pretty boy earlier. The facts prove that I was right to stop you two from making a move, as he himself is able to kill the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei sneered, as if he'd long since known that Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill the elephant rhino. Actually, how could Shirlan and Hu Li not be aware of his little thoughts? For a moment, their expressions became unsightly. Shameless. All right, there's no need for you two to harm each other because of me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. When Shirlan and Hu Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were stunned for a moment. If it was someone else that helped Xiao Fei plead for leniency, they wouldn't find it strange, but the person that was pleading for leniency was Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, and their faces were filled with astonishment. At least you're sensible. When Xiao Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he laughed complacently, as he thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of him. As far as he was concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill the elephant rhino, it was only because Duan Lingtian's luck was good. Moreover, Duan Lingtian spent a very long time before killing the elephant rhino. If he were to rely on a grade 7 spirit sword to make a move, he only needed a single move, and it would be sufficient to kill the elephant rhino in an instant. Duan Lingtian was nothing in his eyes. Although Shirlan and Hu Li didn't know why Duan Lingtian wanted to help Xiao Fei plead for leniency, but since Duan Lingtian, the person involved, didn't fuss about it, they didn't say anything further. However, they'd completely taken Xiao Fei to be a stranger now. Xiao Fei didn't mind, as he stayed behind only for the sake of venting his anger and fighting for face. Moreover, he would absolutely not let that pretty boy have an easy time. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiao Fei's icy cold gaze that swept over, but he didn't mind. A wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth, as if everything was within his grasp. Let's continue walking. Duan Lingtian called out to Shirlan and Hu Li before continuing forward. Seeing Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walking forward, Xiao Fei naturally followed. His icy cold gaze didn't leave Duan Lingtian's side from beginning to end. Now, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingen. However, he wanted to see Duan Lingtian being killed by the fierce beast. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. The group of people continued to walk forward, and they'd only walked for a short while when Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps. What's wrong? Shirlan and Xiao Fei both had puzzled expressions. Coward! Xiao Fei sneered and continued walking forward. I'm afraid we've encountered trouble. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke slowly. At the beginning, Shirlan and Hu Li were slightly curious, but in next to no time, their gazes shot into the distance, and their pupils couldn't help but constrict. A leopard with an ugly appearance and a body that was thin like a bag of bones walked over from the distance. This leopard had a pair of dark green eyes, and every step it took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that smashed onto their chests, causing them to be slightly unable to catch their breath. Savage leopard! Xiao Fei's exclaim of surprise sounded out at almost the exact same time, and traces of fear and terror were mixed within. Savage leopard, a 6th level origin core stage fierce beast. Even if he went against the savage leopard, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Once the savage leopard attacked, it was able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas he, even if he relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to attack, he would at most be able to exert the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. Amongst them, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths came from his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. The other strength of 16 ancient mammoths relied on the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword. This was only offensive strength. In terms of offensive strength, he had a grade 7 spirit sword, but it was still inferior to the savage leopard. In terms of speed, a grade 7 spirit sword was unable to amplify speed, so his speed could only rely on the strength of 60 ancient mammoths to boost it. It was far inferior to the speed of the savage leopard that was boosted by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. When he saw the savage leopard's pair of dark green eyes staring at him, Xiao Fei started to retreat. He was clear in his heart about the savage leopard's habits. Once the savage leopard targeted a person, it would chase after that person to the death, and even if that person fled, the savage leopard would still chase after that person and tear that person into pieces. So, it was practically impossible for him to flee. A crazy idea arose within his heart. If someone attacked the savage leopard, then the savage leopard would surely temporarily give up on that person and turn to target the person that attacked it. In next to no time, Xiao Fei retreated to the vicinity of Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and he shouted out explosively, "Shi Lan, Hu Li, and that pretty boy. Let's join forces and kill this savage leopard." Duan Lingtian's group of 3 didn't move when they heard Xiao Fei, and they looked at Xiao Fei as if they were looking at an idiot. "Xiao Fei, do you think we don't know the habits of the savage leopard? You want us to attack the savage leopard and attract its attention. Then you can seize the opportunity to escape." Facing the savage leopard, Shi Lan's heart was filled with fear, and her delicate body slightly trembled from fear. But now that she heard Xiao Fei's words, she couldn't help but open her mouth to ridicule him. "Xiao Fei, you're too vicious." Hu Li's expression was extremely unsightly. This Xiao Fei actually wanted to step on their corpses to escape. Did he really think he was an idiot? The savage leopard was very calm and didn't make any sound. It walked step by step towards Xiao Fei, as if Xiao Fei was the only one left in its world at this moment. Even if Xiao Fei retreated to the back of Duan Lingtian's group of 3, the savage leopard still followed him step by step. When the savage leopard walked past Duan Lingtian's group of 3, Shi Lan's face was deathly pale, and her delicate body trembled without stopping. Hu Li's expression was extremely unsightly as well. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move in the slightest. He knew that after the savage leopard pounced and killed Xiao Fei, it would shift its target to them. Facing the savage leopard, Shi Lan and Hu Li felt a wave of powerlessness in their hearts. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. He glanced at Xiao Fei, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Did this Xiao Fei really think that he was so generous and kind enough to let him stay? Actually, before Duan Lingtian killed the elephant rhino, he'd already planned to get even with Xiao Fei. After he killed the elephant rhino and his keen spiritual force detected the aura of the savage leopard, another plan arose in his heart. The current scene was all within his control. "If you don't join forces with me, then all of us will die." Xiao Fei's expression was unsightly, and traces of fear were emitted from his eyes. He didn't forget to make a final effort with the intention of persuading Duan Lingtian's group of 3. "Xiao Fei, if I'm not wrong, in our small group, until now, it seems that only you haven't made a move, right?" Chapter 276. As a member of our small team, if you want to share the gains with us, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Now, Duan Lingtian had completely returned everything Xiao Fei said to him earlier back to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was angered to the point his face went livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, but he was utterly unable to refute. These words were what he'd said to Duan Lingtian earlier. For a moment, he only felt that he'd lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. At this moment, he also realized a problem. Now, if he didn't take the initiative to attack the savage leopard, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 would absolutely not make a move. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the terror in his heart. "I'll make a move against this savage leopard now. If all of you don't join forces with me, then once it kills me, all 3 of you can just wait to die." Xiao Fei's eyes were crimson red as he stared at the savage leopard, and origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Fei moved. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged towards the savage leopard in a menacing manner. Above him, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. When facing the savage leopard, he completely exerted the strength of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist and didn't dare hold back in the slightest. He knew clearly in his heart that at this moment, the slightest bit of holding back might instantly take his life. At the same time, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed gracefully before piercing towards one of the savage leopard's eyes. No matter what fierce beast it was, its eyes were its weakness. Now, beside the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Xiaofei, another 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, the might of a grade 7 spirit weapon. He used his full strength in this sword strike. This Xiaofei is rather smart. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw Xiaofei attacking the savage leopard's eyes. But he didn't look favorably upon Xiaofei. The savage leopard's speed was far from something Xiaofei could compare to. It was impossible for Xiaofei's sword strike to touch the savage leopard. The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian thought. The 6th level origin core stage fierce beast, the savage leopard's figure flashed and easily avoided Xiaofei's sword strike. Roar! The savage leopard roared for the first time, and it was full of anger. No! Xiaofei's pupils constricted when he saw savage leopard getting out of the way and pouncing towards him. He let out a shrill cry. The next moment, his body was sent flying by the savage leopard. Then, the savage leopard opened its bloody mouth and bit at one of Xiaofei's legs. With a bony sound, it tore off one of Xiaofei's legs and blood spilled all over the ground. Ah! Xiaofei's blood-curdling screams were incomparably mournful, causing people's hair to stand on end. What are you waiting for? Xiaofei's complexion was deathly pale. With great difficulty, he used his elemental energy to stop the bleeding of his wounds. He shouted at Duan Lingtian and the other two, Lan and Power of whose expressions turned ugly. Asking them to take action? Wouldn't that be sending him to his death? However, when they thought of the fact that they were going to die no matter what and when they saw Xiaofei's current miserable state, they glanced at Duan Lingtian who was at the side. Soon after, they looked at each other and fiercely nodded their heads, as if they had made some kind of decision. Duan Lingtian, we'll stall for time for you. Hurry up and flee. Power of who suddenly shouted out explosively. His entire body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as the 3-foot-long azure sword in his hand flashed out, Skynet sword technique. Sword images that filled the sky descended and enveloped the savage leopard. Duan Lingtian quickly flee. Lan also shouted at Duan Lingtian and followed Power of who as her sword flashed towards the savage leopard. At this moment, Lan and Power of whose gazes were unprecedentedly firm. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was so high and his future achievements were limitless. If he were to die here like this, then it would truly be a pity. Moreover, they really took Duan Lingtian as a companion and a friend. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and a trace of warmth emerged within his heart. It had already been a long time since he was moved like this. The last time was over 3 years ago when Fatty Li Xian blocked Duan Lingxing's palm strike for him. Only then did he feel this kind of emotion. Two madmen. Seeing Lan and Power of who facing death unflinchingly, Xiaofei endured the pain and his face was deathly pale and unsightly. Never had he imagined that even at this moment, Lan and Power of who were actually still thinking of protecting Duan Lingtian. This caused endless jealousy and hatred to arise within his heart. Based on what? Based on what can he make Lan and Power of who act like this, but I can't? Xiaofei looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. There was also a trace of cold killing intent that was about to devour someone. The savage leopard originally intended to kill Xiaofei, but now that it noticed Lan and Power of who flashing towards it, it instantly changed its target. A pair of dark green eyes stared fixedly at Lan and Power of who, containing traces of coldness. Seeing the savage leopard pouncing over, a trace of despair flashed within Lan and Power of whose eyes. But within this despair, there were traces of other emotions mixed within. There was determination, and facing death unflinchingly. Everything was for the sake of fighting for a chance of survival for Duan Lingtian. Be careful! Duan Lingtian finally made a move. He knew that if he still didn't make a move, Lan and Power of who would die without a doubt. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Duan Lingtian's figure seemed to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow, and it was incomparably swift as it flashed directly towards the location of the savage leopard. At this moment, he didn't hold back any longer and used his entire strength to dash out. Sure Lan and power of who were in imminent danger. He didn't dare dally. No. Impossible. Xiao Fei, who had one of his legs bitten off by the savage leopard, just happened to be facing Duan Lingtian. Now, when he saw the 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian, he was completely dumbstruck. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. According to his knowledge, even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist seemed to only possess the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, right? This Duan Lingtian is a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist? How old is he? Instantly, traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent would actually be so terrifying. So terrifying that it caused him to be shocked. Of course, after the shock in his heart was boundless jealousy and hatred. The heavens are unfair. Why does this pretty boy have such good natural talent? At the same time that Duan Lingtian dashed out, a sword appeared in his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword. He didn't dare be careless when facing the savage leopard. Sure Lan in power of who only heard an awe-inspiring sound of the wind coming from behind them, then an incomparably swift figure descended before them. Duan Lingtian. Sure Lan in power of whose faces went ghastly pale. Presently, they didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift, and there was only one thought in their hearts. Duan Lingtian actually didn't flee? Right when helplessness and bitterness arose within their hearts, and they thought that Duan Lingtian would die with them. They inadvertently saw the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. This glance almost caused them to be frightened out of their wits. They clearly saw that along with the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand flashing out and his origin energy blossomed, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Duan Lingtian utilizing the amplification strength of the grade 7 spirit sword on top of his own strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when facing the savage leopard that pounced over. Sword drawing arts. A straightforward sword strike was easily executed in Duan Lingtian's hand. In the eyes of Sure Lan and power of who, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have instantly vanished without a trace. Of course, they knew that this wasn't true disappearance. Instead, the speed of the sword had attained a certain degree, causing it to be difficult for their eyes to catch sight of it. Their hearts were completely in suspense. They stared dumbstruck at the scene before them. Roar, at the same time that the savage leopard pounced over, it seemed to have noticed how terrifying Duan Lingtian's sword strike was, and its dark green eyes emitted a trace of terror as it let out a low roar and its body shook, wanting to dodge. But, even though the savage leopard's speed was swift, but Duan Lingtian's sword was even swifter. The savage leopard's speed was at most driven by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian's sword strike instead contained the amplification strength of the grade 7 spirit sword, and the speed of the sword was driven by the strength of an entire 90 ancient mammoths. Blood splattered everywhere. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly entered between the brows of the savage leopard. This wasn't the end. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Quake energy. Instantly, origin energy raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it vibrated at an extremely fast frequency, and the frequency became faster and faster. Under the urging of the origin energy, the terrifying quake energy entered into the skull of the crippled leopard as if it was crushing dry weeds. Crack, crack. The ear-piercing sound of bones shattering abruptly sounded out, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. Roar, the savage leopard emitted its final low roar, and its pair of dark green eyes that were incomparably dazzling a moment ago had completely dimmed down in the next moment. Its body that was only skin and bones crashed down, and it was completely devoid of any signs of life. The 6th-level origin core stage fierce beast, savage leopard, was dead. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. Sure Lan and Huli stared blankly at this scene, and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure was so tall in their eyes, tall like a mountain, and they could rely on him. Hu Li fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and until now, he still hadn't calmed down the shock in his heart. At that moment earlier, he only felt that his heart was almost scared to the point of stopping. Although Shilan's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Hu Li's, the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with a complicated expression. She recalled the scene when she just met Duan Lingtian not long ago, and at that time, she'd even saved Duan Lingtian. Now it would seem that Duan Lingtian had completely suppressed his strength to play with that fierce beast at that time, whereas her actions of saving Duan Lingtian were only superfluous. When she thought up to here, her cheeks couldn't help but slightly burn. But Duan Lingtian's strength still deeply shocked Shilan and Hu Li. As far as they were concerned, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was at least at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. A 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist around the age of 20. According to their knowledge, such a monster seemed to have never appeared in the 7-star sword sect. You're a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist. A slightly hoarse voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with traces of icy cold hatred. Duan Lingtian glanced over. Chapter 277. Xiao Fei's voice was somewhat hysterical, close to a roar. His face was flushed red, as if someone was tightly choking his neck. His pair of ghastly eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, flickering with frightening killing intent. Duan Lingtian obviously had the strength to kill the savage leopard, but he didn't make a move and allowed the savage leopard to tear off one of his legs. He was almost certain. This Duan Lingtian was absolutely intentional. Legs being torn off by the savage leopard and being chopped off by a human with a sharp weapon were two completely different concepts. The latter, as long as it was dealt with in time, there was still hope to reconnect. The former was impossible to reconnect. I'll be a cripple in the future. I'll be a cripple in the future. And all of this is because of him, all because of him. Xiao Fei's heart was filled with despair. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't be crippled. He pushed all of the fault onto Duan Lingtian. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that all of his origin energy was used to stop the gushing blood from his wound, he would have definitely made a move against Duan Lingtian to vent the hatred in his heart. Although he wasn't Duan Lingtian's match. But Duan Lingtian had destroyed him. He hated. It could be imagined that now that he had lost a leg, it was impossible for him to have a future. His life was destined to be a cripple, mediocre and useless. I did it on purpose? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao Fei's words, he didn't deny it. He smiled coldly. Xiao Fei, even if I did it on purpose, so what? Why do you think I should save you? Xiao Fei's face sank. That's right, why should this Duan Lingtian save him? Xiao Fei. Duan Lingtian coldly stared at Xiao Fei. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. From the moment I joined this small group, you were unhappy with me in every possible way. You spoke rudely, but I didn't care. Only, later on, you actually wanted me to throw away my life. In order to make me make a move, you ridiculed me many times. It was nothing more than wanting to infuriate me and make me lose my reason. Is that so? Xiao Fei didn't deny it. His eyes were cold. But you didn't die. Yeah, I didn't die. Because I'm not the 1st level Origin Core stage martial artist in your eyes. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. I can imagine that if I was really only a 1st level Origin Core stage martial artist today, I would undoubtedly die when going against that elephant rhino. I'm very curious. Today is the first time we've met. Why do you hate me so much and even want me to die? I just want you to die. Xiao Fei's eyes had a piercingly cold light. You, a 1st level Origin Core stage trash, on what basis should you join our small group and share the gains with us? Since Shilan and Hu Li want to keep you, then let me see how they'll be able to protect you with their strength. As he spoke up to here, Xiao Fei looked at Shilan and Hu Li, and coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. And you too, Xiao Fei, a dignified 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, entering this primeval forest with you too is your honor. You too actually disobeyed me many times for this pretty boy. How can I endure it? I just want this pretty boy to die, and only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Fei's face revealed slight insanity. Xiao Fei. Shi Lan and Hu Li's faces sank, as they never imagined that Xiao Fei was actually so narrow-minded. Just because of this, he wanted to make Duan Lingtian throw away his life? Traces of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. Fortunately, they saw Xiao Fei's true colors clearly today. Otherwise, even if they were sold by Xiao Fei in the future, they might still be helping Xiao Fei count the money. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to be enveloped in a layer of coldness as he stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. You conspired against me and wanted to make me throw away my life, that's fine. But what did you do when I was fighting the elephant rhino? I don't care if you don't help me. But Shi Lan and Hu Li wanted to help me. Why did you obstruct them? On what basis did you obstruct them? Duan Lingtian's voice contained extreme rage mixed within. Xiao Fei's cold eyes swept Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed insanity. But unfortunately, the elephant rhino was actually unable to kill you, pretty boy. I never imagined that you, pretty boy, concealed yourself so deeply. As he finished speaking, traces of unwillingness were mixed within Xiao Fei's tone. Duan Lingtian smiled, and his smile was very brilliant. So you're saying that you wish for nothing more than for me to die? Xiao Fei sneered. Yes, I wish for nothing more than for you to die. It's good that you admit it. Since it's like this, what does it have to do with me that you're being chased by the savage leopard? Why should I save you? Let me ask you, if there was a person who wished for nothing more than to kill you and was faced with a desperate situation, would you save him? Following Duan Lingtian's question with a smile. Xiao Fei's expression was as unsightly as it could be. Looks like you already have an answer in your heart. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face also gradually vanished. The grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled and landed before Xiao Fei's eyes. What are you doing? When Xiao Fei saw Duan Lingtian's actions, traces of coldness arose within his heart, and his face contained traces of fear as he shouted. Duan Lingtian. Shi Lan and Hu Li were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions as well. Although they were extremely displeased with Xiao Fei in their hearts, they'd never thought of killing Xiao Fei. What am I doing? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile when he heard Xiao Fei's naive words. Xiao Fei, are you really so naive? You've tried to harm me time and time again, and I've tolerated you time and time again. Now, I can't endure it any longer. Could it be that I can't give you a taste of your own medicine? You want to kill me? Xiao Fei was muddled, and in the next moment, his eyes squinted and were suffused with a trace of icy coldness as he shouted in a low voice. You can't kill me. The 7-Star Sword sect has a rule that even if there's deep enmity between sect disciples, unless they ascend the life and death arena, they're not allowed to kill each other. Sect rule? Life and death arena? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then looked at Xiao Fei with ridicule. Xiao Fei, do you think that if I kill you in this primeval forest, then destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence? So long as Shi Lan and Hu Li don't speak of it, a fourth person would know that it was me who killed you? Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale. Right, if he were to die in this primeval forest, how could the 7-Star Sword sect know that he was killed by Duan Lingtian? Shi Lan, Hu Li. Xiao Fei looked at Shi Lan and Hu Li as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. You too can't let him kill me. Don't forget, my brother knows that I came to the primeval forest with you too. If he doesn't see me return, he'll surely suspect you too. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. Shi Lan and Hu Li's faces went slightly pale, only now did they recall that Xiao Fei still had an older brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Lan and Hu Li. A trace of fear appeared in Hu Li's eyes, and he slowly said, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Fei indeed has an older brother, and he's a Fecta Peak disciple as well. He's a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's tone was filled with fear. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Lingtian was able to kill Savage Leopard, and relying on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, he was even able to exert a formidable attack that was comparable to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. However, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was only at the 5th level of the origin core stage after all. Whereas although Xiao Fei's older brother's strength was comparable to Savage Leopard, he was a human martial artist. In terms of speed, Xiao Fei's older brother wasn't inferior to Savage Leopard. In terms of attack, Xiao Fei's older brother was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he was still able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, comparable to Savage Leopard. If a spirit weapon was used, it was able to increase the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, Xiao Fei's older brother relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to exert an attack that was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. It was far from something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. 6th level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Even if a 6th level origin core stage martial artist possessed a grade 7 spirit sword, when exerted at full strength, it would only be comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. If he relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths, then utilized the WM Python form's quake energy, he might not be unable to battle Xiao Fei's older brother. So, he wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Fei, then looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. With his character, even if I let him off today, could it be that after he returns to the 7-star sword sect, he wouldn't ask his older brother to take revenge on us? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. But it didn't mean that Shirlan and Hu Li weren't afraid. Now, he only wanted to get rid of future troubles for Shirlan and Hu Li. After all, he really took Shirlan and Hu Li to be his friends in his heart, and he didn't wish for the two of them to suffer any harm because of what happened today. When he saw Shirlan and Hu Li slightly hesitating, Duan Lingtian added, "How about this, I'll kill Xiao Fei. After you two return, if his older brother really comes looking for you two, then say that you two separated from Xiao Fei in the primeval forest, and that Xiao Fei traveled with me later on, so ask his older brother to come look for me at Migres Peak." Duan Lingtian thought that the reason Shirlan and Hu Li hesitated was because they were worried that once Xiao Fei died, Xiao Fei's older brother would look for trouble with them. So, he removed any future worries for the two of them. Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about? We're a group and we'll face difficulties together. We'll absolutely not betray you. Hu Li was instantly slightly unhappy when he heard Duan Lingtian. Exactly, we'll absolutely not do that. Shirlan spoke out as well, and her beautiful face was slightly unhappy as well. Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm when he saw their current expressions, and he smiled apologetically. I spoke wrongly. But this Xiao Fei is ruthless and merciless, and it's hard to guarantee that he won't look for trouble with us after he returns. In my opinion, we should kill him with a single strike, so as to avoid future troubles. I agree. Hu Li nodded, then glanced coldly at Xiao Fei without the slightest bit of sympathy. No, he won't. He won't. Chapter 278. At this very moment, Xiao Fei was completely terrified. Earlier, he dared to oppose Duan Lingtian because he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have the intention to kill him. Now that death was approaching, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to die. Even if he was crippled, even if he had no achievements in the future, he still didn't want to die. If he died, he would have nothing left. I beg you. Duan Lingtian, I beg you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Lingtian, weeping bitterly and hysterically begging for mercy. The current Xiao Fei, when facing Duan Lingtian, no longer had the arrogant appearance from before. His face was incomparably pale, and he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be merciful and let him go. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He never thought that this Xiao Fei was also a wretched wretch, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, causing him to look down on him from the bottom of his heart. If Xiao Fei could still maintain the arrogant appearance from before, perhaps he would still respect Xiao Fei a little. But now, he didn't even have the interest to kill Xiao Fei. Even so, he also knew that even if it wasn't for himself, for Shirlan and Power of Hu, he still had to kill Xiao Fei. If this Xiao Fei was alive, he would be a scourge in the end. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent, Xiao Fei shifted his target to Shirlan and Power of Hu. With a trembling voice, he begged for mercy. Shirlan, Power of Hu, what happened just now was all my fault, all my fault. I beg you, ask Duan Lingtian to let me go, I beg you. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Beg you. Power of Hu's cold eyes swept past Xiao Fei and ignored him. Shirlan's gaze was complicated, and a trace of unwillingness faintly appeared on her face. Shirlan's expression was seen by Xiao Fei. A trace of hope rose from the depths of Xiao Fei's eyes. His body moved, and he struggled to fall in front of Shirlan, causing his face to be covered in blood. Xiao Fei raised his head, and his face that was covered in blood revealed traces of remorse. He looked at Shirlan and said in panic, Shirlan, I beg you. Save me, I beg you. I really don't want to die, I really don't want to die. I beg you. As Xiao Fei begged for mercy, he fiercely slammed his forehead against the ground. Very quickly, a pool of blood appeared. Xiao Fei, do you think that using the trick of injuring yourself to gain sympathy will work? When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he slightly frowned. He was deeply afraid that Shirlan had really been deceived by Xiao Fei. His face immediately sank as he shouted in a low voice. Shirlan, I beg you, I beg you. However, Xiao Fei acted as if he didn't hear Duan Lingtian's words at all. He kept kowtowing to Shirlan as his face revealed traces of sadness. Seeing that I've helped you and Power of Hu a lot in the past, please help me. I really don't want to die. Xiao Fei, you're helping us? When you enter the primeval forest with us, when have you not been the one to pick first? When have you not been the one to pick the most valuable materials first? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Power of Hu's face sank. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him with one strike. Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold as he stepped forward. The 3-feet-long blade in his hand flickered with a cold luster. Shirlan. Xiao Fei's face went ghastly pale when he saw Duan Lingtian walking over. Then he looked at Shirlan and made a final effort to beg for mercy with a sorrowful expression. I really don't want to die. Save me, save me. I swear that as long as you don't kill me, I will absolutely not find trouble with you in the future. I will also not let my brother find trouble with you. Swear? Duan Lingtian sneered. For a person with such a vicious heart, when faced with the threat of death, could he believe an oath that he made? In any case, he didn't believe it. Duan Lingtian. An abrupt voice sounded. It was Shirlan who spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Shirlan. Shirlan, you wouldn't really believe his nonsense, right? This person can't be left alive. Leaving him alive is also a disaster. Shirlan took a deep breath as she looked at Xiao Fei's face that was dyed with blood. She sighed and said faintly, Duan Lingtian, what Xiao Fei did today is indeed difficult to forgive. But, after all, the three of us are fine, but Xiao Fei has a broken leg. I believe that he has already been taught a lesson. Just let him go, okay? Duan Lingtian, I will definitely not find trouble with you, definitely. Hearing Shirlan pleading for mercy for him, Xiao Fei's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian and seized the opportunity. Let him go! Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Fei and frowned. Shirlan, as far as I'm concerned, letting him go isn't a big deal. But, as far as all of you are concerned, he'll always be an unstable factor. This decision of yours is extremely likely to bring trouble to you and Hu Li. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are concerned about me and Power of Hu. But, Xiao Fei also made an oath earlier. Shirlan said again. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Shirlan actually believed Xiao Fei's oath? Power of Hu, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Power of Hu and asked. Power of Who went silent, as he was also moved by Shirlan's words. Looking at Xiao Fei's leg that was torn off by the savage leopard, he sighed and shook his head at Duan Lingtian. In an instant, Duan Lingtian understood Power of Who's meaning. Forget it. Since both of you have compassion, then I won't be the bad guy. Duan Lingtian sighed and put away the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. His gaze slowly descended onto Xiao Fei's body. When Xiao Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian put away the 3-foot-long blade, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. His entire body powerlessly collapsed onto the ground, and his eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Xiao Fei! Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent like ice, causing Xiao Fei to tremble. He looked at Duan Lingtian with some lingering fear in his heart. Now, he didn't dare to speak harsh words to Duan Lingtian. He already knew that although this Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely decisive and ruthless in his actions. Earlier, if it wasn't for Shirlan and Power of Who not wanting him to die, he wouldn't have survived. I'm warning you. Don't have any crooked ideas after you return. Or else, I'll definitely make you die without a burial ground. At the same time that Duan Lingtian spoke, a terrifying bloodthirsty killing intent rose from his body and enveloped Xiao Fei's body, pressuring Xiao Fei to the point that his face turned pale and his eyes revealed fear. No matter what, Xiao Fei would never have thought that this young man around the age of 20 would actually have such a terrifying killing intent. How many people had he actually killed? He didn't dare to imagine. Do you want to continue going deeper into the primeval forest? Or return? When Duan Lingtian looked at Shirlan and Power of Who, the killing intent on his face vanished without a trace and was replaced by a warm smile. Let's return. Shirlan was slightly dispirited. The events that happened today caused her to feel exhausted. Power of Who nodded in agreement. Then we'll return. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked side by side with Shirlan and Power of Who. They turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest. As for Xiao Fei, after the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 disappeared before his eyes, he relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to support his body and stand up. Using the grade 7 spirit sword to replace his broken leg, he limped towards the outside of the primeval forest. He knew clearly in his heart that with his current condition, continuing to stay here would absolutely be courting death. Duan Ling, Shirlan, Power of Who, I, Xiao Fei, will absolutely not let you have an easy time. All of you, just wait to suffer the wrath of my brother. Xiao Fei wiped off the bloodstains on his face, and traces of hatred and killing intent flashed past his eyes. The current Xiao Fei, compared to the him who begged for mercy earlier, seemed to have become a completely different person outside the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 heaved a sigh of relief. After leaving the primeval forest, they didn't have to continue being vigilant if there were any fierce beasts lying dormant in the surroundings. Their strained nerves had all relaxed. Duan Lingtian, you're too formidable. Your current age ought to only be around 20, right? Shirlan looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of admiration and adoration. I'll be 20 in another month. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In a month's time, he would be 20 years old. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shirlan and Power of Who to instantly be petrified. Although they'd once suspected that Duan Lingtian might be below the age of 20, but when it really came to Duan Lingtian's own admission, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, as if a tempestuous wave had arisen on the calm surface of the sea, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. 5th level origin core stage martial artist below the age of 20. Using monstrous wasn't enough to describe such natural talent. Freak. Power of Who held back for a long time before sending out the 2 words Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would never be able to get away from the title of pervert. Duan Lingtian, how exactly did you cultivate? Shirlan was filled with shock towards Duan Lingtian being able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age, but she was even more curious about Duan Lingtian's cultivation experience. I don't know either. I casually cultivated to this extent. Duan Lingtian shrugged, then shook his head and smiled. Sherlon, the natural talent of martial artists isn't the same in Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian's natural talent is absolutely top-notch. This is something we can't envy. Power of Who shook his head, as he knew his own limitations. Even though it's like this, isn't the gap too great? Sherlon blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with intelligence, then she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In next to no time, the group of 3 had returned to the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, W Peak. Sherlon, Power of Who. You two shouldn't have let Xiaofei off today. I keep having the feeling that he won't let it go. Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier and felt slight regret in his heart. If he knew earlier he would have killed Xiaofei with a single strike, then he wouldn't have to worry so much like he did now. Duan Lingtian, Xiaofei does deserve death. But his appearance earlier was truly too pitiful. Moreover, we didn't suffer any harm. I feel that his crime doesn't deserve death. Sherlon faintly sighed, and her eyes emitted a trace of a sentimental brilliance. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Are all women so sentimental? Duan Lingtian, I know you're worried about us. But I presume that Xiaofei and his older brother wouldn't dare act rashly within the 7-star sword sect. Power of Who lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's done can't be undone, and it was useless for him to continue thinking about it. Chapter 279. After ascending the main peak, W Peak, Duan Lingtian notified Sherlon and Hu Li, then walked towards the stone platform where the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak was located. Although it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian was walking on the chain bridge, he still couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart as he stood on the chain bridge and looked at the nearby mountains of the 7-star sword sect. He had the feeling of looking down on all the mountains. After walking past the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian stepped onto Migres Peak. As soon as he stepped onto the Migres Peak's stone platform, Duan Lingtian noticed a fierce gaze that flashed over from afar and descended onto him. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A figure slowly walked towards him. This was a middle-aged man, and between his brows was a sense of arrogance, and he had a superior appearance. It's him. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had some impression of this middle-aged man. Yesterday, it was at this place that he'd seen this person. At that time, this person was walking together with the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Wuxia. This middle-aged man seemed to be the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder as well, and seemed to be called Zhao Lin. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw this Zhao Lin directly walk before him. He noticed that in the depths of Zhao Lin's gaze, traces of a burning flowing light were actually faintly mixed within, and within this burning flowing light, traces of greed were revealed. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. This Zhao Lin obviously had ulterior motives. Although he didn't know what Zhao Lin's objective was now, but he still subconsciously became vigilant. Duan Lingtian? Zhao Lin stood before Duan Lingtian, his arrogant gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his tone contained a sense of superiority mixed within, as if a superior was speaking to an inferior. Needless to say, Zhao Lin's tone caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely displeased. Elder Zhao Lin, do you need something from me? Duan Lingtian calmly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he asked indifferently. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current attitude, Zhao Lin frowned. An outer sect disciple actually used such a casual tone to speak to him? However, thinking of his purpose, Zhao Lin suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said to Duan Lingtian, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, Zhao Lin turned around and walked towards a remote area at the side of Migres Peak. Zhao Lin's words sounded more like an order to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Zhao Lin walk out, but didn't follow him. Doubt arose in his heart. This Zhao Lin, when I saw him yesterday, he only glanced at me, but also disdained me. Why is he suddenly so interested in me today? Don't tell me he's... Duan Lingtian felt a chill in his heart when he thought of his skin that was as smooth as jade and more delicate than a woman's. Could it be that this Zhao Lin had that kind of hobby? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't follow them. Very quickly, Zhao Lin noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't follow him. When he turned around and saw Duan Lingtian still standing on the spot, his expression was incomparably gloomy. This outer sect disciple actually dared to disobey his orders? A burst of rage arose in Zhao Lin's heart. Within Migres Peak, there wasn't an outer sect disciple that dared disobey his orders. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lin suppressed his rage, then slowly walked over and looked at Duan Lingtian. I asked you to follow me earlier. Didn't you hear? Are you deaf? Thinking that Duan Lingtian might have the thing he wanted, or perhaps know where the thing he wanted was, he gave Duan Lingtian sufficient patience. Elder Zhao Lin, if you have anything to say, then say it here. I'll absolutely not go with you. Duan Lingtian frowned, and didn't waste his breath as he spoke righteously to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's face slightly went grim as he shouted in a low voice. Presumptuous! Following Zhao Lin's low shout, many Migres Peak outer court disciples surrounded over, and their curious gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Who's this pretty boy? He actually dared to enrage Elder Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin is famous for his bad temper in our Migres Peak. This pretty boy actually dared to offend him. He's simply courting death. Looks like there's a good show to watch today. The group of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded over wished for the world to be in chaos. What are all of you surrounding over for? All of you move aside. Zhao Lin's face sank when he saw many people gathered in the surroundings, and a trace of worry flashed within his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. The worry that flashed within Zhao Lin's eyes was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. Instantly, his heart jerked. Could it be that I've really guessed correctly? This Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, really has that sort of hobby? For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a chill run down his spine, and he secretly cursed in his heart. F***K. Looks like I really have to bask in the sun more. My body that's been reborn after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk actually drew the covetous eyes of this Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin looks like a decent person, but I never imagined that he would have that sort of hobby. After confirming that Zhao Lin had ill intentions towards him, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't allow the surrounding Migres Peak outer court disciples to leave. Elder Zhao Lin, there's nothing shameful between the two of us. Why do you want them to leave? Duan Lingtian's words caused the group of Migres Peak disciples that were originally afraid of Zhao Lin's dignity and intended to leave to stop their footsteps. What does he mean by this? I don't know. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Zhao Lin with bewildered expressions. What? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Zhao Lin's face sank and he burst into rage when he heard Duan Lingtian daring to question his decision. Elder Zhao Lin, I naturally don't dare teach you how to do things. But I want to make something clear here today. Even though my skin is slightly fairer, I absolutely don't have that sort of hobby. So, Elder Zhao Lin, you better give up this thought. I won't go with you. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he rubbed his hands with a chill, then looked at Zhao Lin with a face full of disgust. As far as he was concerned, only by exposing Zhao Lin's true face would Zhao Lin give up his plans of coveting him. Duan Lingtian's words could be said to be like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples to be dumbstruck. The gazes the Migres Peak disciples shot at Zhao Lin with became extremely strange. So Elder Zhao Lin has that sort of hobby. I really didn't notice in the past. Looks like the reason he was enraged to this pretty boy earlier was because this pretty boy refused him. This pretty boy is really unfortunate. Only his skin is slightly fairer and more tender, but the other places are still filled with manliness. But it's precisely because of this that he actually incurred the coveting of Elder Zhao Lin. Don't speak of it, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples could be considered to have completely understood now. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with pity. Looks like having skin that was too white wasn't a good thing. There was still a certain amount of danger when encountering a special group of people like Elder Zhao Lin. "Brother, I pity you." A Migres Peak disciple that stood nearby Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian, then shook his head and sighed. "Brother, why don't you follow Elder Zhao Lin? Elder Zhao Lin is an elder of our Migres Peak. If you follow him, then wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want on Migres Peak in the future?" Another Migres Peak disciple winked at Duan Lingtian. "I'll leave this opportunity to you." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at this Migres Peak disciple, as he didn't have that sort of hobby. Duan Lingtian's words and the commotion of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples had now entered into Zhao Lin's ears and eyes, and it allowed him to understand what had happened. This Duan Lingtian actually thought that he had that sort of hobby. Then he saw the strange gazes that the numerous Migres Peak disciples shot over, and for a moment, Zhao Lin was angered to the point his face went livid. He'd been in the 7-Star Sword sect for many years. When had he lost so much face? "What nonsense are all of you talking about?" Zhao Lin's face sank, and his sonorous voice sounded out, mixed with frightening coldness. Instantly, everyone present shut their mouths. But the gazes they shot at Zhao Lin were still so strange, so disgusted, so disgusting. Now, they naturally thought that Zhao Lin had flown into a rage out of humiliation. "Elder Zhao," Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin and shook his head. "Actually, I can understand that you have that sort of hobby. Really. Although I don't have this sort of hobby, but in my hometown, there are still many people like you. However, they wouldn't take this as a disgrace, and most of us wouldn't look down on them because of this." The hometown Duan Lingtian spoke of now was naturally the Earth of his previous life. On Earth, gays and lesbians weren't a rare thing. Although Duan Lingtian didn't approve, he wouldn't look down on them. Every single person had the right to choose their own survival, and others had no right to interfere. "What? Elder Zhao Lin, you don't believe me?" Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Lin was still glaring angrily at him, wishing for nothing more than to pull out his tendons and skin him alive, and he hurriedly added, "Elder Zhao Lin, what I said is all true. Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. I can understand, I really can understand. I believe that these senior and junior brothers can understand as well, right?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples. These Migres Peak disciples were originally slightly terrified in their hearts when they saw Zhao Lin become enraged, and now when they heard Duan Lingtian, all of them instantly seized the opportunity. "Yeah, Elder Zhao Lin, you don't have to be embarrassed, we can understand. We can understand. Actually, it's nothing, you just like men and not women. Elder Zhao Lin, don't worry, we'll surely support you." The crowd of Migres Peak disciples comforted Zhao Lin one after another. "Elder Zhao Lin." Duan Lingtian endured Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze and braced himself as he said, "Look, listen. So many senior and junior brothers aren't too surprised after knowing that you have that sort of hobby. Everyone understands you and supports you. All of you." Chapter 280. Pooh! In the end, Zhao Lin's vital energy and blood roiled, and he was forcefully angered by Duan Lingtian and the group of Migres Peak disciples to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood sprayed all over the ground, dazzling and resplendent. When they saw this scene, the group of Migres Peak disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were all shocked to the point of being dumbstruck. "Elder Zhao Lin, we're not lying to you, we're really..." A Migres Peak disciple looked at Zhao Lin like a rash youth, but he hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Zhao Lin's fierce gaze sweeping over, and he hurriedly shut his mouth obediently. "Very good. I'll come look for you again." Zhao Lin took a deep breath, then glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian before leaving. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were surrounding together opened up a path. After Zhao Lin left, the group of Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian, and their eyes contained slight pity mixed within. "Brother, looks like Elder Zhao Lin won't let you off so easily. Take care. Brother, you can only rely on yourself, we're powerless to help. Brother, Don't be so white when you reincarnate in your next life. Even women would probably be envious of your skin. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that you'll be coveted by Elder Zhao Lin. One by one, the Migres Peak disciples spoke to Duan Lingtian. They shook their heads when they saw Duan Lingtian standing on the spot, dumbstruck, and not reacting in the slightest, then turned around and left. Looks like he's already been scared silly by Elder Zhao Lin. I really don't know if he's unlucky or lucky. Our Migres Peak has so many disciples, yet Elder Zhao Lin just happened to fancy him. So, men must never be too white, or else they'll be coveted by people like Elder Zhao Lin. When these Migres Peak disciples left, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. The gaze Zhao Lin shot at him before leaving made him realize that this matter didn't seem to be so simple. Could it be that he doesn't have that sort of hobby? I've misunderstood him? Duan Lingtian could see that when Zhao Lin was so angry that he vomited blood, the cold gaze in his eyes was not a gaze of anger. Zhao Lin didn't seem like someone who had that kind of hobby. However, if he doesn't have that sort of hobby, why would he have that sort of greedy gaze when he looked at me? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with confusion. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. However, this time around, I have completely offended that Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't care too much about it. That Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak after all, and with the sect rules of the 7-star sword sect placed there, he ought to not dare rashly punish him in public. Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian strode out and prepared to return to the stalactite cave. When he thought of that Zhao Lin from before, Duan Lingtian always felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. After observing the surroundings for a while, he gritted his teeth and went wherever he saw the most people. Before long, he followed the streams of people that were in groups of 3 to 5 and circled more than half of Migres Peak. He spent an entire half an hour. My spiritual force is insufficient to sense void-prying stage martial artists. Even if a void-prying stage martial artist was following me, I wouldn't notice in the slightest. However, even if it was a void-prying stage martial artist, it wouldn't be so easy to follow me. Duan Lingtian believed that after circling around for this half an hour, even if that Zhao Lin was really following him, he would surely have been shaken off by him. As the king of weapons kings on earth in his previous life, Duan Lingtian still had this bit of confidence. Before long, Duan Lingtian felt at ease as he found a small path and headed directly towards the peak of Migres Peak. If that Zhao Lin was really following him, then he would probably never have imagined that his residence and cultivation location was actually at the peak of Migres Peak. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, halfway up Migres Peak, Zhao Lin stood there with a gloomy and unsightly expression. That kid actually shook me off. Could it be that he noticed me? When he recalled how Duan Lingtian practically chose places with a lot of people all along the way, he was slightly doubtful in his heart. Now, Duan Lingtian running away right under his nose and shaking him off even deepened the doubt in his heart. That kid is at most an origin core stage martial artist. How could he possibly shake me off? It's surely his luck. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he didn't believe that a young man around the age of 20 was able to shake him off. He was a void-prying stage martial artist. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had returned to the stalactite cave within the cliff. Glancing at the 2 little pythons that were still snoring loudly, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Subsequently, he sat on the stone platform and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, Python form. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian noticed something through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It turned out that the quake energy bestowed upon him by the 3rd form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the Python form, could be improved as well. When he was at the 4th level of the origin core stage, it only allowed the origin energy within his body to develop the quake energy. Later on, along with the improvement of his cultivation, the quake energy would improve as well. Now, I'm only at the 4th level of the origin core stage, and the quake energy is already so terrifying. If I continue to improve, then wouldn't the quake energy be even more heaven-defying? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, his gaze abruptly shone, and his face was filled with joy and anticipation. After entering the primeval forest today, he deeply experienced the might of the quake energy, and it could absolutely be said to be heaven-defying. Originally, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and relying on a Grade 8 Spirit Sword, he was still unable to break open the skin of the 4th level Origin Core stage Elephant Rhino, but when he utilized the quake energy, the Grade 7 Spirit Sword directly pierced into the skull of the Elephant Rhino as easily as crushing dry weeds, and even shattered the skull of the Elephant Rhino, killing the Elephant Rhino. The quake energy was an extremely overbearing method of exerting strength. It transcended martial skills. And the 6th level Origin Core stage Savage Leopard was the same. He was directly killed by him like cutting tofu. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian started cultivating even more diligently. With my current natural talent, relying on an origin strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above, I'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage within 3 months. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence towards his current self. Since he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent couldn't be compared to the past. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian once again closed his eyes and started cultivating bitterly. He cultivated all the way until the 2nd day before waking up, and he was awoken by hunger. After casually roasting a suckling pig and eating it, Duan Lingtian burped, then left the stalactite cave and left the peak, intending to head to the Migres Peaks Trade Hall, which was the vast building behind the chain bridge. When he left the primeval forest yesterday, he, Sherlan, and Huli equally split the gains from the primeval forest. Originally, Sherlan and Huli wanted to give the crippled wolf and elephant rhino's inner cores to him, but he refused, as in that way, it wouldn't be considered an equal split. In the end, he only took the crippled wolf's inner core. Now, he was intending to head to the trade hall and use the crippled wolf's inner core to exchange for some materials. The materials he needed were precisely the materials required for the Blaze inscription. The Blaze inscription was an offensive inscription that was capable of annihilating a half-step void stage expert. The main material of the Blaze inscription was the silver flame grass, and he'd already obtained it from the Black Wind City's Ma Clan auction house on the way to the 7-star sword sect. Although he'd prepared some of the remaining materials, one of them was incomplete. If he wanted to inscribe the Blaze inscription, then that material must be sufficient. So, he thought of the Migres Peaks Trade Hall. Within the trade hall, besides the Migres Peak disciples being able to use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons from the Migres Peaks alchemy elders and weapons crafting elders, Migres Peak disciples would frequently carry out some private transactions between themselves. The crippled leopard's inner core couldn't be considered to be precious, but it was still extremely difficult to obtain. As for the material that Duan Lingtian required, although it was rare, it wasn't of much use to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. So, Duan Lingtian only spent half an hour to successfully exchange for it. Using a material that he didn't need to exchange for the crippled leopard's inner core in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Migres Peak disciple's face bloomed with a smile. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as well. He was finally able to inscribe the Blaze inscription. Right when Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home and intended to return to inscribe the Blaze inscription, he saw Zhao Lin once again. "You're really like a ghost that won't go away." Zhao Lin blocked his path, and his gaze descended onto him. "Elder Zhao Lin, is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian didn't evade and directly walked over as he asked with a frown. Now, he could almost be sure that Zhao Lin ought to not have that sort of special hobby, but why did this Zhao Lin target him and not let him go? This was something that was difficult for him to understand. So now he urgently wanted to know the reason. "Duan Lingtian." Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression, and when he thought of what happened yesterday, his eyes couldn't help but emit a strand of dense killing intent. What happened yesterday had already spread throughout the entire Migres Peak. Now, no matter where he went to Migres Peak, he could sense numerous strange gazes looking at him. He believed that according to this trend, it wouldn't be long before the entire seven-star sword sect would think that he really had that sort of hobby. His reputation was practically destroyed. And the initiator of all this was the young man that stood before him now, an ordinary Migres Peak disciple. He'd already made a decision in his heart. Once his goal was achieved and he obtained what he wanted, he would surely think of a way to kill this Migres Peak disciple to vent the hatred in his heart. Duan Lingtian had lived 2 lifetimes, and in his previous life, he was even a weapons specialist that walked out from a rain of bullets and mountains of corpses, so he was naturally able to sense the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes. Instantly, his face sank. "Elder Zhao Lin, speak frankly if you have something to say." Chapter 281. 10,000-Year Stalactite Milk? Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard Zhao Lin, but he still pretended as if nothing had happened on the surface. The first thought in his heart was, how does this Zhao Lin know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Since he discovered the 10,000-year stalactite milk until now, besides him and the 2 little girls, there was absolutely no 4th person that knew of it. This was something he was incomparably sure of. Of course, he believed that it was absolutely impossible for it to be the 2 little girls that leaked the news. Then here came the question. How the heck did this Zhao Lin know? Elder Zhao Lin, what did you say earlier? What's stalactite milk? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Is there a misunderstanding? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and his gaze was calm as he looked at Zhao Lin and frowned slightly with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in his ability to control the changes in his expression. He believed that even if Zhao Lin carefully sized him up now, it would be impossible for Zhao Lin to discern any inkling from his expression. Misunderstanding? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, you're really good at pretending, as if you really don't know about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But you can't deceive me. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean? What did I pretend about? Duan Lingtian frowned, and his face was still enveloped in a layer of bewilderment, as he wasn't affected by Zhao Lin's words in the slightest. What do I mean? Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the changes on your body have already completely betrayed you. I heard from Elder Wuxia that when you just entered our 7-star sword sect a few days ago, your skin was bronze-colored, but in a single night, you made yourself undergo a complete transformation, and your skin even became tender like an infant's. At this point, Zhao Lin paused and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I've once read about the 10,000-year stalactite milk in an ancient book. The changes in your body are definitely related to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. So, you don't have to hide anything from me because you can't deceive me at all. What Zhao Lin said caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Zhao Lin knew about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It turned out that the problem was all because of him. This Zhao Lin had thought of the 10,000-year stalactite milk from the changes in his body. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he lightly smiled. Elder Zhao Lin, I think you've misunderstood. Before this, I didn't even know what the 10,000-year stalactite milk was. As for the rebirth you mentioned, it should have something to do with my cultivation method. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't admit that he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Do you think you can deceive me like this? Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Elder Zhao Lin, it's up to you to believe me or not. I didn't ask you to believe me. I only want to tell Elder Zhao Lin that Cloud Continent is extremely large, and it isn't only the 10,000-year stalactite milk that you spoke of that is able to undergo rebirth. Just like the cultivation method I cultivate, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, it can similarly undergo rebirth. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Zhao Lin as he slowly deceived him. Zhao Lin frowned. His gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's face. At this moment, any change in expression on Duan Lingtian's face couldn't escape his observation. Especially Duan Lingtian's eyes, they were the most important part of his observation. Gradually, even if Zhao Lin confirmed it again earlier, his heart couldn't help but waver. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said wasn't spoken without thinking. The vastness of Cloud Continent was far beyond his imagination. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was something he'd seen in an ancient book. Before this, he utterly didn't know of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk and the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Now when he saw the change in Zhao Lin's expression, he knew that Zhao Lin was wavering. His objective had been achieved. You really don't know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with coldness and fierceness. The imposing aura of a void-prying stage martial artist pressed down onto Duan Lingtian's body. Even though this imposing aura was utterly nothing to Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian still intentionally shook his body and took a deep breath, causing his face to go completely red. Then he said with a trembling voice, Elder Zhao Lin, everything I said is true. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was still able to firmly guard his heart under the circumstances of him exerting his imposing aura and there wasn't much change in his expression, Zhao Lin didn't doubt him any longer. He believed that no matter how good Duan Lingtian was at acting, it would absolutely be impossible for Duan Lingtian to continue acting under the imposing aura of his void-prying stage martial artist. When he saw Zhao Lin's current expression, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that Zhao Lin had already eliminated his suspicion towards him. As for why Zhao Lin would eliminate his suspicion towards him so easily, he naturally knew the reason, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Does this Zhao Lin really think that a mere first-level void-prying stage imposing aura is able to make me bow down? Wishful thinking. Elder Zhao Lin, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhao Lin and bid his farewells before leaving with large strides. This time, Zhao Lin didn't stop him. He turned around and his eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian's departing figure, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he muttered. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? A cultivation technique that's able to carry out rebirth? Looks like I still have to pay more attention to this Duan Lingtian. If the cultivation technique he cultivates is really able to bring about the effect of rebirth like the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's eyes abruptly lit up, and traces of greed and burning desire were faintly mixed within. Zhao Lin's gaze caused the surrounding Migres Peak disciples to feel a chill run down their spines, and they moved aside one after another, deeply afraid that they would be targeted. Oh my God! Elder Zhao Lin actually made that pretty boy leave? Could it be that he succeeded? Didn't you notice Elder Zhao Lin's gaze now? I reckon he ought to have succeeded. That brother is truly pitiful. He was unable to escape Elder Zhao Lin's evil clutches in the end. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know all this. After he went around Zhao Lin, he shuttled back and forth into the crowd of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak, and he finally circled around for half an hour to confirm that it was impossible for him to be followed. Then he once again headed towards the peak of the peak. On the way, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. So close. When he thought of what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had a slight lingering fear in his heart, as he was almost exposed. Never had he imagined that Zhao Lin would actually be able to link the changes on his skin to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Moreover, Zhao Lin had guessed correctly. Luckily, Zhao Lin had been fooled by him now, and for a short period of time, Zhao Lin ought to not come looking for trouble with him. Duan Lingtian once again jumped down the precipice at the peak of Migres Peak, passing through the clouds and mist to descend onto the tilted tree. He returned to the stalactite cave behind the cave passageway on the precipice. Taking out a pile of materials, Duan Lingtian started inscribing the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was an inscription that was able to annihilate a half-step void stage existence after all, and the spiritual force consumed by just one inscription was equivalent to 3 bone corrosion inscriptions. When he finished inscribing the last step, Duan Lingtian's eyelids drooped and he fell into a deep sleep. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he slept for. In his drowsy state, he had a dream. In his dream, he once again saw the void stage expert, Sun Ray, that he'd met in the misty forest. After Sun Rui trampled on his dignity, he even attacked him, and a terrifying energy swept over to envelop his body. Duan Lingtan instantly woke up with a start, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. After a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. Sun Rui, I'll sooner or later go to the Black Fiend sect to look for you. He'd had the same dream no less than 10 times in these past few years. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Sun Rui's existence would become his nightmare. The scene from all those years ago was still vivid in his mind when he recalled it now. He knew that if he wanted to eliminate this nightmare, he had to start from Sun Rui. Only by stepping on Sun Rui beneath his feet would he be able to completely crush this nightmare and make it not appear again. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. At the side of the spatial ring, he could vaguely see complicated markings that formed into a ball of miniature flame markings. This was the blazing flame inscription. Now that Xiongquan isn't by my side, my strongest ability is this blaze inscription. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his gaze focused. However, even if it's the blaze inscription, it's useless against a void-prying stage martial artist. Just like that Zhao Lin, although he's only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, it's impossible for my blaze inscription to deal with him. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Although he'd already eliminated Zhao Lin's suspicion towards him, in his subconscious, he always felt that with Zhao Lin's character, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Never mind, this is the 7-star sword sect after all. So long as a 7-star sword sect disciple is present, he probably wouldn't dare rashly make a move against me. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he knew that he was thinking too much. Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of the 7-star sword sect's Migra's Peak after all. Unless there was a legitimate reason, otherwise, Zhao Lin wouldn't dare rashly make a move against him. So hungry. Before long, Duan Lingtian roasted another suckling pig, and he started eating with large bites. This was also the last suckling pig that Duan Lingtian stored away. Although he had many spatial rings in his possession, most of them were only grade 7 spirit weapons with limited space, and could only accommodate a certain amount of suckling pigs. Looks like I have to store some food appropriately. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In terms of food, he'd never mistreated himself, because he knew that only by eating well would he be able to have more strength and obtain twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. If he were to eat something similar to dry rations that didn't have any nutrition, it wouldn't have any benefits to his body. Chapter 282. The Migra's Peaks Trade Hall traded a wide variety of things, and included the meat of various wild beasts and fierce beasts. Duan Lingtian came to the trade hall once again and spent some silver to buy a large amount of wild beast meat that had been frozen, filling a few spatial rings. Duan Lingtian walked out of the trade hall, and when he was about to leave, he seemed to have noticed something and looked towards the distance. On the chain bridge, 2 figures stepped onto the Migra's Peaks stone platform. These were 2 young men, and like him, they were both 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these 2 people. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. After recognizing the 2 people, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. When Duan Lingtian saw the 2 people that had just stepped onto the Migra's Peaks stone platform noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and instantly, a wisp of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. It's him! He's finally appeared. After the 2 young men saw Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with excitement, and wind blew beneath their feet as they flashed out in the blink of an eye. Movement technique utilized to the limit. Duan Lingtian noticed the 2 people flashing towards him, and he wasn't surprised. He withdrew his gaze from the 2 people and completely disregarded them as he walked towards the Migra's Peaks mountain path. But, would these 2 people allow him to leave just like this? The answer was no. It was as if 2 gusts of wind blew past, and the 2 young men blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian, you still want to run? The young man that spoke was precisely the outer court disciple that selected Duan Lingtian to go to Migres Peak a few days ago when Duan Lingtian had just entered the 7-Star Sword sect. He was also one of the 3 7-Star Sword sect disciples that Duan Lingtian ordered Xianxia to throw out of the restaurant 10 days ago at the Black Bamboo City restaurant. Duan Lingtian remembered that this person seemed to be called Hua Exen. On that day, when he had just arrived at Migres Peak, Hua Exen had displayed hostility towards him at every turn, as if he wished for nothing more than to kill him. Later on, when he went to collect his outer disciple uniform, he was surprised to find that Hua Exen had left. At that time, he had suspected that Hua Exen had discovered that he was not as simple as he seemed, but now, it seemed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Hua Exen would not have stopped him now. Duan Lingtian. Today I, Yuan Wu, will settle the enmity of what happened in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City. The young man beside Hua Exen looked at Duan Lingtian with a vicious glint in his eyes, as if he was about to devour him. Duan Lingtian had a slight impression of this young man. He was precisely the other 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciple that was thrown out of the restaurant by Xianxia. Now, besides the inner court disciple that hadn't come, the other 2 7-Star Sword sect disciples from before had all arrived. How are you going to settle this with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits as he asked with a calm tone. Yuan Wu sneered, and dense flames leaped about within his eyes. Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me? Life and death arena? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Yuan Wu, and his face slightly sank. A life and death arena. Only 7-Star Sword sect disciples that had irreconcilable enmity with each other would choose to step into it and carry out a life and death battle, not stopping until one of them was dead. Life and death arena? Yuan Wu's voice wasn't soft, and it was heard by a few Migres Peak outer court disciples that passed by, and they exclaimed in low voices before instantly surrounding them. In next to no time, more and more Migres Peak disciples surrounded them. It's senior brother Hua Exen and the Mizar Peak's senior brother Yuan Wu. In next to no time, someone recognized Hua Exen and Yuan Wu. As for Duan Lingtian, although he'd once had a farce with Zhao Lin here, but the people that had an impression of him were far less than the people that had an impression of Hua Exen and Yuan Wu. You're called Yuan Wu? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, I feel that I can't be considered to have any enmity with you that day. The enmity between us was caused by all of you first. If it wasn't for all of you wanting to force a deal, would I ask my servant to throw all of you out? At the bottom of it all of this was brought upon by all of you. Now, you want to invite me, an outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-Star Sword sect, to ascend the life and death arena for a battle because of such a small matter? Don't you think it's going too far? As he finished speaking, traces of cold lights were suffused within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He wasn't afraid of ascending the life and death arena. However, this Yuan Wu wanted to invite him onto the life and death arena to kill him for the small matter from that day, causing a ball of flames to be unable to refrain from arising within his heart. So that's how it is. Looks like it ought to be that this junior brother had a conflict with senior brother Yuan Wu before he entered the sect. Force a deal? If it's really like this, then senior brother Yuan Wu is going too far. Then isn't it even more excessive now? Senior brother Yuan Wu is a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Supposedly he's about to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Inviting an outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-Star Sword sect to ascend the life and death arena, isn't this bullying the weak? Actually, it's nothing, so long as this junior brother refuses. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples couldn't refrain from discussing animatedly. Yuan Wu's brows frowned when he heard the surrounding discussions, and his face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Small matter? Excessive? It's still the first time that I, Yuan Wu, have suffered such humiliation since I was born. In the heart of I, Yuan Wu, you, Duan Lingtian, are my absolutely irreconcilable enemy, an enemy that I intend to kill. As he finished speaking, traces of bloodthirsty coldness were mixed within Yuan Wu's tone. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Yuan Wu started laughing when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Of course, I know that you surely don't have the guts to accept my life and death arena agreement. But I'll say the ugly words first. If you don't agree to my life and death arena agreement today, then in the future, I'll heavily injure you every time I see you. So long as I don't kill or cripple you, then the sect's rules can't do anything to me. As he finished speaking, the smile on Yuan Wu's face had traces of madness mixed within. Huexen spoke out as well, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Lingtian, what Yuan Wu said earlier is what I want to say as well. If you don't dare agree to Yuan Wu's life and death arena agreement today, then you won't have a place to stand on Migres Peak in the future. As expected, the moment Huexen spoke out, it caused a stir amongst the surrounding Migres Peak disciples. Senior brother Huexen has enmity with this junior brother as well? Oh my god! This junior brother has only just entered our 7-star sword sect, and he's already offended 2 4th-level origin core stage senior brothers? This is too awesome. I have to admire him. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with a contradictory combination of admiration and pity. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's courage for daring to offend Huexen and Yuan Wu was praiseworthy. However, now he instead had to suffer the wrath of Huexen and Yuan Wu, and his end was obvious. It would surely be extremely tragic. Huexen, you want to kill me as well? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then looked calmly at Huexen as he asked with a low voice. Of course. Huexen practically didn't hesitate in the slightest as he replied coldly, and his tone was filled with traces of viciousness. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Huexen and Yuan Wu were overbearing in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City that day, and they helped another 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, desiring to forcefully buy his jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Later on, he only asked Xiongquan to throw them out and lightly punish them. He felt that he'd already shown mercy. But today, not only did these two people not have the slightest bit of regret for their mistakes that day, they instead viciously wanted to kill him. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered, and traces of killing intent couldn't help but jump about in his heart. Duan Lingen, have you decided now? Do you want to accept my agreement on the life and death arena and ask me to give you a quick death? Or do you want me and Huexen to slowly torture you in the future? Yuan Wu looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Right when he was about to speak. Isn't this junior brother that brother from 2 days ago? I wouldn't have remembered if you didn't say it. It's really him. I heard he seems to have already submitted to Elder Zhao Lin. What? He's the gigolo that followed Elder Zhao Lin? Look at his tender skin that can be broken with a flick of a finger. There probably isn't a second person in our Migres Peak that has it. It ought to be him. Some of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was almost angered to death when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples. When did I submit to Elder Zhao Lin? Whereas Duan Lingtian also noticed that after Huexen and Yuan Wu heard the discussions of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, their faces went grim, and when they looked at him once more, their eyes contained slight disgust and fear. Duan Lingtian, you're really something? I truly never imagined that you'd get involved with Elder Zhao Lin as soon as you arrived at Migres Peak. Although Huexen had noticed earlier that Duan Lingtian's skin had become white, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he heard the discussions of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, he couldn't help but recall the matter that was spread and gave rise to much discussion in the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak these past few days. The Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, had a special hobby and took a fancy to a pretty boy disciple of Migres Peak, and the latter seemed to have submitted to him. When he thought of Zhao Lin, Huexen couldn't help but be slightly fearful in his heart. If this Duan Lingtian really had that layer of relationship with Zhao Lin, then he and Yuan Wu probably wouldn't be able to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, was something they couldn't afford to offend. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Yuan Wu's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, then looked at the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were still discussing, and his expression was unsightly as he abruptly shouted out explosively, "Enough!" Instantly, all the Migres Peak disciples went silent, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian had an extra sense of hostility. Then they started to make a ruckus. I heard Senior Brother Xian and Senior Brother Yuan Wu say earlier that this pretty boy seems to be called Duan Lingtian? What a waste of such a good name. An outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-star sword sect dares to shout and shout in front of us. Don't forget, he has Elder Zhao Lin's support now. Chapter 283. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he wished for nothing more than to tear the mouths of all these Migres Peak disciples into pieces. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from afar, and then everyone was able to see a middle-aged man walking over with large strides. Elder Zhao Lin! Elder Zhao Lin! The crowd of Dubhe Peak disciples instantly shut their mouths when they saw the person in question had arrived, and they didn't dare discuss rashly. What are all of you gathered here for? Zhao Lin frowned as he swept the crowd of Dubhe Peak disciples present. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and was slightly surprised. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Xianxia and Yuan Wu, who stood opposite Duan Lingtian. Before long, a few Migres Peak disciples that wished for the world to be in chaos spoke of the sequence of events. Zhao Lin's gaze quickly descended onto Xianxia and Yuan Wu. Instantly, the faces of Xianxia and Yuan Wu went pale, and their hearts were filled with nervousness. As far as they were concerned, if Zhao Lin and Duan Lingtian really had the kind of relationship in the rumors, then they would surely be out of luck today. Looks like Senior Brother Xianxia and Senior Brother Yuan Wu are going to be out of luck. Elder Zhao Lin will surely stand up for Duan Lingtian. Most of the Migres Peak disciples present had the same thoughts as Xianxia and Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, you intend to invite Duan Lingtian to battle on the life and death arena? Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto Yuan Wu as he slowly asked. A trace of a sheen lit up in the depths of his eyes. As far as he was concerned, this might be a chance to probe Duan Lingtian. He was filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. He wanted to know if the rebirth in Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, was similar to the rebirth bestowed by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and was able to improve one's natural talent in the martial Tao. If he could prove that the two were the same, he would definitely obtain this set of cultivation techniques from Duan Lingtian. However, when Yuan Wu heard Zhao Lin's question, he thought that Zhao Lin was going to denounce him. Elder Zhao Lin, I was wrong. I didn't know that Duan Lingtian was one of your people. But what? Duan Lingtian is my man? Zhao Lin's face darkened as he said angrily, could it be that you also believe in those unfounded rumors? Yuan Wu was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Lin to have such a big reaction. Humph. Zhao Lin coldly glanced at Yuan Wu. If you're worried about me, then you can rest assured. I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. If Duan Lingtian really has an irreconcilable enmity with you, then continue to invite him to the life and death arena. The life and death arena of Migres Peak hasn't seen blood for many years. I'm looking forward to it as well. Zhao Lin's words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all surprised. Could it be that Elder Zhao Lin really isn't related to Duan Lingtian? Of course, Elder Zhao Lin has already spoken out now. Whether Duan Lingtian lives or dies has nothing to do with him. How could they possibly be related? Exactly, if it was you, would you ask your sweetheart to go to the life and death arena to throw away his life? Although Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely uncomfortable, as if he was instigating Yuan Wu to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. But now that he'd imperceptibly separated himself from Zhao Lin, it caused him to heave a sigh of relief. It was fine if others misunderstood him. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was willing to ascend the life and death arena and carry out a life and death battle with him, so long as the request wasn't too excessive, he could agree to it. What request? Xianxia frowned as he asked. I hope that there are 3 people that ascend the life and death arena today. If you're unwilling to agree, then I won't ascend the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and spoke of his request. 3 people? Could it be that this Duan Lingtian wants to find a helper? The life and death arena has always been a one-on-one life and death battle. Duan Lingtian actually shamelessly wants to find a helper? The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar, as they all felt that Duan Lingtian's request was too excessive. What? You want to find a helper? Xianxia sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like you have self-awareness, and know that it's impossible for you to be a match for Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu frowned. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would put forward such an excessive request. Xianxia, I think you're mistaken. I don't want to find a helper. When Duan Lingtian heard the discussions of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples, then heard Xianxia's words, he knew that everyone had misunderstood what he meant. You don't want to find a helper? Then why did you put forward that request? Xianxia and Yuan Wu practically spoke out in unison, and the 2 pairs of eyes they looked at Duan Lingtian emitted dense and vicious coldness. Duan Lingtian said coldly, since your comprehension ability is so poor, then I'll be more direct. I can ascend the life and death arena, but I don't wish for me to only have one opponent. I hope to be able to battle both of you at the same time on the life and death arena. I'll battle both of you by myself. A battle of life and death, not stopping until one of us dies. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his voice was resolute, and it possessed an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. Didn't both of you want me to ascend the life and death arena? Then I'll ascend. Moreover, not only do I, Duan Lingtian, want to ascend, but I also want to battle both of you by myself. At the same time, within Duan Lingtian's eyes, battle intent and killing intent converged together and rose up. Hot blood boiled in his entire body, following Duan Lingtian's voice as soon as he finished speaking. The scene was deathly silent, silent to the point it was terrifying. Now, even if a needle was thrown onto the ground, perhaps one could clearly hear the sound. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck. As they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that stood there, at this instant, a portion of the Migres Peak disciples felt that Duan Lingtian was so tall, tall like a mountain, as if he transformed into an invincible god of war, causing heartfelt admiration to arise from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention anything else. Duan Lingtian daring to say this courage was already worthy of their admiration. Even if Duan Lingtian was killed on the life and death arena today, it would be a glorious death, and they would remember it in their hearts. This was an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and dared challenge 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists on the life and death arena. Of course, there was also a portion of the Migres Peak disciples that were disdainful when they heard Duan Lingtian. Overestimating your ability. A mere outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-star sword sect dares be so arrogant? Wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle 2 senior brothers? Simply courting death. In my opinion, he probably feels that if he faces senior brother Yuan Wu alone, he won't die quickly enough. I think so as well. If senior brother Xianxia and senior brother Yuan Wu were to attack together, this Duan Lingtian would probably be killed in a single move. Nearby, Zhao Lin's brows raised as he looked at the distant Duan Lingtian, seeming to be lost in thought, and his heart jerked. Is this Duan Lingtian really confident, or is he overestimating his ability? He urgently wanted to know the answer now. Xianxia and Yuan Wu glanced at each other, and after having astonished expressions, they couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Their laughter was filled with traces of disdain. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you want to ascend the life and death arena to battle with the 2 of us? Chapter 284. The 7-Star Sword Sect had a total of 7 life and death arenas. As one of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword Sect, the Migres Peak had a life and death arena as well. The Migres Peak's life and death arena was a platform located halfway up the mountain, and it was covered with a layer of crimson-red bricks that seemed to be dyed with blood, causing one's hair to stand on end with a glance. Normally, the platform where the life and death arena was located was completely quiet, and very few people would come here. But today, it was completely seething with excitement. Today, someone would ascend the life and death arena and undergo a bloody battle that wouldn't end until death. Let's leave quickly. We won't be able to see it if we're late. I've been at Migres Peak for 2 years, and today is the first time I've heard of someone ascending the life and death arena to undergo a life and death battle. We absolutely can't miss it. Supposedly, our Migres Peak's life and death arena hasn't seen blood for many years. On Migres Peak, so long as the Migres Peak disciples received the news, no matter what they were doing, practically all of them put down what they were doing and swarmed over. The life and death arena was a high platform that was piled up at the center of the vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Presently, the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with Migres Peak disciples. The gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples descended onto the 3 figures on the life and death arena. Why are there 3 people on the life and death arena? Instantly, some people had bewildered expressions and asked curiously. Before long, someone told them the sequence of events, and they came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. Their gazes couldn't help but descend onto the young man around the age of 20 on the life and death arena, and they felt their scalps go numb. This young man is the outer court disciple Duan Lingtian that entered the 7-Star Sword Sect a few days ago? The Duan Lingtian that wants to have a life and death battle with 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists on the life and death arena? Around the age of 20, no matter how heaven-defying his natural talent in the martial Dao is, he's at most at the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Yeah, he actually dares ascend the life and death arena to battle with 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. Moreover, it's 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. He's simply courting death. Young people nowadays are all so impulsive? Similar discussions rose and fell in succession in the surroundings of the life and death arena. On the life and death ring, Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain, his face calm. Even though the surroundings were in an uproar, he remained unmoved as he calmly stared at Huexin and Yuan Wu who were standing opposite him. Duan Lingtian, today, Yuan Wu and I will join hands to send you to the afterlife. A single exchange. Yuan Wu and I only need a single exchange to kill you. Since you gave me the chance to kill you, I will be merciful and give you a quick death. Huexin looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain, because it will only take an instant for you to die. Yuan Wu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you should be regretting it now, right? Just for an infant gold-fur mouse, you offended us and are about to be killed by us. But unfortunately, senior brother Fan isn't here. Otherwise, I believe he would be extremely interested in today's scene. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an arc, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. Regret? Perhaps he would regret some things, but it was impossible for him to regret this matter. Even if that 7-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple was present, he still wouldn't have the slightest bit of regret. Duan Lingtian, did you hear the discussions of these senior brothers? They're all saying you're overestimating your ability, saying you're courting death. I really don't know where you got the courage to actually invite the 2 of us to battle on the life and death arena at the same time. Huexin laughed loudly as his gaze swept the surroundings of the life and death arena, and his laughter was filled with arrogance and complacency. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Huexin that the 2 women by your side that are beautiful like flowers and can be called peerless have come to the 7-Star Sword Sect as well. You can be at ease. Once you're killed by us, we'll help you take good care of them. As Yuan Wu spoke, he started laughing loudly as well, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by him and Huaxin. Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally changed. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it meant death. His reverse scale was undoubtedly these two little girls. This Yuan Wu actually dared to profane his women. Yuan Wu. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the killing intent on his body shot into the sky, and his eyes were suffused with a demonic crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Completely enraged. Presently, Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped by killing intent, as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that walked out from the depths of hell. His 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' attire fluttered without the wind. What? You're angry? Yuan Wu's face bloomed with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's current appearance. Then he said to the nearby Huaxin, Huaxian, of those two women, I like the one with a hot figure. You won't fight with me for her, right? Of course not. The other one isn't bad as well, delicate and pitiful, to my liking. Huaxin licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted traces of lust. Duan Lingtian's eyes had almost completely transformed into a crimson-red color, and the hairband that bound his long hair instantly broke. His long hair spread out, fluttering without the wind, and it was peerlessly graceful. Huaxian, you said earlier that you can kill me in a single move, right? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with traces of a gloomy aura, as if it came from the depths of hell, and when it entered the ears of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. Exactly. Yuan Wu and I joined forces, and we only need a single move, an instant, and it's sufficient to kill you. After you die, Yuan Wu and I will surely take good care of the two beauties by your side. You can go with peace of mind. Huaxin had discerned that Duan Lingtian was enraged to the limit, and he intentionally infuriated Duan Lingtian a step further. When he saw Duan Lingtian like this, he felt a wave of delight for no reason or rhyme in his heart. Huaxin, I'm slightly impatient now. That beauty is probably waiting for me now. Yuan Wu laughed slyly and cooperated with Huaxian to provoke Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, their actions were indeed useful. And it also caused the rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to soar to the limit. Raging flames charged into the sky. A single move, right? Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes were suffused with an icy cold and emotionless gaze as it descended onto Huaxin and Yuan Wu, and his voice was icy cold and hoarse. A single move, and both of you will die without a doubt. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were causing a ruckus around the life and death arena went silent for a moment. What did this Duan Lingtian say? Kill Huaxian and Yuan Wu in a single move? They were all dumbstruck by Duan Lingtian's words. On the life and death arena, Huaxian and Yuan Wu were stunned as well, and were the first to react. Huaxian sneered. Duan Lingtian, I say you're dreaming, right? Kill us in a single move? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if I give you another 5 years, you might not be able to do it. Wishful thinking. Yuan Wu's eyes emitted a cold light, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. All right, Yuan Wu, let's begin. Huaxian grinned, his smile was filled with wickedness, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was as if he was looking at a dead person. In his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Along with the raging origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade. Above Huaxian, 76 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in Yuan Wu's hand. The number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above him was exactly the same as the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Huaxian, 76 of them, 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. 2 grade 7 spirit swords. This was the strength of Huaxian and Yuan Wu. And now, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples around the life and death arena that were dumbstruck by Duan Lingtian's words successively recovered from their shock. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian when they looked at him again were filled with disdain. This Duan Lingtian has really gone mad. Kill Huaxian and Yuan Wu in a single move? Simply the ravings of a lunatic. Huaxian and Yuan Wu are both 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, and both possess grade 7 spirit swords. Even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist that possesses a grade 7 spirit sword wouldn't dare say that he's able to kill Huaxian and Yuan Wu in a single move when they join forces. Perhaps, this is him trying to boost his courage before his death. All the Migres Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena were filled with disdain towards what Duan Lingtian said earlier. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was bound to be killed by Huaxian and Yuan Wu. Outside the life and death arena, Zhao Lin stood there and looked at the scene before him, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Duan Lingtian is truly arrogant. Arrogance requires strength as well. Without strength, one can only be meat on the chopping board of another, and be at the mercy of others. But in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Heavens! What did he see? Impossible! How could this be possible? This isn't real. Absolutely not real. Unbelievable! Around the life and death arena, the Migres Peak disciples that were mocking Duan Lingtian a moment ago now stared blankly at the sky above Duan Lingtian. What did they see? Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and in the end, condensed into 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Following the appearance of a 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand, another 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian, the strength of a total of 72 ancient mammoths. Presently, the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand was a grade 8 spirit sword he refined himself, and was able to amplify strength by 20%. He didn't use a grade 7 spirit sword, because as far as he was concerned, he didn't need it. 4th-level origin core stage. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Duan Lingtian, Huaxian and Yuan Wu glanced at each other and were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. A 4th-level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20? For a moment, they felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 285. What terrifying natural talent! This Duan Lingtian looks to be around 20 years old, but he's actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Such natural talent, no one in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect can compare to him. Unbelievable! The surroundings of the life and death arena were completely in an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were shocked by the cultivation Duan Lingtian revealed. Yet, if they knew that Duan Lingtian was still holding back now, what sort of expression would they have? After all, even if the current Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength, he was still able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, and was comparable to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. Just like in the primeval forest earlier, he'd only been able to kill the fierce beast, savage leopard, after revealing his full strength. Now, he'd intentionally only exerted the strength of 60 ancient mammoths that was comparable to a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Perhaps, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Huaxian and Yuan Wu weren't worthy of him using his full strength. Looks like the cultivation method this Duan Lingtian cultivates is indeed unique. Even to the extent that the rebirth of the cultivation method he cultivates is indeed possible to increase a martial artist's natural talent. A trace of burning desire and greed appeared within Zhao Lin's eyes. Even if Duan Lingtian was holding back a lot of his strength now, it was still sufficient to arouse the greed in Zhao Lin's heart. However, even if this Duan Lingtian is at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the strength he exerted by relying on a grade 8 spirit sword is weaker than either Huaxian or Yuan Wu. I hope his cultivation method is within his spatial ring. Otherwise, it would be a troublesome matter. Zhao Lin frowned when he thought up to here. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, no one was allowed to obstruct the battles on the life and death arena. Although he was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, He didn't dare interfere in the battles on the life and death arena under the gazes of everyone present. Obviously, Zhao Lin didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian revealed a cultivation that caused him to be indescribably shocked. Duan Lingtian. On the life and death arena, Huaxin suppressed the shock in his heart, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I really never imagined that you actually concealed your strength so deeply. You're actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. However, you're dead today. The strength of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused Huaxian to tremble with fear. Now, he felt slightly fortunate that Duan Lingtian had ascended the life and death arena. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it would probably not be long before Duan Lingtian would surpass him. If it really come that time Duan Lingtian, it wasn't only Huaxian who rejoiced, Yuan Wu similarly rejoiced, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian with became even more gloomy and vicious. He knew that if Duan Lingtian didn't die today, he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Lingtian, even if you're at the 4th level of the origin core stage, you're dead today. Although Duan Lingtian was a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, he only had a grade 8 spirit sword, and as far as Yuan Wu was concerned, he wasn't much of a threat to him. Moreover, it was him and Huaxian joining forces to deal with Duan Lingtian now. Yuan Wu's sword was also the one that was the closest to Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian's sword instantly found Yuan Wu's sword within the sword images that covered the sky, and it directly fiercely collided with Yuan Wu's sword, clang. The grade 8 spirit sword instantly smashed onto the grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly went cold. Quake energy. Yuan Wu, who originally had a sneer on the corners of his mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to meet force with force, quickly froze, and his eyes emitted dense terror. Whereas Yuan Wu's expression forever stopped at this moment. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly blasted away the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand with its overbearing quake energy. Right when the palm of Yuan Wu's hand that held the sword exploded open and fresh blood dripped out. Swish. The sword light that appeared for a brief moment swept past Yuan Wu's throat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand spun, and it moved to meet another sword strike that was only a foot away from him. The owner of this sword strike was Huaxian. Huaxian didn't even have the time to react to what had happened when he noticed that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand had fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian's grade 8 spirit sword. Instantly, he felt a terrifying trembling force come from the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. He didn't dare hesitate and directly let go, because he could sense that if he didn't let go, then this arm of his, and even his body, would very likely be shaken to the point of shattering. Even if he let go, the palm of his hand still exploded open, and fresh blood splattered out. No! In practically an instant, Huaxian's thoughts hadn't even had the time to turn elsewhere when he saw a strand of sword light flashing straight towards him. His throat seemed as if it was forcefully choked by someone's hand, and he wanted to make a sound, yet was unable to make a sound. In the next moment, he felt his throat go cold, and everything before his eyes became blurry. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he only had one thought left. Exactly what ability did Duan Lingtian execute earlier? The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed before vanishing into thin air, and was put away into his spatial ring. Presently, the Migres Peak disciples with slightly weaker strengths and slightly inferior eyesight only saw a flash before their eyes, and a line of blood sprayed out from the throats of Huaxian and Yuan Wu, sprinkling down. The Migres Peak disciples with stronger strengths were instead able to clearly see that following the line of blood that sprayed out from Yuan Wu's throat, in practically the blink of an eye, a line of blood sprayed out from Huaxian's throat as well. It was difficult for them to imagine that the speed of a grade 8 spirit sword in the hand of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist was actually swift to such an extent. How can this be possible? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. As the one and only void-prying stage martial artist present, he naturally clearly saw every detail of when Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. Such sword speed. How could a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist possibly execute it? Moreover, he actually used the strength of 72 ancient mammoths to completely suppress Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's strength of 76 ancient mammoths, and knocked their swords flying. Zhao Lin's breathing became hurried, and he was indescribably excited in his heart, and his eyes emitted a flowing light of greed. Looks like this Duan Lingtian's ability ought to be related to the cultivation method he cultivates, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Bang, bang. On the life and death arena, Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's bodies fell to the ground one after another, emitting muffled sounds. These two sounds entered into the ears of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena, causing them to feel as if they were jolted awake from a dream, and they completely recovered from the shock from before. Subsequently, an uproar arose as expected. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian actually killed senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu. He's using a grade 8 spirit sword, which is equivalent to the strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu are both using grade 7 spirit swords. Either one of their attacks is equivalent to the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. How exactly did this Duan Lingtian do it? This utterly doesn't conform to common sense. Could it be that he cultivated an Earth rank sword skill? Earth rank sword skill? Do you think it's possible? Who doesn't know that only void-prying stage experts that have comprehended force are able to cultivate Earth rank sword skills? He's only an origin core stage martial artist. How could he cultivate an Earth rank sword skill? The sword skills of senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu were both high-grade profound rank sword skills at the perfection stage. But even then, they still died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian himself knows how he killed his two senior brothers. In the surroundings of the life and death arena, the gazes of the numerous Migres Peak disciples descended onto the proud and aloof figure on the life and death arena. These gazes were either dumbstruck, shocked, reverent, or worshipful. The words Duan Lingtian said not long ago that were ridiculed by them couldn't help but reverberate by their ears. All of you will die without a doubt in a single move. At the beginning, none of them believed it. Chapter 286. Duan Lingtian stood on the life and death arena, and his restless emotions gradually calmed down. The rage that rose to the limit completely calmed down along with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu being killed by him. His long hair that fluttered without the wind slowly descended, his pair of crimson-red eyes gradually returned to normal, and his 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire calmed down as well. As he glanced at the two corpses on the ground, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if he'd done something of no importance. Duan Lingtian put away Hua Xian and Yuan Wu's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. Then he frowned when he felt the numerous gazes that locked onto him from the surroundings of the life and death arena. Then he took large strides, intending to leave. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he clearly heard a voice. Voice condensed. A method that only a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above was able to master. The voice of the person was transmitted over using this method, and only he was able to hear it. Duan Lingtian didn't turn around and continued walking forward, as he was able to discern that this was Zhao Lin's voice. He didn't have the slightest good impression of Zhao Lin and directly disregarded him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin's voice transmission once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, share your cultivation method with me. I can use other things to exchange with you. Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian's body to slightly stop, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lin really didn't have good intentions. He actually wanted his cultivation method. Of course, he knew that the cultivation method Zhao Lin wanted to obtain was surely the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing that he mentioned when he tricked Zhao Lin earlier. Actually, he utterly didn't have this type of cultivation method. He only casually fabricated it when he tricked Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked into the distance, and he saw the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, who stared at him with a burning gaze behind the crowd. After casually sweeping a glance at Zhao Lin, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he walked off the life and death arena. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the Migres Peak disciples consciously opened up a path. Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. That's right. How did you cultivate? You look to be in your 20s, yet you're already so strong. Duan Lingtian, how about we be friends? Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples were incomparably enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. He directly stepped away from the vast platform where the life and death arena was located. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face darkened. Just now, Duan Lingtian's mocking gaze had undoubtedly rejected him. Zhao Lin's fists lightly clenched tightly, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Duan Lingtian, there's nothing that I, Zhao Lin, want to obtain that I can't obtain. Following Duan Lingtian's departure, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples dispersed as well. But, at the same time they left, they didn't stop discussing Duan Lingtian. The strength that Duan Lingtian revealed completely shocked them. 4th-level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20. Relying on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 4th-level origin core stage outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords, the latter even joined forces. Such an accomplishment could be said to be shocking. After Duan Lingtian left the life and death arena, he circled around the winding mountain path for a while before returning to the peak. He was worried that Zhao Lin would follow him. Although Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that he was a person that would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Now, Zhao Lin had set his sights on the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, and would surely not let it go. So, he had to be careful and prudent, and absolutely couldn't allow Zhao Lin to find an opportunity. Following the crooked tree, Duan Lingtian once again returned to the stalactite cave. Where's Little Black and Little White? Duan Lingtian had only just entered the stalactite cave when he noticed that the 2 little pythons had disappeared, and his face instantly went ghastly pale as his heart burned with anxiety. Although Little Black and Little White are playful, they normally wouldn't walk around randomly. Could it be that something happened? Duan Lingtian realized as well that no matter how anxious he was, it was useless, and he had to calm down before being able to make the most accurate judgment. Could it be that someone came here? Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but jerk. Before long, he started to follow the ground of the stalactite cave and the ground of the cave passageway to investigate. In the end, he confirmed one thing. Besides him, there wasn't a second person that came here. Moreover, he noticed the traces left behind by the 2 little fellows not long ago on the cave passageway. In other words, the 2 little fellows left by themselves. Where did Little Black and Little White go? Could it be that they went to look for me? Duan Lingtian noticed that the traces left behind by the 2 little pythons vanished when they arrived at the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak and investigated for a while, and in the end, he noticed that there weren't any traces of the little pythons on the peak. In other words, the 2 little fellows didn't arrive at the peak. Could it be that they can grow wings and fly? Duan Lingtian frowned, and in next to no time, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Or perhaps, they fell down from the crooked tree? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his feelings that had just calmed down became anxious once again. Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak and arrived at Dubby Peak, then left the 7-star sword sect. He didn't go anywhere else, and instead arrived at the foot of Migres Peak. He wanted to confirm that the 2 little fellows didn't fall down. At the foot of the precipitous Dubby Peak, Duan Lingtian noticed the traces of the little pythons as expected. Glancing at the precipitous cliff, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that there were traces of the little pythons walking on it. In other words, the 2 little fellows followed along the cliff and climbed down. Their courage is really great. Duan Lingtun glanced at the Migres peak that stood ramrod straight, and the precipitousness of this sword peak caused traces of coldness to be unable to help but arise within his heart. I wonder where Little Black and Little White went. Duan Lingtian followed the traces on the ground and searched all the way, and in the end, he noticed that he'd once again arrived at the primeval forest, this forest where fierce beasts and demon beasts gathered. After entering the primeval forest, the traces of the little pythons were completely cut off, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to find any traces. What did those two little fellows come here for? Duan Lingtian shook his head and had a bitter smile on his face. Since I've come, then I'll look around and see if I can find them. If I find them, then I'll surely teach them a good lesson for being so disobedient. Duan Lingtun was both angry and worried in his heart towards the two mischievous little fellows. Even though the two little pythons were only fierce beasts, but to him, they were no different than family. Now that they'd suddenly left, it had disrupted Duan Lingtian's life to a certain extent, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to adapt for a short period of time. As they went deep into the primeval forest, they encountered many fierce beasts on the way, and Duan Lingtian practically swept through them all. Gradually, Duan Lingtian noticed something. His quake energy wasn't omnipotent. Only when facing an opponent with a difference of the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or less would his quake energy be able to exert its proper effect. Once the opponent's strength was stronger than his by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or more, his quake energy would be completely useless. To give an example, no matter if it was the elephant rhino he killed in the primeval forest, or the savage leopard, or even the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples Xianxia and Yuan Wu he killed on the life and death arena today, although the strength Duan Lingtian used to deal with them was inferior to their strength, the difference between the two didn't exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. In other words, relying on my current strength that's comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, the quake energy is able to be effective against a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. However, it's completely useless against a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he quickly came to an understanding. A 6th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and was only a difference of the strength of 9 ancient mammoths when compared to Duan Lingtian's current strength, and it was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. However, if a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist utilizes a grade 7 spirit weapon, then his offensive strength will increase explosively. Even if I use a grade 7 spirit weapon as well, purely in terms of offensive strength, I'll surely be thrown off by him with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or more. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered. Under these circumstances, I can't use the method I dealt with Xianxia and Yuan Wu today to fight him. After all, the strength amplified by the grade 7 spirit sword is all on the spirit sword in his hand. If I use a spirit sword to go head-on against his spirit sword, then the quake energy will be useless. If I want to defeat him, then I can only think of a way to make him discard his sword, or find a suitable time to force him to fight me bare-handed. A 6th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and once he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would increase explosively to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more, whereas Duan Lingtian currently possessed the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. And even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would only be close to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. In this way, the difference between the two surpassed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It just happened to exceed the scope of effect of the quake energy. What a headache. Looks like if I really have to fight with a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist that possesses a grade 7 spirit sword, then I have to prepare some supplementary inscriptions. Only in this way would it be safer. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If he didn't use inscriptions and only used a grade 7 spirit sword, then under the circumstances that his opponent possessed a grade 7 spirit sword as well, He could only take his opponent by surprise and lure him to discard his sword. But doing this would instead carry a certain amount of risk. Once his opponent didn't fall for it, he would be in a passive position and might even be defeated and killed instead. Cultivation. I still have to properly increase my cultivation. Along with the increase of my cultivation, the might of the quake energy would increase as well. At that time, it would surely not be restricted to the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and when he thought up to here, he was even more persistent in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian searched the primeval forest for an entire day and night, yet didn't notice the tracks of the two little pythons, and could only leave helplessly in the end. Chapter 287. After leaving the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian heard two Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples whispering as he walked on the main peak, Dubby Peak. Have you heard? A monster has appeared on Migres Peak this time. One of the outer court disciples asked his companion by his side. Heard? Supposedly, he's a new disciple that just entered our Seven-Star Sword sect. 4th level origin core stage martial artist at around the age of 20. Such natural talent is absolutely at the top amongst the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect. The latter nodded. He just entered our 7-star sword sect and already ascended the life and death arena to kill two 4th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Too formidable. The former sighed. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he shook his head. He never imagined that the news of him killing Xianxia and Yuan Wu yesterday had already spread throughout the 7-star sword sect today. All along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-star sword sect disciples he encountered on the way were practically discussing his deeds from yesterday. Fortunately, these 7-star sword sect disciples didn't recognize him, otherwise, he would probably be taken as a rare creature. Duan Lingtian once again walked past the chain bridge and returned to Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian was stopped by a young man around the age of 23 or 24 when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak's stone platform. The young man's appearance was ordinary and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd, but Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on him. His acute spiritual force caused Duan Lingtian to realize. This young man's cultivation was only stronger than Xianxia and Yuan Wu. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't recognize the young man, and didn't know why the young man wanted to stop him. Could it be that he's a close friend of Xianxia and Yuan Wu? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Elder Zhao Lin asked me to come look for you. If you're sensible, hand over the thing Elder Zhao Lin wants. Otherwise, you won't have a place to stand on Migres Peak. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Although he had heard of Duan Lingtian's deeds yesterday, he did not take it to heart. Yesterday, even if it was him, he could still kill Xianxia and Yuan Wu who had joined hands. As a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist, he had this confidence. When he heard the young man speak, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that he was sent by the outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. What are you laughing at? The young man's face darkened, and he frowned. Scram! Duan Lingtian's smile instantly vanished as he uttered a thunderous roar, causing the young man to be stunned for a while, unable to recover from the shock. You told me to scram? When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, his face turned blank as if he had encountered something inconceivable. Along with Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, many Migres Peak disciples in the direction of the trade hall noticed the commotion and surrounded over. It was human nature to watch a show. It's Duan Lingen. Who is it actually daring to offend Duan Lingtian? Isn't this Lu Yu? Why would he go against Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Lu Yu is in existence at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Although Duan Lingtian is able to kill two 4th level origin core stage martial artists, he might not be a match for senior brother Lu Yu. He actually dared infuriate senior brother Lu Yu. I don't think so. On the life and death arena yesterday, in terms of attack, any one of those Hua Xin and Yuan Wu were stronger than Duan Lingtian, but in the end, weren't they still killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move? Exactly, Duan Lingtian's strength can't be inferred with common sense. I think so as well. Since he dares act like this before senior brother Luyu, he surely isn't afraid of senior brother Luyu. The crowd of Migre's peak disciples that surrounded recognized Duan Lingtian, and also recognized the young man that stopped Duan Lingtian. Luyu? 5th level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man before him when he heard the discussions of these Migre's peak disciples, and his brows slightly frowned. No wonder he dared stop him. So it turned out that he was a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple. But that Zhao Lin underestimated him too much. Did he think that finding a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple would be able to intimidate him into handing over his cultivation method? Not to mention he utterly didn't have that cultivation method in his possession. Even if he did, he wouldn't give it to Zhao Lin. Lu Yu was originally completely infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words "fuck off." And now when he heard the discussions of the surrounding crowd of Migre's peak disciples, his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing I want, or else, you'll surely regret it. The surrounding Migre's peak disciples came to a sudden understanding when they heard Lu Yu. So it turned out that this Lu Yu wanted to seize Duan Lingtian's thing. I'll surely regret it? Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard Lu Yu's threat, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained traces of wickedness mixed within. Then I'm curious, how will you make me regret it? You're courting death. Lu Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's attitude would be so unyielding, and his face sank as he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. I'm courting death? Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his fierce gaze descended onto Lu Yu. Then he said in a low voice, "Since you dare say this, I presume you're extremely confident of your own strength. Since it's like this, I, Duan Lingtian, invite you to battle on the life and death arena. How about it? Do you dare? Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap that instantly spread out. For a moment, even more Migre's peak disciples noticed the commotion and surrounded over from the trade hall. They'd recognized Duan Lingtian and Lu Yu as well. Before long, they found out about the sequence of events from the Dubhe peak disciples that surrounded over first. Instantly, their gazes descended onto Lu Yu, as they all wanted to know how Lu Yu would respond. Lu Yu's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocative words. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. When he thought of Duan Lingtian's deeds from yesterday and realized Duan Lingtian's confidence at this moment, he was slightly perturbed in his heart. If it was only an ordinary spar, then so what if he agreed? But Duan Lingtian now wanted to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. Once a 7-star sword sect disciple ascended the life and death arena, it meant that they were betting their lives on it. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the reason he came to look for Duan Lingtian today was only because the Migre's peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, sent him over. As far as he was concerned, there was entirely no need to throw his life away for this matter. Of course, the most important thing was, Duan Lingtian was too mysterious. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena yesterday to witness the battle with his own 2 eyes, he'd heard of the specific course of events. Duan Lingtian only relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords with the same cultivation as him in a single move. Such methods caused one to be shocked. Duan Lingtian couldn't be judged by common sense. So, although he was confident of his strength and felt that he ought to not lose to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't dare agree to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. How could Duan Lingtian be unable to discern Lu Yu's thoughts when he saw Lu Yu's face flickering between a livid and ashen expression, and he instantly had a disdainful expression? K off. Lu Yu was still pondering when he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps, seeming to be in a slightly sorry state. Fifth level of the origin core stage? Only is it the... Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Lu Yu, then laughed in ridicule, not leaving the slightest bit of face for Lu Yu. As far as he was concerned, there was no enmity between him and Lu Yu, and Lu Yu wanting to seize his cultivation method was only asking for humiliation and wasn't worthy of sympathy. Lu Yu only returned to his senses after Duan Lingtian left, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier he was indeed afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. Before life, everything else seemed to be so unimportant, but the current Lu Yu didn't know. It wouldn't be long before he understood how wise and correct his decision today was. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples booed without end. Their faces all revealed a wisp of ridicule when they saw Lu Yu leave in a sorry state. Since this Lu Yu didn't dare accept Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, then don't try to be a big shot and offend Duan Lingtian. Now he's in a difficult position. He's simply asking for humiliation. Duan Lingtian is really awesome, scaring Lu Yu to the point he didn't even dare let out a fart. Of course, Duan Lingtian is our Migres Peak's little freak, and can't be judged by common sense. Now, even if he's able to kill a 5th level origin core stage martial artist, I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, and after returning to the stalactite cave, he sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WM Python form. Now, Duan Lingtian's pressing matter at hand was to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. At that time, not only would his strength obtain a swift increase, even his quake energy would obtain an increase. He was extremely curious, when he broke through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, to what extent would his quake energy rise to Migres Peak, within a gorge that was filled with light. A middle-aged man and a young man stood facing each other. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, you should find someone else. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Lin, and a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. What? He refused you? Zhao Lin's eyes squinted, and a piercingly cold light flashed within them as he asked in a low voice. Lu Yu nodded. You didn't teach him a lesson? Zhao Lin continued. Lu Yu shook his head. Zhao Lin frowned. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Lingtian killed 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists yesterday, Lu Yu was a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist after all, and ought to be sufficient to deter Duan Lingtian. But now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. He invited me to battle on the life and death arena. I didn't dare gamble. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Yu's mouth, then he called out before turning around and leaving. Bang! Chapter 288. Since the day the 2 little pythons left, after Duan Lingtian returned, he'd always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate, and hadn't left the peak of Migres Peak, of course. He was mostly worried that the 2 little fellows wouldn't be able to find him when they returned. Fortunately, he'd bought quite a bit of meat in the trade hall the last time, and was able to eat for a few months. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Stalactite cave on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged, calmly cultivating, after an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of a dazzling sheen appeared in his eyes that spun with flowing lights. Only a little bit more and I'll be able to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After returning to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh, and was slightly disappointed. Those 2 little fellows wouldn't have settled down in the primeval forest, right? It's already been 2 months, and they still haven't returned. Looks like I should find some time to continue looking for them in the primeval forest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto his hands. Presently, Although Duan Lingtian's hands were still smooth like jade as before, they weren't as white and tender as before. This was the result of him frequently going to the peak to bask in the sun during these 2 months. His skin had finally recovered to a more normal color. The current Duan Lingtian was slightly more mature than before, and was already 20 years old. It's already been 2 months. I ought to go see those 2 little girls. When he thought of Li Fei and Kerr, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a light smile, then he stood up and left the stalactite cave. Before long, Duan Lingtian left the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard an urgent call. With a glance, a Migres Peak disciple walked over from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his face sank slightly. Could it be that it was another person sent by that outer court elder, Zhao Lin? Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that this Migres Peak disciple seemed to not be someone sent over by Zhao Lin. Moreover, after the Migres Peak disciple saw him, the Migres Peak disciple seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. You are. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression, as he didn't know this Migres Peak disciple. This Migres Peak disciple was a young man with a thin and weak figure, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm Hu Li's friend. Power of who? Hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His expression relaxed as he smiled. Power of whose friend is my friend? How should I address you? Power of who was one of the 2 friends he had made in the primeval forest. A forthright young man. That day, the experience in the primordial forest had also made him view Power of who as a good friend. I'm called Hechuan. Duan Lingtian, you should come with me to see Power of who. 1 month ago, he came to look for you. I waited for you with him for half a month, but you didn't appear. He only returned to Fekta Peak half a month ago. Hechuan sighed, and a wisp of dejection appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Hechuan's expression. What? Something happened to Power of who? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian recalled that Xiao Fei, who was a member of the same small group as him, Shirlan, and Power of who in the primeval forest 2 months ago. Could it be that Xiao Fei went to look for his older brother to take revenge on Power of who? Hechuan nodded, and a trace of sorrow and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Bring me to see Power of who? What actually happened? Duan Lingtian urged Hechuan to lead the way in front, and he asked as he walked out with quick steps, and his face was filled with anxiousness. 2 months ago, in the primeval forest, Power of who risked his life to strive for a chance of survival for him. From that moment onwards, he'd taken Power of who to be a friend of life and death in his heart. Now, when he heard that something happened to Power of who, his heart burned with anxiety. At the same time, he urgently wanted to know what actually happened to Power of who. Whoosh! Right when Duan Lingtian and Hechuan were about to step onto the chain bridge, a figure that was swift like the wind blocked before Duan Lingtian and Hechuan. This was a young man around the age of 25, with delicate features, yet his eyes were incomparably fierce. Senior brother Tang Bai. Hechuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this young man. Meanwhile, many Migres Peak disciples saw this scene and surrounded them. It's Duan Lingtian. He's finally appeared. I thought he knew that senior brother Tang Bai was looking for him everywhere and intentionally hid himself. Senior brother Tang Bai has been looking for him for over a month, and he's finally appeared. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded them discussed animatedly. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with a trace of crimson red, and he stared at the young man that blocked his way as he shouted coldly. Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely on Power of who. He urgently wanted to see Power of who now, and wanted to know exactly what had happened to Power of who. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is too awesome, directly asking senior brother Tang Bai to F***K off. He wouldn't be unaware of senior brother Tang Bai, right? Senior brother Tang Bai isn't someone that Lu Yu from 2 months ago can compare to. Senior brother Tang Bai's expression has changed. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune. I really wonder where his courage comes from. Even if he's killed 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, so what? Senior brother Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, in existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage. The group of Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. Although Duan Lingtian had once shocked all of them 2 months ago, as far as they were concerned, no matter how heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, he was only a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying he was at most comparable to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. When facing a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, he could only be bashed. Tang Bai's face went gloomy. On Migres Peak, there hadn't been an outer court disciple that dared be so arrogant before him. Duan Lingen, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm as useless as that trash Luyu, right? Tang Bai looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes were piercingly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and looked Tang Bai in the eye as he said in a low voice, "You came looking for me for the same reason as Luyu?" Tang Bai sneered. "It's good that you know. If you're sensible, then quickly hand over the thing. Otherwise, I'm not that trash Luyu." Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard Tang Bai, and his face was covered in a layer of coldness. "Is that so? Since it's like this, I presume you ought to dare agree to my life and death arena agreement?" Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhao Lin would actually be so talkative. First he sent Luyu over, and now he sent Tang Bai over. But he was anxious to go see Huli now, and didn't have the time to waste his breath on Tang Bai, so he directly brought out the life and death arena, wanting to make Tang Bai retreat in the face of difficulties. Although Zhao Lin was a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, he wasn't afraid. "You want to invite me to the life and death arena?" Tang Bai was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian using the life and death arena to scare off Luyu 2 months ago. But as far as he was concerned, that was because Luyu was cowardly. No matter how mysterious this Duan Lingtian was, or how bizarre his methods were, he was only a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. In the eyes of a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist like him, a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist was no different than an ant. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be even easier than cutting grass. Duan Lingtian's words caused the crowd of spectating Migres Peak disciples to be completely stunned. They only returned to their senses after a long time. "I didn't hear wrongly, right? This Duan Lingtian wants to invite senior brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena? Is he courting death?" The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. As far as they were concerned, no matter how brilliant his methods were, it was impossible for a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist to defeat a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. The difference between the two was the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. The strength of 20 ancient mammoths was a chasm that was difficult to surmount. "What? You dare stop me and don't dare agree to my agreement on the life and death arena?" Duan Lingtian stared coldly and indifferently at Tang Bai, then ridiculed. "If you don't dare, then quickly fuck off. I still have important matters to attend to, and I don't have time to waste my breath with you here." "What did you say?" "I don't dare?" Tang Bai was amused by Duan Lingtian, and he had an arrogant smile on his face. "Duan Ling, since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. I promise you that I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle you. Tell me, do you want to directly go over now, or set a time for you? I can give you time to arrange your funeral. I'll battle you on the life and death arena at noon tomorrow, and it won't end until one of us dies." Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his face was filled with killing intent. "Now, fuck off. All right, I'll wait for you on the life and death arena at noon tomorrow. I hope you won't be cowardly to the point of not daring to come at that time." Tang Bai stood at the side, and traces of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. His objective was accomplished, and his mood was incomparably carefree. As far as he was concerned, so long as he forced Duan Lingtian into a dead end, Then he wasn't afraid that Duan Lingtian wouldn't hand over the thing that Elder Zhao Lin wanted. At that time, he would be able to obtain the generous reward given by Elder Zhao Lin. I'm worried that you won't dare come. Duan Lingtian, who was burning with anxiety, brought He Chun along as he walked out in large strides, and when he heard Tang Bai, he couldn't help but sneer as he replied, He Chun, let's go. Take me to see Hu Li. Duan Lingtian's tone was exceedingly urgent, and his figure flashed out to step on the chain bridge and head towards Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're too rash. That Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, and is a formidable existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage. He Chun followed by Duan Lingtian's side, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually invite Tang Bai to the life and death arena to carry out a bloody battle that would not end until one side died. He was the same as the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the entire Migres Peak started spreading the news that Duan Lingtian had invited Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena tomorrow, and that Tang Bai had agreed. For a time, Migres Peak was completely seething with excitement. 2 months ago, I just happened to be in closed-door cultivation and missed that battle on the life and death arena. I must not miss it tomorrow. Truly makes one look forward to it. One is our Migres Peak's little freak, the other is our Migres Peak's renowned 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Chapter 289. Right when all the Migres Peak disciples were looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow's life and death arena battle, Duan Lingtian and He Chun arrived at Dubhe Peak and passed through the chain bridge to step onto Fekta Peak. Fekta Peak was similar to Migres Peak. It was a sword peak where the 7-star sword sects' outer court male disciples gathered, and not a single female disciple could be seen here. Although the current Duan Lingtian could be considered to be a celebrity in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but the people that had truly seen him were only some Migres Peak disciples, and practically no Fekta Peak disciples recognized him. Under He Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian walked into a gorge that couldn't be considered to be spacious. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly. On the way, he'd asked He Chun about Hu Li many times, but He Chun would hesitate every single time, seeming to be slightly unable to speak. A bad premonition arose within his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw Hu Li once again, his eyes had instead instantly transformed into crimson red. Terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Hu Li, who did it? Duan Lingtian's voice was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. His voice contained frightening killing intent mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. He Chun, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, and his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly retreated a few steps. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. The killing intent that arose from Duan Lingtian's body caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was difficult for him to imagine exactly what a young man around the age of 20 had experienced to actually be able to develop such terrifying killing intent. Duan Lingtian's body trembled intensely. At this moment, it seemed as if only Hu Li, who just hobbled out of the wooden house, remained within his gaze. Presently, Hu Li's leg was missing without a trace, and he could only rely on a single leg and a walking stick to walk now. Presently, Hu Li didn't have the drive of the past. His face was covered in messy stubble that hadn't been treated, and he stood there with a dispirited spirit. Although he was still alive, it seemed to be even more painful than death. As a martial artist, losing a leg was equivalent to having no future. Duan Lingtian. Hu Li saw Duan Lingtian's ghastly pale face slightly had a trace of vitality, and the corners of his mouth held a smile with difficulty. His smile had slight bitterness mixed within. It was Xiao's brother? Duan Lingtian's heart was trembling, and the accumulated flames of rage were about to completely explode his chest. Hu Li lightly nodded. Bring me to him. Duan Lingtian's crimson red eyes were suffused with dense killing intent, and it seemed as if he was about to swallow someone up. And Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian Ling Tian. Power of who shook his head and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't go. If you go, you will fall into their trap. If even you suffer from their revenge, Sherlan will absolutely not be able to rest in peace. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's body slightly trembled, and this man who bled but didn't shed tears couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears. Men don't easily shed tears, only when they haven't been deeply hurt. Seeing Hu Li on the verge of collapse, Huchuan took a few steps forward and supported Hu Li. What did you say? Sherlan is dead? Duan Lingtan was stunned, and the voice coming from his throat became hoarse. He was dumbstruck on the spot, and his face was filled with disbelief. Hu Li's body twitched, and extreme hatred emerged on his face. He was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Duan Ling Tian, let me tell you. Huchuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Xiao Fei's brother, Xiaoying, first broke one of Hu Li's legs, then went to find Sherlan, intending to rape and defile Sherlan. Sherlan's temper is unyielding, and she would rather die than submit. She directly jumped down Alcade Peak. Although Huchuan did not continue, Duan Ling Tian already knew the result. Alcade Peak, one of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, if one were to fall down, one would die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's body shook violently and his expression changed drastically. His outer disciple robe fluttered loudly. Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. The anger in his heart was completely vented. After a short moment, the rage on his body was restrained, and his eyes condensed flames of rage that seemed capable of burning everything as he said in a low voice, Hu Li, take me to the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Tianji Peak, life and death arena. Power of Hu guessed Duan Lingtian's plan, and his face changed greatly. Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena 2 months ago, he wasn't surprised. Because he knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation wasn't the 4th-level Origin Core Stage of the rumors, but was instead at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was as easy as flipping his hand to Duan Lingtian. However, Xiaoying was different. Xiaoying was a renowned outstanding Outer Court disciple of Fecta Peak. His cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and his strength was extremely formidable. Supposedly, he was already charging towards the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lington, you've broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Power of Hu took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. The nearby He-chun was stunned. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Even if Power of Hu wanted to ask about Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he ought to ask if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, right? Now, he only thought that Power of Hu had made a slip of the tongue. What He-chun didn't know was that Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was indeed at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but because of certain reasons he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and he'd even displayed it before Power of Hu. So, in the eyes of Power of Hu, Duan Lingtian had long since been at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head when faced with Power of Hu's question. His current cultivation was the same as when he was in the primeval forest, only at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. No, Duan Lington, absolutely not. You're not a match for Xiaoying. I know you want to take revenge for me and Sherlan, but even if Sherlan was still alive, I believe she wouldn't ask you to take revenge for her now. You going to look for Xiaoying now is entirely giving your life away. Power of Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian, listen to me. With your natural talent, surpassing Xiaoying in the future is only a matter of time. Endure for a few more years, and take revenge for me and Shirlan when your strength surpasses Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian understood that power of who was worried about him. He never imagined that even after being harmed by Xiaoying to such an extent, power of who still forcefully suppressed his hatred towards Xiaoying for the sake of his safety. Power of who doing this caused his heart to feel even more uncomfortable. When he saw Duan Lingtian go silent, power of who thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his opinion, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, traces of bitterness appeared on the corners of power of whose mouth, and his eyes revealed boundless regret. Duan Lingen, I've always been regretful these past few days. I regret why I helped Shirlan that day and asked you to spare Xiao Fei's life. I actually believed the oath of a shameless villain. I regret it. I regret it. Power of who could imagine if he'd persisted in killing Xiao Fei that day. Perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. Shirlan wouldn't have died. His leg wouldn't have been crippled. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The consequences of the choice that day were destined to be borne by him. Duan Lingtian raised his head and took a deep breath. His pair of crimson-red eyes didn't contain any emotions. There was only extreme icy coldness. I was wrong in this matter as well. I shouldn't have listened to your opinions that day. If I'd persisted and killed him, there wouldn't have been any of this later on. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his voice became even more hoarse. It sounded calm, but in reality, it contained anger that was suppressed to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, it has nothing to do with you. It was me and Shirlan who were too naive and mistakenly believed Xiao Fei. Power of who shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart that Duan Lingtian listened to his and Shirlan's opinions that day out of respect for them. In the end, this matter was him and Shirlan's mistake, and every step after that was wrong. You, have a good rest. Duan Lingtian nodded to Power of who, then turned around and left the gorge. Power of who originally thought that Duan Lingtian had returned to Migres Peak, but not long after, the commotion outside the gorge caused a bad premonition to arise in his heart. He-chun, let's go take a look. When Power of who walked out of the gorge with He-chun's support and heard the discussions outside, his face went ghastly pale. Quickly go to the life and death arena. That Migres Peak's Duan Lingtian has come and threatened to challenge our Fecta Peak's senior brother Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian? That little freak that relied on a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage to kill 2 4th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciples at the age of around 22 months ago? It's him. Quickly go over, if we're late, there won't be any good seats left. The Fecta Peak disciples all headed towards the Fecta Peak's life and death arena in extreme haste. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you listen to my dissuasion? Power of whose face was covered in sorrow and regret. I shouldn't have allowed Duan Lingtian to know of the matter between me and Shirlan. Power of who never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be so impulsive. Power of who, even if Duan Lingtian listened to your dissuasion, he might not be able to live past tomorrow. He-chun, who stood beside Power of who, had a bitter smile on his face. He-chun, what do you mean by this? Power of who frowned, and his burning gaze stared at He-chun. He-chun sighed, then told Power of the matter of Duan Lingtian inviting another 6th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple of Migres Peak to battle on the Migres Peak's life and death arena tomorrow. Power of who went silent when he heard this, and his brows frowned. At this moment, the worry in his heart had instead dissipated slightly. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had the confidence to deal with a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist? Even though the time he'd spent with Duan Lingtian wasn't long, but the feeling Duan Lingtian gave him wasn't the type of person that didn't know what was important. A trace of hope arose in his heart. I, Duan Lingtian, Migres Peak disciple, will challenge the Fecta Peak disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, and will fight to the death. These words were also the source of the commotion in Fecta Peak. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the entire Fecta Peak. Fecta Peak, within a spacious gorge. Brother, that Duan Lingtian really couldn't hold back. That move of yours was too brilliant. Xiao Fei, who had a broken leg, originally had a gloomy expression, but the gloomy expression on his face dispersed, and a trace of a smile of his scheme succeeding appeared on his face. So long as he really takes Lan and power of Hu as friends, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. But I never imagined that he would actually dare directly challenge me to a battle on the life and death arena. The young man that spoke now had a slight resemblance between his brows to Xiao Fei. Chapter 290. Brother, that Duan Lingtian isn't at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage like the rumors say. I can be sure that he was at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage 2 months ago. Moreover, he has a grade 7 spirit sword in his possession. Recalling the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Savage Leopard that day, Xiao Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble. Just a single sword strike and Savage Leopard was killed. Now, he dares invite brother to ascend the life and death arena for a battle. Could it be that he has broken through? As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei was slightly fearful. Broken through? Xiao Ying was indifferent. I'm only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. In Fecta Peak, any 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple wouldn't dare say that they can surely defeat me. Not to mention an outer court disciple that has just broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Even if he has broken through, I'm not afraid. The corners of Xiao Ying's mouth curled into a sneer, and a piercingly cold light appeared in his eyes. Today, I'll twist his head off on the life and death arena and give it to you to kick like a ball. Thank you, brother. Xiao Fei's gaze abruptly shone, as Xiao Ying's confidence caused him to be at ease. Little Fei, it's inconvenient for you to move, so don't go. Wait for brother to bring back that Duan Lingtian's head for you. Xiao Ying stood up and bid his farewells to Xiao Fei, then his eyes emitted a trace of killing intent before turning around and leaving the gorge. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei glanced at his severed leg, and traces of cold lights flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian, my crippling was all caused by you. Today, my brother will take revenge for me and kill you. Ha! After muttering to himself, Xiao Fei started laughing wildly. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Xiao Ying bringing back Duan Lingtian's head. The Fecta Peak's life and death arena was similar to the Migres Peak's life and death arena. Both were located halfway up the mountain. After Duan Lingtian issued a challenge to Xiao Ying in the Fecta Peak's trade hall, he was led here by a group of Fecta Peak disciples. On the spacious life and death arena, Duan Lingtian silently stood there, and his eyes were calm and without light. Compared to the calmness on the surface, tempestuous waves had arisen in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Shirlan's voice and smile. He still remembered the first time he met Shirlan. It was Shirlan who helped him kill a ferocious beast. That passionate woman made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of her. Later on, as a woman, Shirlan was willing to use her life to pave a path for him, which shocked him greatly. She was a heroine. Duan Lingtian admired him. But now, Shirlan was dead. Shirlan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist. Shirlan was in the prime of her life and could have had a great future. But now, it was all ruined. Senior brother Xiao Ying has come. Outside the life and death arena, a Fecta Peak disciple with sharp eyes saw the young man walking over from the distance, and he cried out in surprise. Instantly, the gazes of the Fecta Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena descended onto Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian noticed the commotion, and his gaze descended onto a young man in the distance that had an appearance slightly similar to Xiao Fei. This young man's age was older than Xiao Fei, and was around 25 years old. Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Xiao Ying ascend the life and death arena, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're Duan Lingtian? Although Xiao Ying had heard of Duan Lingtian before, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian today, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so young. Duan Lingtian's eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Ying, as if he was deeply afraid that Xiao Ying would vanish before his eyes. You ought to be a little over 20, right? I heard from my younger brother that you were a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist 2 months ago. Now, since you have the courage to battle me, I presume you've already broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Xiao Ying looked at Duan Lington and slowly said, "Needless to say, your natural talent has surprised me. But today you're bound to die here and die at my hands. I, Xiao Ying, am able to kill a monstrous genius in the martial Tao like you in this lifetime, and I can be considered to have lived my life in vain." Although Xiao Ying's voice wasn't loud, but practically all the Fecta Peak disciples present heard it clearly. Instantly, the surroundings of the life and death arena were in an uproar. Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Why did senior brother Xiao Ying say he's a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Moreover, Xiao Ying even said that Duan Lingtian might have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. How could this be possible? How old is this Duan Lingtian? A young man that looks to be a little over 20 at most is able to cultivate to the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, and it's already shocking. If it's the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, or even the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, how would others live? Senior brother Xiao Ying wouldn't have made a mistake, right? No matter what, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples were unwilling to believe that Duan Lingtian was a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist or a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Behind the crowd, He Chun supported Hu Li and looked from afar at Duan Lingtian, who was on the life and death arena. Hu Li, is Duan Lingtian really a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? He Chun was shocked when he heard Xiao Ying and asked in slight disbelief. 2 months ago, the strength he displayed was at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. As for the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, you saw it yourself when we were still in the gorge earlier. Duan Lingtian denied that he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Hu Li shook his head, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with worry. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Xiao Ying today, then he would never forgive himself for his entire lifetime. After all, if it wasn't for him telling Duan Lingtian about his encounter with Shirlan, Duan Lingtian wouldn't go look for Xiao Ying. On the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Xiao Ying's endless chatter, and with a shake of his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Now, there was only a single thought in his heart: kill Xiao Ying and take revenge for Shirlan and Hu Li. Looks like you're already impatient to court death. The corners of Xiao Ying's mouth curled into a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand as well. It was a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Instantly, origin energy jumped about and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiao Ying's hand. Above him, 102 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and were ready to dash out at any moment. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Ying's face still had a smile mixed within, as if everything before him was within his control. I've already promised my brother that after I kill you, I'll twist off your head and give it to him to kick like a ball. As he finished speaking, Xiao Ying's tone was mixed with dense killing intent. Practically at the same time that Xiao Ying spoke, origin energy jumped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. In an instant, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes had condensed into form in the sky above him. He's really at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Unbelievable! A 5th level Origin Core Stage martial artist a little over 20. Such natural talent is probably comparable to the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. A figure with natural talent comparable to the 5 great young masters has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation. But unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Even if he utilizes a grade 7 spirit sword, he's still inferior to Xiao Ying by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. The gap is too great. There's no suspense in this battle. Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Many Fecta Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused them to be shocked. However, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was bound to fall on the life and death arena today. On the life and death arena. The coldness that appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even colder when he heard Xiao Ying, and he spoke to Xiao Ying for the first time. Kick him like a ball? Are you sure that cripple can still kick a ball? Cripple? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiao Ying's calm expression completely changed. His eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Lingnan, if it wasn't for you leaving him in the lurch that day, how could my younger brother be crippled? Today, I'll make you pay with your life for my younger brother's leg. Then let's see if you have the ability. It just so happens that I want to take your and Xiao Fei's lives to comfort Shirlan's soul in heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the flames of rage that were suppressed to the limit completely erupted. Shirlan? You're talking about that little virgin? Her appearance isn't bad. I originally wanted to take advantage of her, but who would have thought that she's actually so unyielding, and would rather fall off a cliff than allow me to touch her? What a pity! Xiao Ying suddenly started laughing wildly and wantonly. Meanwhile, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that there was such a deep enmity between Duan Lingtian and Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian. Hu Li's expression was tense, and he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression. I originally thought that you ought to have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, but who would have thought that you actually haven't broken through? Truly boring. Since it's like this, I'll send you on your way now, and allow you to reunite with that little virgin. Xiao Ying looked at Duan Lingtian with a voice filled with disdain, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand skyrocketed with origin energy. Have you finished speaking? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Ying with a calm expression, and his face seemed to be carefree, but the rage in his heart couldn't be any greater. Since you're so anxious to be on your way, then I'll send you on your way. Xiao Ying sneered, then his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. The grade 7 spirit sword in Xiao Ying's hand swiftly flashed out, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that went straight for Duan Lingtian's throat. Throat-sealing sword. At the instant Xiao Ying attacked, someone exclaimed in shock as they recognized the sword skill Xiao Ying executed. So fast! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to intercept Xiao Ying's attack. Sword drawing arts. A sword light that flashed by appeared gracefully. In terms of speed, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Ying's throat-sealing sword. Clang. Xiao Ying's sword was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Xiao Ying never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to block his sword, and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. I never imagined that your sword skill would actually be so extraordinary. You only used the strength of 90 ancient mammoths to execute it, yet the speed of your sword is comparable to my throat-sealing sword executed with the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. The following content is a digression and is free of charge. Brothers and sisters that are puzzled about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation have a look, and those that aren't can directly move on to the next chapter. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, but because he'd once revealed a strength comparable to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage in the Primeval Forest, he was mistaken by Hu Li and Xiao Fei to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Before the battle between him and Xiao Ying, besides Hu Li, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Ying, the reason the other outer court disciples thought that Duan Lingtian was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage was because Duan Lingtian had held back when he killed Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and only revealed a strength similar to an ordinary 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Chapter 291. The sword drawing technique was all about speed. Perhaps the might of the sword drawing arts was inferior to most high-grade profound rank sword skills. But in terms of speed, high-grade profound rank sword skills could only be compared to the sword-drawing arts. Your sword skill isn't bad, but your strength isn't on the same level as mine. Before formidable strength, you're unable to stop me. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Xiao Ying's mouth as coldness arose in his eyes. His hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword shook as he prepared to use all his strength to directly blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and pierce through Duan Lingtian's throat. Is that so? And just in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian moved. His other hand instantly flashed out and pointed out, piercing through the clouds and mist. The finishing touch of the finishing touch. A piercing howl exploded as his finger pointed out towards Xiao Ying's eyes. The speed of this finger was so swift that it wasn't much slower than the sword-drawing arts. Do you think you're the only one that knows martial skills other than sword skills? Xiao Ying sneered. His other hand moved as well, abruptly forming a claw. The claw tore through the sky as it grabbed towards Duan Lingtian's left hand that was pointing out. Duan Lingtian started laughing. When Xiao Ying saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, although he was slightly astonished, his claw still fiercely descended and grabbed towards Duan Lingtian. He wanted to first grab onto Duan Lingtian's left hand before exerting force with the sword in his right hand to pierce through Duan Lingtian's throat. After all, he couldn't do two things at once. At the instant that a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out instantly changed direction and moved to intercept Xiao Ying's claw. You overestimate your ability. Xiao Ying sneered when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, even if the claw he executed with a martial skill didn't utilize the strength of a spirit weapon, it was still powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. On the other hand, the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out similarly didn't rely on a spirit weapon and only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian could only be crushed by him. Only when Xiao Ying's claw came down and collided with Duan Lingtian's finger did his expression change. First, he was astonished, then he felt incredulous. Immediately after, a shrill scream came from the depths of Xiao Ying's throat, as if he was in extreme pain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian pierced his finger into Xiao Ying's palm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Not only that, everyone quickly discovered that at the same time that Xiao Ying cried out miserably, his entire body started to tremble. Even the hand that was holding the sword now felt powerless, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand fell to the ground. What's going on? Looking at Xiao Ying, who was screaming miserably on the life and death arena while dancing, all the Fecta Peak disciples had a puzzled expression. They were utterly unaware of what had happened. Crackle, crackle. Soon, they heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. It's the voice coming from senior brother Xiao Ying. Oh my God! What did Duan Lingtian do to him? The expressions of all the Fecta Peak disciples went pale. And now, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Did this Xiao Ying really think that he was overestimating his ability? Earlier, his finger that seemed like the finishing touch tapped on Xiao Ying's palm, and he used quake energy to directly penetrate Xiao Ying's wrist bone. The terrifying quake energy started from Xiao Ying's wrist bone, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to the bones in Xiao Ying's entire body. Instantly, it shattered all the bones in Xiao Ying's body. Xiao Ying's body was penetrated by countless shattered bones as well, and after emitting a shrill cry, his voice stopped abruptly. When Xiao Ying died, his eyes were wide open, and he didn't know what had happened even until he died. Perhaps he was unable to figure it out even until his death. Even if Xiao Ying didn't use a spirit weapon, why was Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to his, able to execute a martial skill barehanded and kill him? Bang! Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, Xiao Ying's body was unable to hold on any longer and crashed onto the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. The surroundings of the life and death arena was deathly silent. Xiao Ying died just like that? He was killed by Duan Lingtian just like that? It was too strange. Xiao Ying and I both didn't use origin energy, and the might of his claw was comparable to the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas the might of my finger was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. It just happens to be within the scope of effect of quake energy. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Xiao Ying's corpse, and he thought in his heart as he recalled the scene from before. If he and Xiao Ying both utilized grade 7 spirit swords, then the difference in strength between him and Xiao Ying would be too great, and it would exceed the scope of effect of quake energy. Even if he utilized quake energy, it would be of no use. So, he could only choose to outsmart Xiao Ying. Make Xiao Ying give up the amplification of strength from the grade 7 spirit sword and fight bare-handed with him. Of course, in Xiao Ying's eyes, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, when facing Duan Lingtian who didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still easily crush Duan Lingtian unexpectedly. Duan Lingtian instead possessed the monstrous quake energy to rely on. So long as the difference between the strength of his opponent and Duan Lingtian's strength was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, he could rely on quake energy to defeat someone stronger than him. Of course, Duan Lingtian's actions carried risks as well. If Xiao Ying had chosen to swing his sword and execute the cutthroat sword to block his finger earlier, he would similarly be unable to utilize quake energy. Once it came to that time, if he wanted to kill Xiao Ying, he could only utilize an offensive inscription. It could be said that Xiao Ying's choice earlier was destined to lead to his death. Of course, even if Xiao Ying had changed his choice earlier, he was still bound to die, and it was only a change in the method of death. I still have to thank you for saving me an offensive inscription. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Ying, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and the dense killing intent that was condensed in the depths of his eyes dissipated slightly. Sherlan, I've taken revenge for you. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart as he silently said in his heart, "Ha, ha." Suddenly, a wave of loud laughter broke the silence in the surroundings of the life and death arena. It was Hu Li who'd recovered from his shock, and he laughed heartily as he said in a sonorous voice, "Duan Lingtian, thank you. If Sherlan is aware of this in the netherworld, she can rest in peace." Duan Lingtian nodded, then casually put away Xiao Ying's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. Then he arrived by Hu Li's side and left the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on with Hu Li and He Chun. As they watched Duan Lingtian's group of 3 leave from afar, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples finally went into an uproar. Oh my god! This Duan Lingtian actually killed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, and by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, he was able to exert the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. So what? Even though Duan Lingtian was only at the 5th level of the origin core stage, and by relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, he was only able to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. But he still killed Xiao Ying. It's unbelievable. How the heck did this Duan Lingtian kill Xiao Ying? Too terrifying. Today, the Fecta Peak was unable to calm down. Xiao Ying, an outstanding outer court disciple of the Fecta Peak with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, and he was a figure that could be called out in the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. However, he was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed by a 5th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong, you killed Xiao Ying with a point of your finger. On the way back, the haze that had accumulated between Hu Li's brows for many days had completely vanished, and he beamed with joy and was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He Chun supported Hu Li, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had undergone a tremendous change. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian, being a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist, had already caused him to feel incomparably shocked. When he saw Duan Lingtian kill Xiao Ying, his mood shook even more, and even now, he still hadn't completely calmed down. Hu Li, do you know where Xiao Fei lives? A trace of icy cold killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly asked. Within the spacious gorge. Xiao Fei's mood was extremely good. He whistled as he lay on the lawn and basked in the sun to his heart's content. Suddenly, a wave of voices entered into his ears, causing his gaze to abruptly light up. "Brother, you've returned." Xiao Fei's hands supported himself on the ground, and he spoke with delight as he sat up. But when he saw the young man that appeared before him, his face completely went pale. "Duan Lingtian, weren't you having a life and death battle with my brother on the life and death arena? Why are you here?" "Why do you think I'm here?" Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Xiao Fei as he spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any feelings. And the more he was like this, the more terrifying it was to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale, and he ceaselessly shook his head. "Impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly defeat my brother? Impossible, impossible. Impossible?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a ridiculing smile. "What's impossible about it? 2 months ago in the primeval forest, you asked me to go fight the elephant rhino. Didn't you think it was impossible for me to survive?" Xiao Fei's body trembled. Although he was still unwilling to believe that all this was true, he realized that what was done couldn't be undone. Even if he was unwilling to believe it, the facts were like this, and he was unable to change it. Bang! Xiao Fei instantly landed on the ground and lay before Duan Lingtian with a ghastly pale face. "Duan Lingnan, I'm already a cripple, let me go. Let me go. I beg you, I beg you." The scene before his eyes was extremely familiar to Duan Lingtian. 2 months ago, Xiao Fei also lay before Shirlan like this, and asked Shirlan to plead for him. Shirlan's heart also softened because of this. But the result? Shirlan died miserably. Fully crippled. Xiao Fei's actions, as well as his begging for mercy, caused the hatred hidden in the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart to rise once again. His pair of eyes turned crimson red as he stared at Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, do you still remember what I said to you 2 months ago?" Xiao Fei's face went ghastly pale when he heard this, and his body trembled. Duan Lingtian laughed when he saw Xiao Fei's actions, and his laughter was extremely cold. "Looks like you still remember clearly. I've said it before, if you dare have any devious ideas, then I'll make you die a graveless death. Duan Lingtian, spare me. I beg you. I beg you." Chapter 292. But would Duan Lingtian arouse sympathy towards Xiao Fei? Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xiao Fei, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy before him, and his heart was cold as ice. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. His sword flashed past, killing Xiao Fei. This pill fire ignited, burning Xiao Fei's body into ashes, and he died a graveless death. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest joy after successively killing Xiao Fei, and his mood was incomparably heavy. Shirlan's figure was impossible to get rid of in his mind. The woman that was filled with yearning towards the future, the woman that was filled with confidence, was gone just like that. In his eyes, even if Xiao Fei died 100 times, it still wouldn't be able to compare to Shirlan's life. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased his mood, then left the gorge and Fekta Peak. All along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Practically all the outer court disciples on Fekta Peak were now gathered at the life and death arena halfway up the mountain. After leaving Fekta Peak, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and once again arrived at the main peak, W Peak, then directly went to Arcade Peak. He arrived at the cultivation place of the 2 little girls with ease, yet he noticed that the spacious gorge was completely silent and overgrown with weeds. The wooden house was tainted with a layer of dust. Obviously no one had lived here for a long time. Looks like Kerr and little Fei ought to have moved away. After leaving the gorge, Duan Lingtian inquired about the residence of the Arcade Peak Outer Court Elder Bai, from the Arcade Peak disciples, and went to look for her. Duan Lingtian met Elder Bai as he wished. "Elder Bai." Elder Bai shook her head and smiled when she saw Duan Lingtian. "If it wasn't for Fei telling me, I still wouldn't know that the little freak of Migres Peak that gave rise to much discussion 2 months ago was actually you." Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, Then he recalled the purpose of coming to Alcade Peak this time and hurriedly asked. Elder Bai, I went to the cultivation place Little Fei and Xiao Fei were at, but I noticed they weren't there. There is staying at my place, but she's currently in closed-door cultivation. As for that little girl, Kerr, she's currently in the Alcade Hall on Dubhe Peak. Elder Bai said with a smile. Alcade Hall. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Alcade Hall is the cultivation place of our Alcade Peak's master, and it's located above the spirit point of Dubhe Peak. That place is also the best cultivation place in our 7-star sword sect. The cultivation grounds of the other peak leaders were located there too. Elder Bai slowly explained. Just like the peak master of your Migres Peak, he also has a Migres Hall there. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding and nodded. As for the best place to cultivate, Duan Ling Tian did not comment. The cultivation environment of that so-called spirit cave couldn't possibly compare to the stalactite cave he was currently living in. How is Kerr? Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai and asked with concern. Don't worry, the peak master is extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Kerr. There's one thing that you're right about. 1 month ago, Kerr broke through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As Elder Bai spoke up to hear, she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Elder Bai, Little Fei ought to be about to break through, right? Yes. Elder Bai's face revealed a gratified smile, and she was more and more satisfied with that disciple of hers. She is in closed-door cultivation this time precisely because she's preparing to charge into the 4th level of the origin core stage. If you don't have anything urgent, although Elder Bai didn't continue speaking, Duan Ling Tian was still able to understand what Elder Bai meant. Don't worry, Elder Bai, I don't have anything urgent. Since Little Fei is at the critical juncture of breaking through, I won't disturb her, and I'll come see her next time. Okay. Elder Bai nodded in satisfaction when she saw Duan Ling Tian being so sensible. Elder Bai. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and under Elder Bai's puzzled gaze he asked. Do you know about the matter of a female disciple of your Alcade Peak being forced to fall off a cliff to her death? Elder Bai nodded. I know. Alcade Peak didn't do anything about this matter? Duan Ling Tian frowned. After that Xiao Ying caused the death of Shirlan, he seemed to still be living very freely, and wasn't affected in the slightest. I was furious about that matter as well. But she jumped off the cliff herself after all. Moreover, that Fecta Peak disciple didn't succeed. Coupled with that Fecta Peak disciple being a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, and the Fecta Peak was extremely protective of him. Elder Bai shook her head and sighed. In this world, strength represents the nobility of life. If that female disciple that jumped off the cliff was also a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, then our Alcade Peak would surely investigate this matter to the end. Just because she's dispensable to Alcade Peak, so Alcade Peak gave up on her just like this? Traces of coldness abruptly arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. His heart was cold like ice. This is the irresistible trend. Although I personally sympathize with her, but I'm powerless. What, you know her? As she finished speaking, Elder Bai asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. If she's your friend, and you have that layer of relationship with Kerr, if you ask Kerr to ask the Peak Master to step forward, then you can punish that Fecta Peak disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that even if the Alcade Peak's Peak Master stepped forward, she might not sentence Xiao Ying to death. At most, it would be a heavy punishment. Now, he'd already killed Xiao Ying and took revenge for Shirlan, so there was no need to rely on anyone. There's no need? Elder Bai didn't understand what Duan Lingtian meant. You'll know very soon. Elder Bai, since Little Fei is cultivating, then I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells, then turned and left, only leaving behind Elder Bai with a bewildered expression standing on the spot. What did this little fellow mean by what he said earlier? After an hour, a piece of news spread throughout Alcade Peak, causing Elder Bai to be dumbstruck. The Migres Peak Outer Court disciple, Duan Lingtian, used a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage to kill the 6th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak Life and Death Arena. Now, Elder Bai finally understood why Duan Lingtian would say there was no need. He'd taken revenge for that Alcade Peak female disciple himself. She remembered that the Fecta Peak disciple that caused the death of that female disciple was Xiaoying. Xiaoying died just like that? As expected of the Migres Peak's little freak. The corners of Elder Bai's mouth curled into a bitter smile, then she shook her head and muttered to herself. Fei has found an extraordinary man. Only 20 years old, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. It was shocking. At the same time that the news of Duan Lingtian killing Xiaoying spread to Alcade Peak, it also spread to Migres Peak, F***K. Duan Lingtian killed the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying? It can't be. This is too exaggerated. Unbelievable. No wonder he dared invite Senior Brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena. I wonder if Senior Brother Tang Bai still dares to ascend the life and death arena tomorrow. I think it's a little difficult. Senior Brother Tang Bai's strength might not be stronger than that Xiaoying. We'll naturally know tomorrow if Senior Brother Tang Bai dares to ascend the life and death arena. The entire Migres Peak was seething with excitement because of this news. All the Migres Peak disciples were brimming with energy and vigor. Duan Lingtian's actions could be considered to have brought honor to Migres Peak, and as Migres Peak disciples, they all felt that they had gained a great deal of face. At least, when they stood before Migres Peak disciples in the future, once this matter was mentioned, the Migres Peak disciples were bound to be inferior to them. At the peak of Migres Peak, within the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone platform, calming his heart and cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WM Python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body roiled, ceaselessly charging towards the bottleneck of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage over and over again, as if he didn't know exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time. Bang! Finally, the roiling origin energy broke through the bottleneck and completed a new transformation. And at this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes as well. His eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his entire body was brimming with energy and vigor. I've broken through. A delighted smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He lightly clenched his fist. Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 81 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Just like before, after he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was an entire 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist. My current strength is even stronger than a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. It's 1 ancient mammoth more than a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. Right? I still have an appointment with Tang Bai to the life and death arena today. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally recalled the proper business, and hurriedly left the stalactite cave and leaped onto the peak of the mountain. He glanced at the horizon and noticed that there was still some time before noon. Whew! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. I'm still in time. Duan Lingtian left the peak of Migres Peak and flashed towards the life and death arena halfway up the mountain, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind. Now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, the quake energy ought to have improved, but I wonder how much stronger it is. On the way, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Just right, so long as that Tang Bai dares ascend the life and death arena, I'll only use the strength of an ordinary 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist and use the quake energy to properly play with him. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly shone. Chapter 293. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon arrived as scheduled. The vast platform where the life and death arena was located was completely silent. Tang Bai hasn't come yet? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. His gaze landed outside the vast platform, but he didn't find any trace of Tang Bai. It's already noon, and Tang Bai hasn't come yet? He probably doesn't dare to come. Just right. Tang Bai is scared. Duan Lingtian just killed Xiao Ying of Fecta Peak yesterday. Xiao Ying's strength is not weaker than Tang Bai's, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Yesterday, he was still showing off in front of the Duan Lingtian, saying that the Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to come. Now, he's the one who doesn't dare to come. It's like slapping your own face. How embarrassing. A commotion broke out around the life and death ring. There are also female disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed around the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were many female outer court disciples amongst the surrounding crowd, and all of them were disciples of Alcade Peak. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. Looks like the people from the other peaks have come to Migres Peak to watch the show. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After waiting for a while, Tang Bai still didn't appear. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and didn't wait any longer. He directly jumped off the life and death arena and left. He was not surprised that Tang Bai did not come. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, it meant that one would not rest until one was dead. Tang Bai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tang Bai had agreed to fight him in the arena of life and death yesterday because he was confident in himself. He felt that he could snatch the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll from his hands. Now that the matter of him killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, had spread out, Tang Bai refrained from taking action for fear of breaking the vases and didn't dare come, and this was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian's emotions did not fluctuate much. From the beginning, he did not take Tang Bai seriously. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also knew that, after the incident today, Tang Bai was bound to have a notorious reputation that spread far and wide, and he would be despised by all the 7-star sword sect disciples. A person who agreed to a battle of life and death, but didn't dare to show up was undoubtedly a coward. Such a person wouldn't have great achievements in the martial way. When Duan Lingtian left, he could hear the discussions behind him. Undoubtedly, they were denouncing Tang Bai. In the spacious canyon, the scorching sun shone down, making everything in the canyon seem to be covered in a layer of gold. Elder Zhao Lin, you didn't tell me that he could even kill a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. A young man of about 25 years old with delicate features had an extremely ugly expression. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and said in a deep voice. He knew that after today, he would no longer have any reputation in the 7-star sword sect. He was destined to become the object of disdain by everyone. This made him feel both sullen and resentful. All of this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Tang Bai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, intentionally wanted to harm you? Zhao Lin's face sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes that were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he was caught off guard by what had happened yesterday. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to kill a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Such strength caused one's heart to tremble. He suddenly realized that it wasn't so easy for him to obtain the miraculous cultivation method in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Sorry, Elder Zhao Lin, I was too agitated earlier. Tang Bai took a deep breath and hurriedly changed his words when he saw Zhao Lin enraged and even aroused killing intent towards him. Only now did he realize that the person standing before him was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, an existence at the void prying stage. Killing him was even easier than cutting grass. He didn't dare bear grudges against Zhao Lin. His heart filled with hatred turned towards another direction. Duan Lingtian. After Tang Bai left, Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring sheen, and his voice was low and oppressive. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you, A mere young man a little over 20 would actually possess such formidable strength. Looks like my guess was right. The value of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that Duan Lingtian cultivated isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's heart was even more difficult to restrain. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian was able to possess such strength at such an age was all because he cultivated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Since no outer court disciple is able to do anything to you, then I can only make a move myself. I don't believe that I won't be able to find an opportunity to kill you. So long as I destroy the evidence, who would know that I killed you? Zhao Lin muttered to himself, and his eyes emitted extreme greed and dense killing intent. After Duan Lingtian left the life and death arena of Migra's Peak, he didn't return to the stalactite cave, but instead went to Fecta Peak once again. He found Hu Li. Hu Li, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Li and asked in a low voice. The current Hu Li wasn't dispirited like before, he was in high spirits, and wasn't the slightest bit discouraged because of his crippled leg. I'm a cripple now. Even if the 7-star sword sect won't expel me for now, but when I'm 30, I'm bound to be unable to become an inner court disciple and will similarly be expelled. So, I've decided to return home. You're going back like this. Although he knew that Hu Li's choice was rational, but when he saw Hu Li's crippled leg now, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but sigh. He could imagine that after Hu Li became a 7-star sword sect disciple, his family would surely be extremely happy, and would think that Hu Li would soar into the sky, but now, Hu Li had instead returned with a crippled body, and would surely have to endure extremely great pressure. Don't worry. Hu Li laughed heartily when he perceived Duan Lingtian's worry. Isn't it only a leg? Unless it's a martial artist with the same cultivation as me, or a freak like you, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat me. Duan Lingtian nodded, and when he saw Hu Li being so cheerful, he felt at ease. I'll send you back? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before speaking out. No need. I've already written a letter to return home some time ago, and my family ought to have arrived in a few days. Duan Lingtian, cultivate properly. In another 3 months, it'll be the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition. At that time, you'll take first place and allow me to brag at home. As Hu Li finished speaking, he laughed heartily, and didn't seem like a person that had lost a leg in the slightest. Although he knew that half of what Hu Li said was a joke, Duan Lingtian still nodded with a serious expression. Don't worry, I'll surely take first place in the outer court martial competition. No one is able to stop my footsteps. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of firmness. This was his promise to Hu Li. What are you being so serious for? Don't worry, so long as the 7-star sword sect doesn't change the rules of the outer court martial competition, then the outer court disciples that participate in the outer court martial competition would at most be at the 6th level of the origin core stage. You even killed Xiaoying. Could it be that you're afraid of other 6th level origin core stage disciples? Hu Li was extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian. So, you're sure to take first place in the outer court martial competition. Duan Lingtian nodded, then accompanied Hu Li for a while, and before he left, he withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Hu Li. Hu Li, take this. What medicinal pill is this? Hu Li received the medicinal pill bottle with a curious expression. This isn't a medicinal pill, it's a drop of wine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he slowly spoke. A drop of wine? Hu Li was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he scolded with a smile. You're really stingy. How do you want me to drink a drop of wine? Hu Li pulled out the cork of the medicinal pill bottle as he spoke. Along with the dense fragrance of wine drifting out, Hu Li's body shook, and he hadn't finished speaking when he looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. Duan Lingtian, what wine is this? Earlier, when he smelled the wine fragrance, Hu Li felt the origin energy in his body roil, and it almost allowed him to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage and break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Although he didn't break through, Hu Li had a feeling that if he consumed this drop of wine within the medicinal pill bottle, he would absolutely be able to instantly break through. Monkey King Wine. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Monkey King Wine? Hu Li was stunned. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Hu Li hadn't heard of the Monkey King Wine, and he instantly explained. Then have you heard of the monkey wine? Of course I've heard of it, that's a good thing. Could it be that this Monkey King Wine is related to the monkey wine? Hu Li's eyes shone, and he was slightly excited. The monkey wine was an existence of legend, and he'd only seen records of it in some ancient books. Didn't you say I was stingy earlier? I'll let you drink to your heart's content with this jug of wine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Hu Li. This wine fragrance, Hu Li's gaze shone. Although the wine fragrance of this jug of wine was far inferior to the Monkey King Wine, it was still able to cause the origin energy in his body to become restless. This is the monkey wine. Duan Lingtian smiled. Drink it and try it. This is the monkey wine? Hu Li stared, yet he didn't directly drink the monkey wine, and instead looked at the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. Although he hadn't heard of the Monkey King Wine, he was extremely sure that this drop of Monkey King Wine was absolutely much more precious than this jug of monkey wine. Duan Lingtian guessed Hu Li's thoughts when he saw Hu Li's reaction, and he lightly smiled. Hu Li, you can directly drink the monkey wine to cultivate. If nothing unexpected happens, it ought to be able to assist you to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As for the Monkey King Wine, properly store it away. Duan Lingtian, don't keep me in suspense. What exactly is the use of this Monkey King Wine? Hu Li rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian as he asked anxiously. The Monkey King Wine has a medicinal effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, yet is stronger than the Void Advancement Pill. The Monkey King Wine doesn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath when he saw Hu Li was anxious, and he directly spoke. Once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, one would have no fate with the Void Initiation stage in one's lifetime, and one would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Consuming the Monkey King Wine, however, wouldn't have this side effect. What? Chapter 294. Although Power of Who hadn't seen a Void Advancement Pill, he'd heard of it. Void Advancement Pill, a Grade 5 medicinal pill, a precious medicinal pill capable of allowing a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly step into the Void Prying stage. Its value was extraordinary. Now, the drop of Monkey King Wine in his hand actually possessed the medicinal effect of a Void Advancement Pill, and it didn't have the side effects of a Void Advancement Pill? Didn't that mean that this drop of Monkey King Wine was even more precious than a Void Advancement Pill? Power of Whose breathing became hurried, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and passed the medicinal pill bottle that contained the drop of Monkey King Wine back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Monkey King Wine is too precious, I can't accept it. I'm satisfied to be able to drink this Monkey King Wine in my lifetime. As he finished speaking, Power of Who laughed slyly, and he had a simple and honest expression as he looked at the wine jug in his other hand. You really don't want it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he received the medicinal pill bottle. I don't want it. Power of Who shook his head, then raised his hand to place the mouth of the wine jug against his mouth and drank the Monkey King Wine. After only drinking a mouthful, Power of Whose eyes couldn't help but stare, then he put down the wine jug and closed his eyes. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Power of Who was cultivating to dissolve the medicinal effect of the Monkey King Wine. When Power of Who opened his eyes once more, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. Who broke through just like that? Duan Lingtian stared blankly at Power of Who, and relying on his acute spiritual force, he noticed the minute changes that occurred on Power of Who's body. I was originally only one step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Now that I've drunk the Monkey King Wine, I've directly broken through in one go. Power of Who smiled, then looked at the jug of Monkey King Wine in his hand as if he'd obtained a precious treasure, and he stared without blinking, as if he was deeply afraid the Monkey King wine would vanish into thin air from his hand. You really don't want this drop of Monkey King wine? With it, relying on your natural talent, so long as you step into the half-step void stage in the future, you'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in one go. Duan Lingtun shook the bottle of Monkey King wine in his hand, and the smile on his face deepened. When Power of Who heard this, he reluctantly looked at the pill bottle. In the end, he shook his head and said, "You should keep it for yourself. I think you don't have much Monkey King wine left. In the future, you will come in handy." Duan Lingtian did not expect that Power of Who was still thinking about him when faced with such a great temptation. His heart warmed slightly. Power of Who was indeed worthy of being a friend whom he regarded as a friend of life and death. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Keep it. Although I don't have much Monkey King wine, it's enough." Ignoring Power of Who's objection, Duan Lingtian stuffed the pill bottle into Power of Who's hand, then turned around and left. "I'm leaving, I have some things to do. When you're leaving, I won't be sending you off. I'll tell Huchuan your home address and have her pass it on to me. I'll visit you when I'm free." At the same time that Duan Lingtian left, he raised his hand and waved, which could be considered as bidding farewell to Power of Who. Although he was slightly disappointed in his heart, he understood that all good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Looking at Duan Lingtian's leaving figure, Power of Who took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Glancing at the Monkey King wine and monkey wine in his hand, his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian's gift was too heavy. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappear before his eyes, Power of Whose eyes squinted and shone with traces of bright light as he muttered to himself, "Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if one of my legs is crippled, I won't remain silent. The next time we meet, I'll surely make you look at me in a different light." At this moment, Power of Whose martial Dao will was firm like a sharp sword, as if it could destroy everything. And it was precisely because of this determination of his that when Duan Lingtian saw him again after many years, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. After leaving the gorge that Power of Who was at, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes, when faced with parting, Duan Lingtian still felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. "I'll go look for those 2 little fellows that caused me to worry." After Duan Lingtian left Fekta Peak, he didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead directly walked down Dubhe Peak. After walking out of the sect, he once again headed towards the primeval forest that fierce beasts and demon beasts roamed freely. After Duan Lingtian entered the primeval forest, his speed increased. Practically all the fierce beasts he encountered on the way were blasted apart by a single punch of his, even to the extent that he didn't use his martial skills or quake energy. Finally, along with him ceaselessly going deeper, the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger, and there were even many 6th-level origin core stage fierce beasts. Practically all these fierce beasts had their throats slit by a single strike of his sword. With the strength Duan Lingtian currently grasped, once he executed the sword-drawing arts, the speed of his sword was so swift that even 6th-level origin core stage fierce beasts were unable to react in time. "It's time to try out the quake energy." Duan Lingtian's gaze spun, and his figure flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Continuing to go deeper. A deafening roar entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, shaking Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point it hurt, as if thunder pierced his ears. Bang! An enormous fierce beast came from afar, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, it descended before Duan Lingtian. As the fierce beast dashed, the ground shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. In the sky, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes even appeared. 7th-level origin core stage fierce beast. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart, and he seriously sized up the fierce beast before him. This was an enormous tiger. Its entire body was covered in pitch black and shiny fur. Specks of sunlight passed through the envelopment of the forest and dotted its body, causing its fur to flicker with a dazzling sheen. Relying on the erudite memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian recognized this tiger-type fierce beast with a single glance. Black Tiger. 7th level origin core stage fierce beast. This black tiger was most adept in speed and strength, and its defensive strength was slightly weak. Of course, saying its defensive strength was weak was only compared to other 7th level origin core stage fierce beasts. Roar. The black tiger's dark gray eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and it opened its bloody mouth to emit a threatening low roar, as if warning Duan Lingtian to leave its territory. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and his eyes sized up the black tiger before him with interest. When the black tiger saw Duan Lingtian smiling, it thought that Duan Lingtian was provoking it, and it roared furiously before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The black tiger's fangs flickered with a sharp and icy cold sheen. If one was bitten, one would die without a doubt. So fast. The black tiger's speed relied on the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to spur on, and it was far from something Duan Lingtian's current speed could compare to. At the instant the black tiger pounced over, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and instead leaped on the spot, perfectly dodging the black tiger's bloody mouth and dodging its sharp fangs. Bang! The black tiger pounced empty air, and a trace of rage appeared within its dark gray eyes. Roar! The black tiger roared in a low voice, then it turned its head and once again bit towards Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian attacked. The strength of 81 ancient mammoths exploded out completely, not holding back in the slightest. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the dragon's finishing touch gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it pointed onto the black tiger's head. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger violently jumped, and the frequency became faster and faster. Pooh! Under the assistance of the quake energy, Duan Lingtian's finger seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that easily penetrated between the black tiger's brows, and fresh blood splattered out as it continued to point onto the black tiger's skull. Roar! The black tiger emitted a miserable low roar, and its enormous body abruptly shook as it wanted to resist. But unfortunately, its resistance was too late. Along with Duan Lingtian's finger descending and pointing onto the black tiger's skull, the terrifying quake energy instantly shattered the black tiger's skull, and it continued to spread throughout the bones of the black tiger's entire body. Crackle, crackle, crack. The ear-piercing sound of bones fracturing gradually suppressed the black tiger's low roar that was gradually becoming dispirited. Bang! Not long after, the black tiger's enormous body crashed onto the ground, and it completely lost all signs of life. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at the black tiger's fallen corpse, and he was slightly excited. I never imagined that the quake energy had improved so much. Duan Lingtian's finger earlier had relied on all his strength, the strength of 81 ancient mammoths, whereas the black tiger instead possessed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Compared to it, Duan Lingtian was lacking the strength of an entire 19 ancient mammoths. If it was the quake energy of the past, it would be impossible for it to have any effect on the black tiger, but now, it had instead easily killed the black tiger. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had greatly increased. In the past, the effect of the quake energy could only be manifested on an opponent with a strength of less than 10 ancient mammoths. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy of the past was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, based on the current situation, even though there was a difference of 19 ancient mammoths between Duan Lingtian and the black tiger, the quake energy still displayed its effect. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had already expanded to the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. As for the specifics, it still required Duan Lingtian to test it himself. After Duan Lingtian collected the black tiger's beast core, he continued going deeper. Subsequently, he successively encountered 3 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and completely tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. The scope of effect of the quake energy now was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, when Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to kill the black tiger earlier, it just happened to be the limit of the scope of effect of the quake energy now. With my current strength, relying on the quake energy, I'm practically invincible below the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. If a 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, or if their spirit weapon is inferior to my spirit weapon, then they aren't a match for me. Duan Lingtun slightly pondered in his heart as he pondered. Of course, he knew as well that the situation at the back was fine in other places, but if it was in the 7-star sword sect, it was practically impossible. Practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and above possessed a grade 7 spirit sword. In terms of spirit weapons, he didn't have any advantage. The current him facing a 7th level Origin Core stage disciple of the 7-star sword sect was the same as when he faced the Fecta Peaks Xiaoying with a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Unless he was able to make his opponent abandon his sword. Chapter 295. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still very satisfied with his current strength. Even if it was in the outer realm, his accomplishments at such an age could be considered to be not bad. Of course, it could only be considered to be not bad. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were many powerhouses in the foreign lands. Some forces had even been passed down for 10,000 years. The descendants of those forces were extremely powerful. Some of the geniuses among geniuses had even broken through to the nascent soul stage when they were at Duan Lingtian's current age. Of course, the reason these people's cultivation base rose so quickly was because they had the best cultivation resources. Although they did not have the medicinal pills with 90% purity that Duan Lingtian refined to assist their cultivation, they had various spirit fruits collected by the forces they belonged to. Those spirit fruits were treasures of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. They were extremely rare. It could be said that the strength of those geniuses was piled up with treasures of heaven and earth that ordinary people could not imagine. My current innate talent can be considered to be at the top even in the entire Cloud continent. As long as I'm strong enough in the future, I'll be able to leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his 3rd reincarnation. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly excited. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives rebirth technique and had to go through 3 reincarnations before he could cultivate it to perfection. Therefore, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind many treasures in his 1st reincarnation for his 2nd reincarnation. In his 2nd reincarnation, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on the treasures he left behind in his 1st reincarnation to cultivate to the peak of the Emperor Wu in the shortest amount of time possible. In his 2nd reincarnation, when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu planned to cultivate the 3 lives rebirth technique for his 3rd reincarnation, he also left behind many treasures. Those treasures covered a myriad of things. There were countless precious materials and spirit fruits. There were even many royal-grade medicinal pills and royal-grade spirit weapons that ordinary people could not imagine. There were also powerful inscriptions that could be said to be heaven-defying. Apart from these, there were many other things. There were countless of them. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu stored all the treasures in a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the space within that spatial ring was even larger than his courtyard house in the inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Every time he read this memory of Samsara Emperor Wu, he couldn't help but feel excited. Because these things would belong to him in the future. Emperor Wu of Samsara probably never thought that everything he had prepared for his 3rd life would end up in my hands. Gradually, Duan Lingtian suppressed the restlessness in his heart. To him, the things left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu were too frightening. Those things were practically top-notch items in Cloud Continent. For example, royal-grade medicinal pills, royal-grade spirit artifacts, During the two eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's two lives, only he could refine these things. Even now, Cloud Continent might not have royal-grade alchemists and royal-grade weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the two eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's life, not to mention royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen, there weren't even quasi-royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen. After 10 days, Duan Lingtian had practically turned the outer area of the primeval forest upside down, but in the end he still didn't find even a trace of a trace left behind by the two little pythons. Forget it, I'll wait for those two little fellows to return by themselves. They ought to have entered the inner area of the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest, intending to return to the Seven-Star Sword sect. On the way out of the primeval forest, he could occasionally see some people hunting fierce beasts, and looking at the attire of these people, they were all Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect and arrived at the entrance. After walking through the entrance, Duan Lingtian ascended the main peak, Dubby Peak. A wave of piercingly cold wind sounded out ahead, causing Duan Lingtian, who was walking in the middle of the mountain path, to frown, and when he raised his head, he saw a figure that was swift like lightning flashing down from the mountain. Although this person's speed was extremely swift, Duan Lingtian still saw his appearance. This was a young man with slightly warped and hideous features, and a pair of triangular eyes that caused Duan Lingtian to have a feeling of déjà vu. Duan Lingtian saw the symbol on the young man's attire. Just like him, the young man was also an outer court disciple. But, when this outer court disciple dashed, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Noticing that the young man seemed to have an urgent matter, Duan Lingtian moved to the side. But even then, when the young man flashed past Duan Lingtian's side, the strong wind that was stirred up still caused Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire to flutter. Duan Lingtian frowned and continued walking up the mountain, then he passed through the chain bridge to return to Migres Peak. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian noticed a burning gaze descending onto him. Duan Lingtian looked over. It was a Migres Peak disciple with an ordinary appearance. This Migres Peak disciple hurriedly lowered his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze sweeping over. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to determine. This Migres Peak disciple's cultivation was at most at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. When he was about to return to the peak of Migres Peak, he noticed that the Migres Peak disciple had actually silently followed him from behind. Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed the Migres Peak disciple following him at the first possible moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. So long as it wasn't in existence at the void prying stage following him, he could rely on his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking methods to easily notice the other party. Duan Lingtian intentionally walked into a remote path, then went around to the back of a forest. As expected, that Migres Peak disciple followed him. Where's he? In next to no time, that Migres Peak disciple noticed that after his target took a turn here, he actually vanished into thin air. Instantly, his face revealed a trace of bewilderment. Are you looking for me? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was concealed nearby, walked out from the nearby forest, and when he saw the Migres Peak disciple with a panicked expression, his tone was terrifyingly calm. No. At the same time that this Migres Peak disciple was panicked, he hurriedly denied it. What a joke! Although the young man before him was younger than him, his strength wasn't something that he could compare to. Even in existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage died at the hands of this young man, let alone him, a mere 3rd level origin core stage martial artist. So, before this young man, he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Because he knew that even if he wanted to flee, He wouldn't be able to. No! Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the Migres Peak disciple, and a dense killing intent extended out from his body, as if transforming into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped the Migres Peak disciple before him. Instantly, the Migres Peak disciple's face went ghastly pale, and he felt as if he was in an Azura's field. The icy coldness that penetrated straight into his heart caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and he hurriedly circulated his origin energy to resist. Only then did he slightly warm up. "Who asked you to follow me?" Duan Lingtian looked at this Migres Peak disciple and asked once more, and his tone had an additional sense of coldness. "I didn't follow you." The Migres Peak disciple gritted his teeth and forcefully endured it, then spoke with a trembling voice. Pig-headed. When he saw this Migres Peak disciple had no intention of letting go, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a string of afterimages. Bang! Chapter 296. After kicking the Migres Peak disciple flying, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to follow up. When the Migres Peak disciple wanted to crawl up, Duan Lingtian raised his leg and fiercely descended onto the Migres Peak disciple's chest, stomping him back down. Bang! The Migres Peak disciple's body once again fell onto the ground, and he was shaken to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and terror. "Who sent you here?" Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm, but his gaze that became even more icy cold undoubtedly told this Migres Peak disciple that he already didn't have much patience. "No one really sent me here." "Really?" The Migres Peak disciple's gaze squinted, and he hesitated for a moment, seeming to have some misgivings as he spoke with a panicked expression. "Very good." When he saw the Migres Peak disciple still being stubborn at a time like this, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it flickered with an icy cold light. "No. Don't." The Migres Peak disciple's pupils constricted and his face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw his sword. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you still don't speak, then I'll kill you with a single strike. You ought to know that even though the 7-star sword sect has a prohibition that fellow disciples aren't allowed to kill each other under the life and death arena, but so long as no one sees me kill you, I'll be fine." Duan Lingtian weighed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, then lightly extended his other hand to stroke the blade of the blade, as if he was gently stroking his lover. Duan Lingtian's words that didn't contain the slightest emotion entered into the ears of the Migres Peak disciple, causing his face to go pale, and traces of terror were mixed within his eyes. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. If he really died here, then with the remoteness of this place, even if someone discovered his corpse, it would probably be a matter of many days later. At that time, no matter how deep the 7-star sword sect's resources and reserves were, and no matter how formidable the strength of the sect higher-ups was, it would be impossible to find out who killed him. Therefore, even if he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian here today, it would be a meaningless death. 5 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the panicked eyes of the Migres Peak disciple, and a wisp of a bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. The sword in his hand cooperated with the Migres Peak disciple to form a sword flower that was dazzling and gorgeous. 3 more breaths of time. After 2 breaths, Duan Lingtian's voice turned even colder. The sword in his hand was raised slightly, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. "I'll talk." Finally, this Migres Peak disciple was unable to endure the pressure Duan Lingtian brought to his mind, and he spoke with a terrified expression. His tone was incomparably flustered, as he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, Duan Lingtian's sword would mercilessly descend. "Speak." Duan Lingtian looked at the Migres Peak disciple and said coldly, "If I discover that you're lying, then don't blame my sword for being merciless." "I don't dare. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare lie." The Migres Peak disciple was frightened to the point he spoke without thinking, and after he caught his breath, he continued. It was Elder Zhao Lin who asked me to monitor your whereabouts. So long as I see you appear, I have to report to him at the first possible moment. Besides that, he also said that if I'm able to find out where you cultivate, then he'll bestow me an additional 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin? Duan Lingtian's face sank. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist now, why would he need to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate. Cultivate. The hot blood within Duan Lingtian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy within his body started to violently roil as well. His cultivation was increasing at an extremely swift speed. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he believed that his cultivation would be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage before long. Migres Peak, within the gorge that was filled with light. What? He's appeared? Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple that hastily entered. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin, he returned from Dubhe Peak. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you're able to find out where he cultivates, I'll bestow you 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Migres Peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. 10,000 gold? The Migres Peak disciple couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. It's because of your 10,000 gold that you almost caused me to lose my life. Luckily that Duan Lingtian didn't pursue the matter, otherwise, I would have been killed by you. However, this Migres Peak disciple had a calm expression on the surface, and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well. But, I'm utterly unable to keep up with him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't find it strange. As far as he was concerned, even he had once been left behind when following Duan Lingtian, let alone this 3rd-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Migres Peak? Zhao Lin asked to confirm further. I'm sure. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded and said with certainty. Continue watching him for me. If he leaves Migres Peak at any time, report to me right away. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then with a raise of his hand, he passed a 1,000 gold bill to the Migres Peak disciple. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lin. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly expressed his thanks, and didn't dare mention a single word about Duan Lingtian stopping him. Because he knew that once he mentioned it, not only would he offend Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't even be able to obtain this gold bill. Do things properly for me in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded and waved his hand. You can go. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly left, then secretly wiped off his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 great clans in Black Bamboo City, and they kept each other in check, controlling 1/3 of the businesses in Black Bamboo City. As for the other 2/3 of the businesses, it was instead controlled in the hands of the 7-Star Sword sect. The Shi clan was one of the 2 great clans in Black Bamboo City. Outside the Shi clan estate, a figure that was like the wind flashed over swiftly, desiring to charge into the Shi clan estate. Who is it? The faces of the 2 guards at the Shi clan estate's entrance went grim, and they hurriedly stopped the figure. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs sounded out as the 2 guards were kicked flying, and they collided with the entrance. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the face of the young man that stood at the entrance with a cold expression, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished without a trace, and replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The 2 guards bowed and called out respectfully. Both of you are rather competent, even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were warped and savage, and his pair of triangular eyes emitted traces of a gloomy aura. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This young man was precisely the young man that dashed like the wind he encountered on the mountain path of Dubhe Peak when he returned to the 7-Star Sword sect from the primeval forest. Eldest young master, spare us, we didn't know it was you. The two guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in panic, and their faces were filled with perturbation, as if this young man was a scourge. "All right, I can't be bothered to fuss about it with both of you today. Let me ask both of you, has the young miss returned? After I returned to the 7-star sword sect, I didn't see her, and the gorge she usually cultivates in has been empty for a long time. Even the limestone tablet outside the gorge has been shattered by someone." As he finished speaking, the young man frowned and was faintly slightly worried. Unexpectedly, the two guards had bitter smiles on their faces when they heard the young man. "Did something happen to the young miss? Speak." The young man's face went grim, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. "Eldest young master, the young miss. Her Danon was crippled by someone." One of the guards laughed bitterly. "What?" "I'll go." In next to no time, the Migres Peak disciple with a composed expression spoke out and volunteered himself. Duan Lingtian had only just walked past the chain bridge when he noticed that there was an extra tail behind him. "It's him again." His acute spiritual force allowed Duan Lingtian to notice the person at the first possible moment. It was precisely that Migres Peak disciple that followed him the last time and was dragged out by him. Duan Lingtian's eyes became cold and fierce. This Migres Peak disciple was actually still working for Zhao Lin? Moreover, he even dared follow him? Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at Duppy Peak, then circled around Duppy Peak and quickly entered a remote area. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to conceal himself at the side and prepare to repeat the same trick to lure the Migres Peak disciple out. "Duan Ling, I know you've noticed me." The Migres Peak disciple took a few steps forward and said in a low voice, "I followed you over for no other reason. I only wanted to remind you that Elder Zhao Lin found a few other people and asked us to cooperate in tracking down your tracks. The other few people have gone to notify Elder Zhao Lin now. Before long, Elder Zhao Lin will arrive at Duppy Peak. Take care of yourself." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised as he walked out, then looked at the Migres Peak disciple. "Why are you helping me?" The Migres Peak disciple was slightly embarrassed. "You could have killed me yesterday, but you didn't. I owe you a life." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at this Migres Peak disciple. "What's your name?" "Huang Ji." The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly replied, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 10,000 gold note appeared in his hand. "Huang Ji, I presume you're only helping that Zhao Lin for the sake of money? Now, I'll give you 10,000 gold. In the future, if that Zhao Lin wants to follow me, then take him to properly make a circle around the 7-star sword sect and give him a trace of hope, then make him gain nothing." As he spoke up to hear, a trace of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Huang Ji joyfully received the 10,000 gold and hurriedly agreed. Since he survived Duan Lingtian's attack, resentment towards Zhao Lin had arisen in his heart. Now that he had the chance to mess with Zhao Lin and even obtain so much gold, he naturally wouldn't miss it. "I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise..." Duan Lingtian was now like giving Huang Ji a piece of candy to eat, then giving Huang Ji a slap, and the threat in his words was completely obvious. "Don't worry, I'll surely do this well and won't disappoint you." Huang Ji vowed solemnly. "Go on." Duan Lingtian waved his hand. After Huang Ji left, he left as well, and he quickly arrived at the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak and arrived at Alcade Peak. When he arrived at Elder Bai's residence once more, Duan Lingtian saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd seen this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciple test. He saw the young woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she followed behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be Elder Bai's disciple, called Suiqing. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Suiqing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the young woman. The young woman was Little Fei's senior sister, so she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duan Lingtian. Zuoqing saw Duan Lingtian and a smile appeared on her face. You're here to look for junior sister, right? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. I'll go call her out. Zuoqing turned around and left. After a short while, when she returned once more, there was an additional young woman with a peerlessly beautiful appearance that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful. The young woman had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing one to be unable to refrain from indulging in flights of fancy with a single glance, and have a desire to pounce on her and ravage her. Scoundrel! When the young woman saw Duan Lingtian, her watery autumn eyes lit up as she pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and a stretch of softness entered into his embrace. He lightly smiled as he embraced the young woman that pounced over. Little Fei, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 months. Li Fei lightly nodded, then buried her head in Duan Lingtian's strong chest, unwilling to raise it up for a long time. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's jade back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. When Zuoqing saw this scene, she glanced enviously at Li Ro before turning around and leaving. She knew, at this moment, only belonged to this pair of lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister. In this lifetime of a woman, to be able to find a man like Duan Lingtian, her life was not in vain. For a moment, the entire spacious canyon was only left with Duan Lingtian and Li Fei quietly embracing each other. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duan Lingtian's mouth pressed against Li Fei's earlobe as he gently exhaled. Li Fei's delicate body trembled, as if she had realized something, and lightly shook her head. Master has something to do, so she went out. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his lower abdomen heated up. While panting heavily, he reached out his hand to carry Li Fei by the waist, and directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei lived in. The young man and woman who hadn't touched each other for a long time took each other to their heart's content. After the ruckus stopped, Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei, who leaned on his shoulder with a satisfied expression. Little Fei, when I came last time, Elder Bai said that you were at the juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through? Li Fei's face was filled with happiness, and her angelic face was completely rosy as she lightly nodded. Yes, I broke through. Have you seen Kerr recently? Duan Lingtian recalled that delicate and pitiful girl who had always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Kerr went on a long journey with the Peak Master a few days ago. She came to look for me, and I went to Migres Peak with her, but no Migres Peak disciple knew where you lived. So, she left with disappointment in her heart. Li Fei extended her jade hand, her jade fingers placed on Duan Lingtian's chest, and lightly rotated. Duan Lingtian nodded. Kerr had the protection of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak by her side, so he wasn't worried about Kerr's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel, where exactly do you live? Kerr and I asked a few tens of Migres Peak disciples, but there's actually not a single person that knows where you usually live. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention Migres Peak disciples, even the Peak Master of Migres Peak, or even the 7-star sword sect's sect leader. It's impossible for them to know where I live. Slight curiosity appeared on Li Fei's beautiful face when she heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't conceal anything from Li Fei, and he spoke of the matter of discovering the stalactite cave that day. So, the 10,000-year stalactite milk you gave me and little sister Kerr to drink came from that place? Scoundrel, your luck is too good, right? You were even able to find a place like that. If the 7-star sword sect higher-ups were to know of this, wouldn't they be angered to death by you? Li Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and as she finished speaking, a wisp of a smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Yeah, my luck isn't bad. Chapter 298. Scoundrel, what are you thinking about? So engrossed? Li Fei noticed Duan Lingtian's unnatural expression and asked with a bewildered expression, and her tone had concern mixed within. Nothing, I suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of the 2 little pythons going missing. He didn't want Li Fei to be worried with him. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei chatted, and unknowingly, they started talking about the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. Scoundrel, I heard the outer court martial competition changed the rules. Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Lingtian. Changed the rules? Changed what rules? Duan Lingtian was stunned, then asked. I heard Master say that the reason the rules were changed this time was because of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew her man's ability was great, but when she heard her man was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, she still couldn't avoid being shocked in her heart. If Duan Lingtian used an offensive inscription, she wouldn't find it strange. But the problem was, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use an offensive inscription and completely relied on his true strength to kill his opponent. Because of me? Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. What did the changing of the rules of the 7-star sword sects outer court martial competition have to do with him? Yeah. Li Fei nodded, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's bewildered expression, she didn't continue keeping him in suspense and said directly, I heard Master say that since the matter of you killing the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Inner Court disciple, Xiaoying, spread out, besides the Peak Masters of our Alcade Peak and your Dubhe Peak, the Peak Masters of the other 4 great Outer Court Sword Peaks specially started a 6-peak conference 1 month ago. The content of the meeting is aimed at the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now. In the past, the Outer Court Martial Competition required Outer Court disciples that had entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. But this time, the Peak Masters of the 6 Outer Court Peaks had decided to remove this restriction. This time, so long as one is an Outer Court disciple of the 6 great Outer Court Sword Peaks of the 7-star sword sect, anyone can participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition. Li Fei finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that killing Xiaoying would cause such a chain reaction. Is it necessary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he had such great face to be able to make the Peak Masters of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect specially hold such a meeting for him. Of course, Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why the Peak Masters of the 6 great sword peaks did this. It was none other than feeling that if the rules weren't changed, then there would be no suspense in the Outer Court Martial Competition this time. He, Duan Lingtian, would surely become the first in the Outer Court Martial Competition. They're afraid you'll get the first, so they intentionally made things difficult for you. Li Fei grunted in a low voice and had an unhappy expression. All right, there's nothing to be unhappy about. They did this because they don't wish for the first place to be revealed before the Outer Court Martial Competition has even begun. If it's really like this, then it would surely strike a blow to the confidence of the group of Outer Court disciples. Duan Lingtian smiled, as he was completely able to understand the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 great Outer Court Sword Peaks. You can still smile. If it's really like this, then there would surely be some 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples participating in the Outer Court Martial Competition. During the Outer Court Martial Competition, one can't rely on external forces other than spirit weapons. In other words, your inscriptions can't be used. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly concerned. In that way, you won't be able to get the first. Li Fei was extremely unhappy in her heart towards the first that should have belonged to Duan Lingtian being taken away just like this. In her heart, her man, Li Fei, would always be the most outstanding. Can't use inscriptions? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Inscriptions couldn't be compared to spirit weapons after all, and the existence of inscriptions did indeed affect the fairness of the Outer Court Martial Competition to a certain extent. What, little Fei, You have so little confidence in your man? Duan Lingtian's hand dishonestly placed on the little girl's delicate body that didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, and his hand moved up and down. The little girl's delicate body trembled and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried when he saw this. Then he flipped over once again and galloped to his heart's content. After being lovey-dovey for an entire day, Duan Lingtian finally left. The land of warmth, the tomb of heroes. The ancients didn't deceive me. When Duan Lingtian left Alcade Peak, he sighed with emotion in his heart. Although he was lovey-dovey with Li Fei for an entire day, but as far as he was concerned, it seemed like only an instant had passed. Shaking his head and sobering up slightly, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and returned to the main peak, Dubby Peak. Presently, the sun had already set in the west, and when Duan Lingtian arrived at the stone platform at the end of the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, he noticed that many Migres Peak disciples had stepped onto the chain bridge and were heading towards Migres Peak. Umph! A cold snort sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian turned around to look. Only now did he notice that the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, was on the stone platform as well, and was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Huang Ji stood nearby and was making faces at him. Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart. Looks like Huang Ji really brought Zhao Lin along and circled around the 7-star sword sect for an entire day. When he saw Zhao Lin's exasperated appearance, he suddenly felt that the 10,000 gold he spent was worth it. Elder Zhao Lin, long time no see. Duan Lingtian stood within the endless stream of people, and when he looked at Zhao Lin, he lightly smiled as he greeted Zhao Lin, as if he was greeting an old friend. Zhao Lin paid no attention to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was as unsightly could be. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, the reason he didn't gain anything today was because Duan Lingtian was too cunning and caused him to be unable to find any traces. He didn't suspect Huang Ji, who led the way for him. Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zhao Lin had no intention of paying attention to him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative smile. After glancing deeply at Zhao Lin, he stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Migres Peak. Now that there were so many people here, he wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would make a move against him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Lin was following him from behind. He didn't mind. Relying on his anti-tracking methods, if he wanted to shake off Zhao Lin's pursuit, it would be extremely easy. After Duan Lingtian returned to Migres Peak, he circled the trade hall a few times before successfully shaking off Zhao Lin, then swaggered back to the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. Within the trade hall, after noticing that Duan Lingtian's tracks had vanished, Zhao Lin, who'd searched for half an hour without any results, had an extremely gloomy expression. Duan Ling, I'll find a chance sooner or later. Just you wait. But the current Zhao Lin didn't know. He'd waited for an entire 3 months. Audiobook. On the chain bridge, a young man with a gloomy expression walked in large strides onto the high platform of Audiobook Peak. This young man's appearance was extremely unique. His features were warped and hideous, and his pair of triangular eyes seemed to constantly flicker with a gloomy sheen. His entire body stood there like a venomous snake that chose its prey to devour. However, when a group of Audiobook Peak disciples passed by the young man, they all respectfully greeted him. Senior Brother Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How. At the same time that these Audiobook Peak disciples greeted him, their faces more or less revealed expressions of respect and fear. They knew clearly in their hearts. Throwing away his unsightly appearance, this young man was in existence with an extremely formidable strength. He was also a celebrity of their Audiobook Peak. Moreover, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court, Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How's expression seems to be slightly unsightly. Isn't his expression always like this? I don't see any difference. Take a closer look. Also, look at his eyes. Don't you see anger in them? I don't know who provoked him. It really is. Two Alioth Peak disciples stood at the side and looked from afar at Shihao, who walked into Alioth Peak as they whispered in discussion. Shihao. Outside Alioth Peak's trade hall, a figure moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived nearby the chain bridge and stood before Shihao. This was a robust middle-aged man with a stocky build, and a pair of eyes that were brimming with expression. Elder Zhongbing. In front of this sturdy middle-aged man, Shihao lowered his proud head. Shihao, I have something to tell you. The outer court martial competition 3 months from now isn't restricted to outer court disciples that have entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years to participate. So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate. You can participate as well. Zhongbing, Alioth Peak's outer court elder, smiled as he looked at Shihao. This time, our Alioth Peak will be relying on you. As far as he was concerned, with Shihao's strength, if nothing unexpected happened, taking first place in the outer court martial competition 3 months from now wouldn't have any suspense. What's going on? Shihao was slightly absent-minded earlier, but now when he heard Zhongbing, he became spirited. The rules of the outer court martial competition have always been restricted. Why did it suddenly change this time? It was difficult for him to understand. This will have to start from a Migres Peak outer court disciple. As Zhongbing spoke up to hear, a trace of jealousy flashed within his eyes. Nearly 3 months ago, a dark horse appeared amongst the new batch of outer court disciples that our 7-star sword sect recruited. That was a young man around the age of 20, and he went to Migres Peak later on. Not long after he arrived at Migres Peak, he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. The 2 Outer Court disciples were both Migres Peak disciples. They joined forces to deal with that young man on the life and death arena, but in the end were killed by that young man in a single move. This young man's natural talent is simply shocking. Migres Peak's luck is really good to actually be able to recruit such a monstrous outer court disciple. Shihao, what's wrong with you? Why is your expression so unsightly? Zhongbing spoke for a long time, and in the end, he noticed that Shihao's expression had suddenly sunk, and his originally warped and savage features were now completely twisted together. It looked extremely terrifying. Elder Zhongbing, you said that young man entered the 7-star sword sect nearly 3 months ago? Chapter 299. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhongbing noticed that Shihao's expression was slightly off, and asked curiously. Around the age of 20, killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage disciples. How's his cultivation? Shihao took a deep breath and asked once more. Seems to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Zhongbing sighed. Not only did he kill 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, even a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fecta Peak was killed by him. What? Shihao's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. Elder Zhongbing, didn't you say he was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage? He's at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he did indeed kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. You ought to have heard of that 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. It's the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying. Zhongbing spoke slowly. Even if he mentioned this matter now, his heart still couldn't help but surge. He might even feel as if he was dreaming. Xiaoying? Shihao had naturally heard of Xiaoying, and knew that Xiaoying could be considered to be one of the best amongst the Fecta Peak Outer Court disciples. Moreover, supposedly, Xiaoying was already about to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Sooner or later, Xiaoying would become an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Could it be that Xiaoying didn't use a spirit sword? And that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple did? Shihao asked in a low voice. It was extremely difficult for him to imagine that if it wasn't so, how could a 5th-level Origin Core Stage disciple possibly kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Xiaoying used a grade 7 spirit sword and attacked with his full strength. As for that 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple, he used a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Supposedly, the disparity in strength between them was extremely great in that battle, a difference of over 10 ancient mammoths. But at the critical moment, that 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple instead shattered Xiaoying's bones with a single finger. I wonder what martial skill he used. As he spoke up to hear, Zhong Bing, an existence at the void prying stage, couldn't help but shudder. As far as he was concerned, that Migres Peak's 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple was too strange. Could he have used an offensive inscription to kill Xiaoying? Sure Hao frowned and was slightly in disbelief. A mere martial skill was so heaven-defying the heavens? Even if it was an earth-grade martial skill, it might not be so heaven-defying, right? Moreover, unless it was a void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended force, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to cultivate an earth-rank martial skill. As for the legendary heaven-rank martial skill, the requirements were even harsher. Thus, the martial skills that an origin core stage martial artist could cultivate were at most high-grade profound rank martial skills. But among the high-grade profound CLA's martial skills, was there such a strange and terrifying martial skill? He was very suspicious. Absolutely not. Zhong Bing shook his head. After that, a few Fecta Peak outer court elders inspected Xiaoying's corpse and confirmed that Xiaoying's injuries were absolutely not caused by offensive inscriptions. Xiaoying's bones were completely shattered by origin energy. It's hard to imagine what kind of martial skill that is. Around the age of 20, and can even kill a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Sherhao's triangular eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. His heart trembled. It should be him. What? Sherhao, do you know him? Zhong Bing felt the killing intent emitted from Sherhao's body and had a bewildered expression. Elder Zhong Bing, amongst the outer court disciples that entered the 7-Star Sword sect 3 months ago, besides him, are there any other existences around the age of 20 that have stepped into the 4th level of the origin core stage or above? Sure Hao wanted to confirm it a step further. Never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-Star Sword sect can already be considered lucky to be able to receive such a genius martial artist. A genius martial artist like this isn't a cabbage that's sold in the market. Zhong Bing shook his head and felt that Sherhao was indulging in wild fantasies. Elder Zhong Bing, what's the name of this Migres Peak outer court disciple? Sherhao looked at Zhong Bing and asked. Duan Lingtian, said Zhong Bing. When he heard this name for the first time, he deeply remembered it in his heart. Only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhong Bing. Sherhao nodded to Zhong Bing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards the main peak, W Peak. Why do I feel that something is slightly strange when Sherhao returned from training this time? Zhong Bing frowned as he looked at Sherhao's disappearing figure. It's him. It's surely him. On the chain bridge, Sherhao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duan Lingtian, you actually dared cripple my sister's Dandan. I won't let you off. You're dead for sure. Under Sherhao's extreme rage, his warped and savage face was completely tangled together, causing some of the Alioth Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from the depths of their hearts with just a glance, and they had a feeling of shuddering. Her senior brother Sherhao. When they greeted Sherhao now, their voices were terrified to the point of trembling. Sherhao didn't stop when he arrived at Dupi Peak and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed towards Migres Peak. He wanted to go to Migres Peak and drag out the person that crippled his sister's Dantian. He wanted to take revenge. Take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duan Lingtian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Migres Peak was in an uproar. Alioth Peak's outer court disciple, Sherhao, the #1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court, threatened to enter the life and death arena to battle Duan Lingtian to the death. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of all this. However, on Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian hadn't been seen for many days, and even more people thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of Shi Hao, so he didn't dare show himself. Actually, it's normal for Duan Lingtian to be afraid. Senior brother Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, and practically no outer court disciples are able to go against him. You're right. If I was Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't show myself as well. Although Duan Lingtian was able to kill the 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, Xiao Ying, but senior brother Shi Hao is in existence at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The 6th level of the Origin Core stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core stage is a watershed, and the difference between the two is the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. Once it's amplified by a spirit sword, the difference is even greater. Could it be that Duan Lingtian can still continue hiding and not participate in the outer court martial competition 3 months from now? The rewards of the outer court martial competition are extremely generous. Supposedly, there's even an extremely precious spirit fruit this time, and it's the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. How do you know? Hee, I know an inner court senior brother. He has some relationship with an inner court elder, and it was he who told me. Along with Shi Hao's arrival and the outer court martial competition approaching, the entire Migres Peak was completely bustling with noise and excitement. However, even though Shi Hao had waited at Migres Peak for many days, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to show himself all along, and he could only temporarily leave in the end. But before he left, he still left behind some ruthless words. Duan Lingtian, Shi Hao, Shi Yan's older brother, vow to fight to the death with you. Within the 7-star sword sect, there's either you or me, and there's either me or you. When Duan Lingtian received these words, it was already 3 months later. On the peak of Migres Peak, on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, a figure that was swift like the wind seemed to have transformed into an agile spirit serpent as it flashed out from the cave passageway behind the crooked tree and firmly stood on the crooked tree. The crooked tree didn't even sway in the slightest. It's been 3 months. Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist and looked towards the direction of the primeval forest. After a long time, he sighed. Those 2 little fellows actually still haven't returned. After returning from Alcade Peak the other time, Duan Lingtian had always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, borrowing the strength of the crooked tree to leap onto the peak of Migres Peak. The outer court martial competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duan Lingtian descended from the peak and quickly arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. As far as he was concerned, it ought to be easiest to inquire about the exact rules of the outer court martial competition in the trade hall that was filled with people. However, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed numerous strange gazes that originated from the crowd of Migres Peak disciples uniformly descend onto him. Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right when his heart was filled with bewilderment, a figure walked towards him from the distance. Duan Lingtian. He Chun. Duan Lingtian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. It was precisely Hu Li's friend, He Chun. Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared. I thought you were hiding and didn't intend to participate in the outer court martial competition this time. He Chun sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Hiding? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he heard He Chun. What does He Chun mean by this? What's he hiding from? Noticing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, He Chun asked in bewilderment. Chapter 300. Is he very famous? Duan Lingnan saw He Chun making a fuss about nothing, and his face was filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. Sure how? Wait, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. But I'm unable to recall it for a moment. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duan Lingtian really hadn't heard of Sure Hao, and he couldn't help but explain. Sure Hao is the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the outer court of our 7-star sword sect. There's practically no one amongst the outer court disciples that's a match for him. #1 disciple in the outer court. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He finally remembered. He remembered that Shi Yen, who had her dantian crippled by him, had once made a fuss before him, saying she had a brother who was the #1 disciple in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was an existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had reminded him to be careful of Shi Yan's brother, Sure Hao. So it turned out that the person He Chun spoke of that wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him was precisely that Sure Hao. Shi Yan's brother. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression that ceaselessly changed, He Chun thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and he hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian, if you don't have any other urgent matters, continue hiding. It probably won't be long before that Sure Hao finds out about the news of you appearing here. At that time, he'll surely come look for you at the first possible moment. Then let him come look for me. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression, then he looked at He Chun and lightly smiled as he asked. He Chun, Huli ought to have returned home, right? Yes. He Chun had a bitter smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He asked me to tell you that he'll let you see a completely new him in the future. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is in Clarity City. Duan Lingtian nodded and remembered it in his heart. He felt happy for Hu Li that Hu Li was able to be so cheerful. At least, Hu Li didn't sink into the shadows of the past. Duan Lingtian, I think you should hide for a while. When Huchuan thought of Sure Hao, he felt his scalp go numb. In his opinion, Sure Hao was too powerful, far beyond what the current Duan Lingtian could contend against. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. There are some things that you have to face. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile. Huchuan fell silent. That's right, Huchuan, when will the outer court martial competition begin? Also, what do I need to do if I want to participate? Huchuan happened to be there as well, so Duan Lingtian asked. The reason he left the stalactite cave this time was precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he also wanted to obtain first place. This was his promise to Power of Hu. A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're a Migres Peak disciple, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, the people that want to participate can all gather at the Migres platform and receive a number plate to carry out the elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10 people. Huchuan said to Duan Lingtian. But the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, and there aren't any restrictions like the past. This time, there will be many 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples participating. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd already found out about this from Li Fei earlier, so he was mentally prepared. Seventh-level Origin Core Stage? So what? Since he'd promised Power of Hu to seize first place in the outer court martial competition, then he would surely accomplish it. Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably firm. Huchuan, I'll be returning first. See you 3 days from now. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Huchuan, then turned around and left, vanishing before the eyes of all the Migres Peak disciples. Coming and going without a trace, elusive. Not long after, a figure that dashed like the wind arrived at Migres Peak, and under the guidance of some Migres Peak disciples, the figure found Huchuan. You know Duan Lingtian? The young man with a warped and hideous appearance stared fixedly at Huchuan with a pair of triangular eyes. Huchuan never imagined that this Hao would actually be able to find his place of cultivation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he nodded. "Take me to see him." Hao's eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen, and his voice was cold like ice. "I don't know where his place of cultivation is." Huchuan shook his head. Hao's face sank, and his pair of triangular eyes stared at Huchuan, and in the end, he noticed that Huchuan seemed to not be lying. "Then why did he look for you?" "I only met him by chance, and after he asked me some things about the outer court martial competition, he returned." Huchuan didn't conceal it. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to conceal this, as all the Migres Peak disciples would know 3 days from now. In this way, he'll be participating in the outer court martial competition this time? Hao's pair of triangular eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a gloomy sneer, as if Duan Lingtian had already become his. Huchuan nodded. This was something he was able to confirm. He was able to discern that the reason Duan Lingtian appeared near the trade hall today was precisely for the sake of inquiring about the matters of the outer court martial competition. "That's good." Hao's pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold light, then he raised his hand to directly slap Huchuan flying, and only when he saw Huchuan crash onto the ground did he snort coldly, then turn around and leave. Pooh. Huchuan was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. This Hao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. 3 days later, the 7-star sword sect's first round of the outer court martial competition had begun. The strongest 10 outer court disciples from the 6 great sword peaks of the outer court would be decided on today, and they would participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. The second round of the outer court martial competition was the true outer court martial competition. People that displayed outstanding performance in the second round of the outer court martial competition would be able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was also the reason why all the outer court disciples flocked to the outer court martial competition like a flock of ducks. At the peak of Migres Peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. "Where's the Migres platform?" The person that came down from the peak was precisely Duan Lingtian. "Follow them." Duan Lingtian, who didn't know where the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition was, merged into the stream of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak. Instantly, some of the nearby Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. "It's Duan Lingen." "Duan Lingtian, you actually still dare to appear. Could it be that you're not afraid of senior brother Hao?" "Yeah, Duan Lingen, if senior brother Hao knew that you'd appeared, he would surely not let you off." Waves of similar words sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled towards this, and paid no attention to it, then his figure flashed out like the wind, following the stream of people to flash down the mountain. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian passed by the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continuing down. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he looked at the Migres platform that occupied an area that far surpassed the platform the life and death arena was on. This Migres platform is rather large. The Migres platform was extremely large, and there stood 10 spacious stone platforms. Every single one of these stone platforms wasn't smaller than the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian guessed that these stone platforms ought to be the combat rings used to carry out the elimination battles in the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Migres platform. These outer court disciples were all in high spirits, rubbing their fists and palms together, and all of them wanted to become the last 10 people to advance today. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. Presently, Duan Lingtian could absolutely be considered to be a celebrity on Migres Peak. However, amongst the people that looked at Duan Lingtian now, there were some people that had gloating mixed within their eyes. This Duan Lingtian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he'll surely encounter senior brother Shi Hao in the end. With senior brother Shi Hao's hatred towards him, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. If I was him, I would surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate. Come out when he breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take too much time. At that time, senior brother Shi Hao might not be able to do anything to him. I really wonder what's going on in his head. Duan Lingtian could vaguely hear the whispers of the crowd of Migre's peak disciples, but he didn't pay attention to it. If he did that, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw He Chun had arrived as well, but he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He Chun's mouth, and he frowned. He Chun, who injured you? It was Shi Hao. It's nothing serious, only a superficial injury. He Chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Shi Hao? Duan Lingtian frowned, and felt it was slightly strange. But the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a watershed, and he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Zhao Lin followed after Lu Qiu walked away, and his icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, waiting to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. You're Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he instead noticed that He Dong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the distance, had unknowingly arrived by his side. Duan Lingtian looked at He Dong and nodded indifferently. I heard you killed the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad. He Dong nodded to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was stiff and reserved. Your natural talent isn't bad as well. It ought to not be long before you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably deep, and when it descended onto He Dong, it seemed as if it could see through everything. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the minute changes on He Dong's body. Although He Dong's expression didn't change, but his eyes couldn't help but constrict now. He noticed that before this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he completely had no secrets. This outer court disciple's gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. Looks like I've still underestimated you. He Dong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. He Dong. He Dong. This was a self-introduction. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill feelings towards He Dong, and now that He Dong was polite, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. Your reputation is well deserved. He Dong smiled to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time he turned and left, he added, if you need help with the matter of Shi Hao, feel free to ask. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This He Dong was slightly interesting. The nearby He Chun was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian, senior brother, He Dong actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he has the intention of helping you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even if He Dong was willing to help him, he wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own matters. Moreover, according to what He Chun said, He Dong's strength seemed to be inferior to Shi Hao. If He Dong was injured because of him, then he would really owe He Dong a great favor. After Lu Qiu and He Dong successively greeted Duan Lingtian, for a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention of many people. Along with the first round of the outer court martial competition beginning, the gazes of these people left Duan Lingtian. In the first round of the outer court martial competition, everyone received a number plate and took turns to battle. Duan Lingtian received number plate number 189. It belonged to the 7th combat ring. Every combat ring would give birth to an arena master that would advance in the end and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. It was unknown if it was the intention of the group of Migres Peak outer court elders, but the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, including Hidong, were respectively divided into the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had bitter smiles on their faces. After the outer court martial competition began, the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples stood there from the 1st combat ring to the 1st combat ring, as if they were invincible gods of war. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend the combat ring. Because they knew that even if they ascended the combat ring, they would only be looking for a beating. They could only wait for the final arena master to be born from the other 5 combat rings before proceeding with the challenge. Once they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to replace the arena master and become the new arena master. They would obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. So, they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. It was also the combat ring that Duan Lingtian led. Number 181 and 182 ascended the combat ring and carried out the elimination battles. Both of them were 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the outer court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat rings, 6th combat ring, 8th combat ring, 9th combat ring, and 10th combat ring were practically all existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage, and not a single outer court disciple below the 5th level of the origin core stage could be seen. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for outer court disciples below the 5th level of the origin core stage to obtain the final 10 positions. So, even though there were many outer court disciples on the Migres platform, most of them had come to watch the show. There were only close to 300 outer court disciples that had truly participated in the first round of the outer court martial competition. These 300 people were all outer court disciples at the 5th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the result of the battle between the 2 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples was out. One of them relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to firmly defeat the other outer court disciple that only had a grade 8 spirit sword. What a pity! His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but because his spirit sword was inferior to his opponent, he lost. He Chun sighed, and was slightly regretful for the latter. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. A spirit sword is also a part of strength. In next to no time, a few more elimination battles played out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings, every combat ring had a Migres Peak outer court elder standing at the side. The duty of these outer court elders was to prevent outer court disciples from being injured during the elimination battles. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes. Number 189. The outer court elder that stood at the side of the 7th combat ring suddenly spoke out. "It's my turn." Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his figure flashed out to ascend the 7th combat ring. Duan Lingtian. The outer court elder's gaze abruptly shone when he saw Duan Lingtian. Presently, the outer court disciple that stood on the 7th combat ring was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Lingtian, his originally composed expression instantly became slightly flustered. Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the arena, he instantly drew the gazes of many people. The outer court disciples that originally surrounded the other combat rings to watch the show now all gushed towards the 7th combat ring. "It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has entered the arena." 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian killed the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, and I wasn't able to witness it with my own two eyes. Today, I'm finally able to witness his elegant demeanor. Supposedly, that time 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the origin core stage to kill Xiao Ying. I've always been extremely curious. How did he do it? You don't have to be curious now, you'll be able to see it right away. Streams of people flowed in the surroundings of the 7th combat ring, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Elder, how about we temporarily stop fighting here? We want to see Duan Lingtian make a move as well. After the 2 outer court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed it, they spoke to the outer court elder that stood at the side of the combat ring. All right. I just happen to want to witness this Duan Lingtian's ability. The outer court elder nodded and didn't have any objections. Chapter 302. The gazes of the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood on the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring, including Hidong, descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. They were extremely interested in Duan Lingtian as well. A young man that was a little over 20 had killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple on Fekta Peak's life and death arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of it. Supposedly, this young man didn't utilize an inscription at that time, and completely relied on his strength to kill the outer court disciple. It was simply inconceivable. At least, they asked themselves if they were at this age, they were absolutely unable to accomplish this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, staring fixedly at the figure that didn't move like a mountain. He saw the hope of Migres Peak on this young man. He saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age was because Duan Lingtian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments. So, no matter what, he had to obtain that cultivation method. At all costs. By hook or by crook. On the 7th combat ring, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's opponent, a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who had a carefree expression, he felt slightly weak in his heart, and his hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword became slightly moist. That was cold sweat. Although Duan Lingtian was only a young man that was a little over 20, Duan Lingtian brought extremely great pressure to him, pressing him down to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Moreover, the strength of that 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight difficulty. Of course not. There is no enmity between us, so why would I want to kill you? Besides, isn't there an elder watching from the side? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a reply. Do I look like a cruel person who kills people at the drop of a hat? Hee. The young man smiled awkwardly. Under the impatient and murderous gazes around him, he finally moved. The young man's figure moved. His footsteps were extremely light, and he left behind a string of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The sword flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. It appeared in a flash and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. In the sky, 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before him, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire was blown by the strong wind caused by the young man's figure flashing, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you drawing your sword? The surrounding crowd of spectators were bewildered when they saw the sword strike in the young man's hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a sword light that was swift to the extreme instantly moved to intercept the young man's sword strike that had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist and relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute this sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword strike was inferior to his opponent's strength by the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think that Duan Lingtian would be able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had once used the strength to kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Finally, clang. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the young man's grade 7 spirit sword that had transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended down. The two terrifying forces collided together, causing the air to shake. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. When the young man's sword descended, he felt that Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to be far inferior to his strength, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. I'm going to defeat Duan Lingtian. He was excited in his heart. But in next to no time, the smile on his face completely froze. Because he noticed that a terrifying trembling force suddenly gushed out from Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword. The frequency of this force's trembling became faster and faster. Let go! An explosive shout sounded out by his ears, and it caused the young man who was hesitating about whether he should let go and the web between his thumb and index finger split open didn't dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go. After Duan Lingtian warned the young man, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook and flicked the young man's grade 7 spirit sword away, and it fell to the ground with a clang. If the young man didn't let go, the young man's bones would absolutely be shattered by his quake energy. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was trembling with a terrifying frequency that was difficult to detect was restrained, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The outcome had already been decided. The young man stood on the spot. The web between his thumb and index finger of the hand that held the sword had split open and was dripping with fresh blood, but he seemed to not have the slightest reaction. Cold sweat ceaselessly emerged from his forehead. Although he'd lost, he didn't feel the slightest sense of loss, and was instead slightly glad that he'd escaped with his life. Number 189, Duan Lingtian, victory. Becomes the arena master of the 7th combat ring. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to react, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Unbelievable! It's simply too bizarre. Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths actually suppressed an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. It's truly unbelievable. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian defeated a strong opponent as the weak and killed Xiaoying on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, he's defeated a strong opponent as the weak once again and defeated our Migres Peak's 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. Even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation seemed to be far from being so heaven-defying when they were at Duan Lingtian's age. Of course. Looks like a peerless monster has really appeared in our 7-star sword sect this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated. But there was even more joy. Duan Lingtian was their Migres Peak's outer court disciple. In the future, even if Duan Lingtian became an inner court disciple and went to the main peak, W Peak, he'd still come from their Migres Peak, and was the pride of their Migres Peak. What a bizarre ability! He Dong stood on the first combat ring, and a trace of shock appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who'd put away his sword and stood there proudly. The other 4 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples looked at each other as well. Did all of you perceive any inkling of that sword strike of his? A 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple couldn't help but ask. Including Hidong, the 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't only them. Even the 10 Migres Peak Outer Court elders present were unable to see through what was so special about Duan Lingtian's sword strike. What a terrifying ability! Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if it was able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, and his feelings surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I'm unable to see through the ability this Duan Lingtian executed. However, I can be sure that it ought to be a technique from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I must obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd been possessed. Duan Lingtian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly leaned, and his eyes just happened to meet Zhao Lin's gaze. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. The Zhao Lin. He really chatters endlessly. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he naturally guessed Zhao Lin's current thoughts. Zhao Lin probably attributed all the miracles that happened to him to the non-existent cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, that Duan Lingtian fabricated. I wonder what expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll utterly doesn't exist in this world. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Hiss! Amongst the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, an outer court disciple was dumbstruck for a long time, and in the end he couldn't help but gasp. He was precisely Tang Bai. The Tang Bai that was entrusted by Zhao Lin to go look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, and accepted Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, yet didn't dare be on the spot. Chapter 303. The 10 of you head to Mizar Peak at dawn tomorrow. The outer court martial competition this time will be held at Mizar Peak's Mizar Balcony. At that time, it will be personally presided over by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. The curtains to the first round of the outer court martial competition had fallen, and the Migres Peak outer court elder, Lu Qiu, looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 10 as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded, indicating that they understood. In next to no time, the 10 Migres Peak outer court elders led by Lu Qiu left successively. Congratulations, senior brother Hidong. Congratulations, senior brother Wang Zhu. Subsequently, the group of outer court disciples started congratulating the outer court disciples that had advanced. Especially the 5 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples led by Hidong. They were even surrounded by the group of outer court disciples. All the outer court disciples were incomparably enthusiastic, and all wanted to form a good relationship with Hidong's group of 5. After all, the 5 of them were practically nailed to the inner court disciples in the future. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. He Chun arrived before Duan Lingtian as well, and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although he knew since long ago that with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would surely be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition, but when it really came to this moment, he still felt happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to He Chun, then the 2 of them walked side by side, following the group of Migres Peak disciples to leave the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to He Chun, then left. After leaving, Duan Lingtian's brows knit, then merged into the surging stream of people, moving back and forth, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself into a remote mountain path. Now, no matter who it is, it's impossible for them to follow me. Duan Lingtian's actions earlier weren't superfluous, and it was precisely because he was worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly to guard against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's display caused Duan Lingtian to feel pressure. He believed that as long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, Zhao Lin wouldn't let him off. So, he had to guard against Zhao now. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to find the slightest chance, then he would surely die and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with coldness. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased up his furious and agitated feelings, then he headed towards the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. But now, on a mountain path on Migres Peak, a figure flashed out, and Zhao Lin appeared. His expression was as ugly as it could be. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to shake me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to shake me off. In that case, he can discover me. At that instant, apart from the coldness in Zhao Lin's eyes, there was also a hint of greed. How shocking! Duan Lingan, I didn't expect you to have such means. Or perhaps, the reason why you were able to discover me was because of that miraculous muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing technique. Now, Zhao Lin had attributed all the unimaginable things that had happened to Duan Lingtian to the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. His desire for the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll grew stronger and stronger. Duan Lingnan, I'll surely obtain your muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart, seeming to have thought of something, then he left Migres Peak and stepped onto the chain bridge. After arriving at the main peak, W Peak, he continued towards the distance and finally arrived at Alioth Peak. Within a spacious gorge on Alioth Peak. Elder Zhao Lin? The young man with a warped and hideous appearance and a pair of triangular eyes frowned slightly when he saw the middle-aged man that walked in. He recognized the person before him. It was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Shi Hao. Zhao Lin saw Shi Hao and nodded indifferently. Although Shi Hao was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and was no different than an ant in the eyes of Zhao Lin, an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Elder Zhao Lin, I wonder why you're looking for me? Shi Hao went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Migres Peak Outer Court elder had only come to visit him. Although he and this Migres Peak elder knew each other, they'd never conversed in the past, not even a single word. Shi Hao, a straightforward person, doesn't beat around the bush. I've come to look for you today only for the sake of Duan Lington. Zhao Lin went straight to the point as well, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. Shi Hao frowned. His originally hideous and warped features were twisted together, and his pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold sheen. He saw the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He only thought that this was Zhao Lin targeting him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. If it's related to the matter of Duan Lingtian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder. Duan Lingtian was a Migres Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin had surely come this time for the sake of making him dispel the thought of dealing with Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Shi Hao, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Zhao Lin raised his hand, and his sleeve swelled up as he abruptly swept out. Instantly, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. An enormous bang sounded out, and Shi Hao was swept flying by Zhao Lin's sleeve like an arrow that left the bowstring. Bang! Shi Hao fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he ceaselessly spat out blood from his mouth, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin and contained frightening coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare touch me? Touch you? Zhao Lin sneered, his figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye he'd arrived before Shi Hao, and the origin energy in his hand roiled and condensed. Do you believe that once this hand of mine descends, you'll die for sure? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he exerted his full strength, then Shi Hao would have died for sure. Within this gorge, even if he killed Shi Hao, no one would know that it was done by him, and there was utterly no need to worry about the seven-star sword sect blaming him. Shi Hao's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew even colder. So what? He was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would surely carry a cultivation method like this with him. After all, the more profound the cultivation method, the more complicated it was. It was extremely difficult to remember. Usually, one would carry it with them. At the side of the cliff at the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was half lying on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, leaning on the strong branch of the crooked tree. Two little fellows that cause others to worry about. As he drank the monkey wine and gazed towards the direction of the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian thought of the two little pythons once more. I wonder if Kerr has returned. When he thought of Kerr, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. That delicate and pitiful young girl he met on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago was now able to take charge of herself. At the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt pity and love in his heart. That was his woman. Chapter 304. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian bathed in the morning dew and left the peak of Migres Peak. It was the first time that Duan Lingtian had gone there, so he didn't know where Mizar Peak was. However, after arriving at the main peak, Dubby Peak, he was able to see the surging stream of people all heading towards one direction. He knew clearly in his heart that these people were surely heading towards Mizar Peak to open the balcony. So, he followed the stream of people. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never imagined that the outer court martial competition this time actually changed the rules, and didn't restrict that only outer court disciples that entered the seven-star sword sect within 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that since I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage, I ought to be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, those that advance in the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have been changed, the first in the outer court martial competition this time will surely be Alioth Peak's senior brother Shi Hao without a doubt. That might not be the case. Don't forget, Migres Peak's senior brother He Dong, Alcade Peak's senior sisters Wuqing, and Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng have strengths that aren't much inferior to senior brother Shi Hao. I heard that Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by his master, the Peak Master of Merak Peak, some time ago. What? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Are you sure? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Mizar Peak, and he was slightly moved when he heard the discussions of the few seven-star sword sect outer court disciples that walked past him. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the greater the difficulty of refining it. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swallow Mountain County's county city, he and the Chu family's second elder had bet their lives on weapons refinement. The grade 8 spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder was able to provide a 19% amplification, and it was already extremely rare. It could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. On the other hand, a grade 7 spirit artifact that could provide an amplification of 29% was even rarer than the former. Even if it's me, once my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the origin core stage and becomes a grade 7 weapons craftsman, I'll at most be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 31% amplification. Whereas if I try my best, I can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 22% now. So, Duan Lingtian deeply knew how difficult it was to obtain a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never imagined that in this tiny azure forest imperial kingdom, there's still a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Soon after, their discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Supposedly, that grade 7 spirit sword was something the peak master of Monarch Peak went to the Dark Cloud Empire and specially invited a weapons refinement master to refine for senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Even if it's in the Dark Cloud Empire, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification is surely not a nobody. I heard long ago that the peak master of Monarch Peak doted on senior brother Hu Shuefeng, but I never imagined that it was to such an extent. With such a grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, senior brother Hu Shuefeng's strength has surely increased greatly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification was refined by a weapons refinement master of the Dark Cloud Empire. Dark Cloud Empire. If it was said that the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Dark Cloud Empire. Duan Lingtian knew a little about this. But even then, it still caused Duan Lingtian to feel surprised. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 29% amplification was rare even in the foreign lands. He could be sure. That weapons refinement master surely had his own unique points. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak, and finally arrived at his destination, the open balcony. The open balcony of Mizar Peak was similar to the Migres platform of Migres Peak. It was an extremely vast platform, and there were 10 spacious combat rings on it. When he was on the Migres platform yesterday, there were only Migres Peak disciples, and although there were many people, it didn't seem to be crowded. But today, on this open balcony, the stream of people surged, causing one to be unable to move an inch. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice entered into his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around. It was an extremely unfamiliar 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that greeted him. You are. Duan Lingtian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, I'm a Migres Peak disciple as well. Yesterday on the Migres platform, your sword strike that seemed as if it had the help of the gods was too formidable. This Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Lingtian actually replied to him. Duan Lingtian was stunned, then he replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? The Migres Peak's little freak, Duan Lingen? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that along with this Migres Peak disciple greeting him, for a time, the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples avoided him, and they surrounded him and sized him up from top to bottom. So young. He's at most a little over 20. It's him that killed the Fecta Peak's 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying? All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke with words that were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he didn't like this feeling. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a moving voice that was like an aureole sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Just by hearing the voice and not seeing the person, Duan Lingtian already knew who it was. Duan Lingtian's slightly stiff face bloomed with a light smile, and he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Lingtian's identity and were slightly fearful, but now, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Mizar platform, and his eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a joyful expression. Little Fei. Duan Lingnan, junior sister, said she saw you when she arrived, and I thought she was seeing things. The beautiful young woman beside Li Fei smiled mischievously. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Li Fei instantly blushed when she heard this. Senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman and lightly smiled as he greeted her, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. Earlier, he only knew that this senior sister of Little Fei's was called Zuoqing. But on the way here earlier, he'd heard many outer court disciples mention Zuoqing, and their words placed Zuoqing at a height that was only inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. She was ranked on par with the Migres peaks He Dong and the Merak peaks Hu Shuifeng. At that time, he realized that this senior sister, Zuoqing, wasn't simple. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and replied with a smile. The young man before her was her junior sister's man, and she didn't take Duan Lingtian to be an outsider. It's senior sister Zuoqing. In next to no time, many 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform recognized Zuoqing and exclaimed in surprise. That junior sister by senior sister Zuoqing's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. A smile that can overturn a city, a second smile that can overturn a kingdom, nothing more than this. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly descended onto Li Fei, who was by Zuoqing's side. To them, Li Fei was truly too beautiful. Although there were many female disciples in the 7-star sword sect, but there was practically no one that possessed a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, women were innately weaker than men, so outstanding women in the martial Dao were extremely rare. Moreover, a woman that was able to be outstanding in both appearance and martial Dao was even less than 1 in 10,000. So when they saw such a beautiful woman in the 7-star sword sect, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples slightly lost their composure. Although everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly displeased. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly held onto Li Fei's jade hand, then pulled Li Fei to his side. It was as if he was declaring the ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel! Being pulled by Duan Lingtian like this in public caused Li Fei's beautiful face to go slightly red, and her pink and tender cheeks seemed like they would break with a flick of a finger. This caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on the balcony to be dumbstruck. However, the strand of faintly discernible happiness within Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes that were like water was obvious. Instantly, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples reacted to what had happened, and numerous gazes that were filled with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian and replace him. Our 7-star sword sect finally had a drop-dead gorgeous junior sister appear with great difficulty, but I never imagined that someone would beat us to it. This Duan Lingtian is simply a winner in life. Not to mention his natural talent in the martial Dao is shocking, he's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Speaking of which, I'm afraid only a man like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. You're right. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples didn't conceal their discussion in the slightest, and it caused the blush on Li Fei's face to deepen slightly. Little Fei, is her back? Duan Lingtian ignored the surrounding gazes of envy and jealousy, and he looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday, and Master said that the Peak Master and Little Sister Kerr haven't returned. Looks like Little Sister Kerr won't be able to make it in time for the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who only had eyes for Li Fei, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze slightly. Little Fei, broke through? A light smile hung on Li Fei's angelic face. I just broke through a few days ago. Duan Ling, you have to work hard, junior sister has already caught up to you now. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner as she teased him. A few days ago, when she found out that Li Fei had broken through once again, Zuoqing was extremely shocked. After all, this junior sister of hers had only broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. It had only been 3 months, and her junior sister had actually broken through once again. Chapter 305. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Suqing, seeming to not mind in the slightest that Li Fei had caught up to him in terms of cultivation. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, I'm still unable to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seeming to be slightly regretful and disappointed. Suqing shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is rather special. No one had expected that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would change the rules at the last minute. If the rules weren't changed, then with your current cultivation, you would surely be able to advance and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Suqing glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she was saying to Duan Lingtian, all of this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition wouldn't have changed the rules at the last minute. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. This was something that even he had never expected beforehand. Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to work hard. It's best if you take first place. Li Fei quickly recovered and cheered for Duan Lingtian and Suqing, her beautiful face slightly flushed, causing others to have the impulse to be unable to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come to participate in the outer court martial competition this time precisely for the sake of taking first place. Junior sister. Suqing instead shook her head and smiled. How could it be so easy? So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I don't have any confidence in that Alioth Peak's Shihao. Shihao? Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned. Why does this name feel slightly familiar? Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Suqing looking over with a strange expression, then said to Li Fei, this Shihao is the older brother of the number 1 disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of. Shi Yan's older brother? Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she thought of Shi Yan, as she didn't have the slightest good impression of that woman with a warped appearance and a warped mentality. I heard Shihao went to Migres Peak to look for you? Suqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Senior sister, you're really well informed. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised that Suqing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this matter recently. Moreover, besides the Migres Peak disciples, there seemed to not be many people that knew about this matter. After all, he was a Migres Peak disciple no matter what. In the eyes of the Migres Peak disciples, he didn't dare make an appearance because he was afraid of Shihao. As the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. On this matter, the Migres Peak disciples had all reached a tacit understanding, and they didn't publicize it wantonly. Scoundrel, did Shihao look for you? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Shihao had gone to look for Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's face was filled with anxiety. Her pair of clear eyes focused as she sized up the Duan Lingtian from head to toe, as if she wanted to carefully observe whether the Duan Lingtian was injured or not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled towards his concern for Li Fei. Little Fei, you're still worried that I'll suffer a loss under Shihao? Li Fei returned to her senses when facing Duan Lingtian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many things to rely on, not to mention the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscriptions in her man's possession was sufficient to allow him to stand in an invincible position in the competition with Shihao. Li Fei nodded with a smile, and the worry on her face vanished without a trace. The changes in expression on Li Fei's face entered into Suqing's eyes, causing Suqing to be stunned. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident towards her little lover? She wouldn't be thinking that this little lover of hers is able to deal with Shihao, right? Although Suqing knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was extraordinary, and 3 months ago, he'd even killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple on the Life and Death Arena on Fecta Peak, but even then, it didn't mean that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. As a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Suqing knew deeply. The 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was far from something a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple could compare to. Between the two, there was a dividing line. It could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It's the Migres Peak's senior brother He Dong. In next to no time, numerous gazes moved away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to descend onto a young man that slowly walked down from Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely He Dong. He Dong noticed Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned a smile. He Dong is rather courteous to you. Zuoqing was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. With a quick thought, she came to an understanding. Although Duan Lingtian might be inferior to a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple like her and He Dong, but how old were they, and how old was Duan Lingtian? When they were Duan Lingtian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. They could imagine that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, when he arrived at their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. In next to no time, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists of the 7-star sword sects Outer Court's 6 Great Sword Peaks arrived one by one. The arrival of these people caused the balcony to be completely bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng has arrived as well. It was unknown who said this. Instantly, numerous gazes converged onto a proud and aloof figure that walked over from afar on Mizar Peak. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes, around the age of 25. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of all the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists present and became the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Shuefeng. Some Alcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure and cried out sharply. He's Hu Shuefeng? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Although he didn't know Hu Shuefeng before today, and had never even heard of Hu Shuefeng. Zuoqing's expression turned cold. Li Fei's shapely eyebrows slightly creased. Zuoqing, long time no see. After Hu Shuefeng walked over, he greeted Zuoqing enthusiastically. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to where you came from. When facing Hu Shuefeng, Zuoqing's face was shrouded in a layer of frost. The cold air was oppressive, as if it could freeze the air. Zuoqing, is there some misunderstanding between us? A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Shuefeng's face from beginning to end. He looked both handsome and cheerful. He was absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Zuoqing's prior reminder, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Shuefeng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Shuefeng's acting was too good. There was no flaw to speak of. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you and there's no misunderstanding. I just don't find you pleasing to the eye and don't want to see you. Scram. After saying that, a trace of anger surfaced on Zuoqing's face. However, Hu Shuefeng seemed as if he didn't hear Zuoqing's words at all. His face revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Li Fei by the side and asked with a smile, "How should I address this junior sister?" Duan Lingtian could see that when Hu Shuefeng discovered that his hand was holding Li Fei's hand, the corner of his eyes swept towards him, which was obviously mixed with a somewhat gloomy and threatening luster, choosing to devour people. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 306. When faced with Hu Shuefeng's courteous greeting, Li Fei instead paid no attention to it, as if she utterly didn't hear it. The smile on Hu Shuefeng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it. His gaze moved onto Duan Lingtian, and traces of frightening coldness were mixed within the depths of his eyes. "Junior brother, how do I address you?" "Little Fei, let's go over." Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand as he walked with large strides towards the balcony, and from the beginning until the end, he utterly didn't look Hu Shuefeng in the eye. When he saw Li Fei meekly nodding her head, She leaned on Duan Lingtian's robust shoulder like a little bird and walked into the balcony. The smile on Hu Shuifeng's face completely froze. When Zuoqing saw Hu Shuifeng's slightly grim expression, the ice on her face seemed to have instantly melted, and she said with a smile, "Hu Shuifeng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He's called Duan Lingning." After she finished speaking, Zuoqing followed Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Duan Lingtian? These three words were like a thunderclap that sounded out by Hu Shuifeng's ears. He's Duan Lingtian? Hu Shuifeng's gaze focused to descend onto Duan Lingtian's back, and it flickered with a dense sheen. An outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to disregard me? Does he really think that he can run wild without fear just because he killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple? After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes as they walked over in large strides. This middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was also the only person amongst everyone present that didn't wear the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes had a firm expression. A dignified expression was revealed between his brows, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as if they could see through everything. Peak Master. The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in unison, and they respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Mizar Peak's Peak Master. When the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes appeared, Duan Lingtian had already guessed his identity. As it turned out, he was right. Senior sister, he's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan? Li Fei asked Zuoqing. Zuoqing nodded. Senior brother Shi Hao is here too. A low cry broke the short silence of the Mizar platform. Everyone looked over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures were walking side by side. It was a young man with a twisted and ferocious face and a pair of triangular eyes. A middle-aged man with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The one beside senior brother Shi Hao seems to be the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin? That's right, it's Elder Zhao Lin. Many people recognized the person beside Shi Hao. Zhao Lin? Seeing Zhao Lin here, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. In his opinion, this Zhao Lin was definitely up to no good by mixing with Shi Hao. Shi Hao? He's simply as if he was carved out from the same mold as Shi Yan. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Peak Master. After Shi Hao and Zhao Lin arrived, they both bowed to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he nodded to Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I never imagined that you would be so interested in the 2nd round of the outer court martial competition to actually come personally. Peak Master, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the past. I naturally have to come and broaden my horizons. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile, and he seemed to be implying something. Looks like you already know. In next to no time, some outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the 2nd round of the outer court martial competition couldn't help but give up. These outer court disciples were all 6th-level origin core stage martial artists. Although they wanted to show off in the outer court martial competition as well, but now that it involved their lives, they had no choice but to be careful and prudent. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives. They didn't dare gamble. Moreover, they knew their limits. This time, almost half of the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the 2nd round of the outer court martial competition were at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to obtain a ranking. In the outer court martial competition, only the people that were ranked in the top 10 would be able to obtain the corresponding generous rewards. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest, and said indifferently, now, the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the 2nd round of the outer court martial competition those that want to obtain a good result or even fight for the top 10. Come to my side, an elder will register all of you. As for the outer court disciples that gave up, there's no need to come up. As soon as Jing Fan finished speaking, a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost that instantly flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Jing Fan. It's senior brother Hu Shuefeng. Instantly, many people recognized the first person that ascended the combat ring. As expected of the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's master. Even if senior brother Hu Shuefeng is facing a life and death battle in the outer court martial competition, he's still not afraid in the slightest. Supposedly, senior brother Hu Shuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by the peak master of Monarch Peak. Even senior brother Xianxia might not be able to compare to his current strength. No wonder he's so confident. Presently, most of the outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuefeng with an expression of adoration. Hu Shuefeng had become the center of attention. Not bad. Even the peak master of Monarch Peak, Jing Fan, had an expression of admiration as he nodded to Hu Shuefeng. Hu Shuefeng stood by Jing Fan's side, and his eyes were suffused with a fierce gaze. Instantly, he found Duan Lingtian from the crowd of outer court disciples on the Monarch platform, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he met Hu Shuefeng's gaze without the slightest fear. He was able to discern that the gaze Hu Shuefeng shot at him was filled with provocation and contempt. It was as if Hu Shuefeng was certain that after he found out that the second round of the outer court martial competition was a life and death battle, Hu Shuefeng wouldn't dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Right at this moment, another figure flashed onto the combat ring and stood by Jing Fan's side. Senior brother Xianxia. As expected of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. The crowd of outer court disciples on Monarch platform were in an uproar once again. The person that ascended the combat ring now was precisely Xianxia. In the next moment, He Dong, the 7th level origin core stage disciple of Migres Peak, ascended the combat ring as well. Duan Lingtian, act according to your ability. Zuoqing said to Duan Lingtian, then her figure flashed out to follow He Dong and descend onto the combat ring. In only a short moment, 4 people ascended the combat ring and stood by the side of the peak master of Monarch Peak, Jing Fan. The 4 strongest people in our 7-star sword sect's outer court have all ascended the combat ring now. The other 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples wouldn't be forfeiting as well, right? Amidst the clamorous voices of the crowd of outer court disciples on Monarch platform, many outer court disciples successively ascended the combat ring. These outer court disciples all had a common point. They were all existences at the 7th level of the origin core stage. In next to no time, so long as it was a 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, practically all ascended the combat ring and expressed their resolution. Including Xianxia, He Dong, Zuoqing, and Hu Shuefeng, there were a total of 28 people. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been frightened and not dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Zhao Lin stood on Monarch platform and easily noticed Duan Lingtian's location. His heart jerked. He'd thought of everything, yet he'd forgotten this. Duan Lingtian could completely forfeit. Once Duan Lingtian forfeited, everything he'd done in secret would be useless. Could it be that he'd really have to draw water with a sieve this time? He was unwilling. Right when Zhao Lin was burning with anxiety. Duan Lingtian. On the combat ring, Xianxia's voice was like a thunderclap. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with a frightening sheen as they swept the Monarch platform, seeming to be searching for something. You wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Coward! You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.